習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武道即道。 真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如许，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron?
Traitor. I will not listen to Akira's lapdog. Today, I will purge you shut of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，百扯不善。老伙计，这遭又该麻烦你了。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I never shared. Your fears. In the flames I feel alive, the burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates, defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this throne now, trade for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. Never hold me back. Break this road now, face the world with all that I have. Live forever held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. I know your king is back.
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
让本帅看看，对手究竟有多少斤两。
武道如水，水可剛，亦可柔；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无道即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道，就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的李星云。哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally here for our second day of trios in this second bi-weekly for NBPL. It is going to be an exciting day today, don't you think, Nyako? Of course, just introducing him, I'm Dougie Donuts, Nyako. We're going to be your hosts and casters for the day. Welcome, everybody. So what are you thinking today?
I'm certainly thinking that we got some trios action like you're talking about. Happy to be back after a little bit of extended break coming through from our first bi-weekly. Here we are looking at the Twitch drops that you are going to be getting by just watching here on stream, participating in the chat. So happy to be here alongside everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And to make sure that you are going to get your hands on these Twitch drops, make sure to go to the top right corner of the webpage of the screen on Twitch and go to drops and rewards, or go to inventory, whatever it might be, and make sure that you're progressing the drops so that you don't miss out. Obviously, for the usual days, the qualifying days, it's not, you know, it's not make or break. Obviously, you still want to get your hands on them, but make sure to get them done for the bi-weekly finals, because that's where the juice is. That's where we not only in the gameplay, but also in the drops. But hopefully we're going to have some juicy games today. Based off of the previous day, I'd say we're in for a treat, because I genuinely have never seen meta get character comps such as those that we were witness to the other day. It was just absurd.
Yeah, this has been a very interesting time to be a fan of NARAKA BLADEPOINT esports, because we've gotten to shake up in regards to what's happening on that character comp side. This was something that was beginning to get the ball rolling there in that first bi-weekly, but things have really taken some sharp turns, some sharp pivots, especially as we're also getting those rules changes.
Oh yeah, the rule changes definitely gonna shake things up a little bit, with the first two games being full mirror matches for lobby.
Yeah, and so that's something that I really want to see how people adjust to. Of course, our pros definitely able to take everything in stride. We've seen them embrace really crazy switch-ups and changes in the meta before, but here we go. Looking at the team composition pick meta right now, this is what was coming out on top, and this is what has kind of been the focus for people.
Oh yeah, it's going to be in the focus for the first couple games of the day, as this Monk, Kylin, Zipping composition is going to be picked by every team in the lobby in that first game. And then in the second game, we're going to be picking the second most picked composition. So it's going to be a lot of new Transformers and then a lot of Sand Siphon. So it's gonna be spicy. I'm looking forward to a stacked endgame with all the monks just going ham.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to watch out for. Notably, I believe also Wu Chen is pickable again. I do wonder if that's going to throw a monkey wrench into anything.
Well, based off of the previous day, I wouldn't say so, because it was a lot of Wu Chen, but it was a lot of Wu Chen with a lot of different random stuff. I mean, we saw some crazy things. Like, we saw Wu Chen, Yoto, Tessa, Wu Chen, Tessa Batar. There was Liam in there. There was all sorts of different oogly stuff. I was thrown for a loop.
All right, well, we're going to see whether or not there's been anything smoothened out on that front. But as we get prepared to dive into the game, so are our teams. Here we go. Everybody geared up in the arena right now. Currently, the camera focusing upon Wolves, who have themselves several very, very interesting games throughout the first bi-weekly. Now, they are a team to watch out for. I believe that, you know, often a team on the borderline, they have the ability to make something happen here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're under the Wolves name after all, and they were the previous J Cup winners. Obviously, rosters have moved around and such, so it's not exactly the same. However, it is still, you know, a motivational force, I would say. But hey, they're the big dogs, the big boys. TXJ, the general, the almighty lord of the trios NARAKA scene, with a smile on his face. Posture check, ladies and gentlemen. Every time we see this man, he's always sat up straight as an arrow in his chair. Posture check, unless you're slouched on the couch with some popcorn, you know, that's fine too. But hey, I'm looking forward to seeing what JL has cooked up, because they have been the the trendsetters for a long time. They've created a lot of compositions that have ended up being, like long-standing meta compositions that have stuck around for a very long time.
Yeah, and metas come and go here pretty quickly. Teams are able to latch on to those metas. And so staying on top of that constant churn is, of course, one of the most important features of a top competitive team within the NBPL. So if they can keep that pattern up, certainly there are teams to watch out for here. We got stats at the bottom of the screen as well to help people get a kind of a sense as to the play style that we can expect out of some of these teams. Like SS1 here, really seeming to have some solid runs, solid pickups when possible of a Viper Ning composition. Viper has often been, when I talk to other casters here, Dunkin' Donuts, kind of viewed as one of the most powerful characters, maybe, who sometimes kind of struggles to find a home with two others that can really support her. What do you think she's doing right now in this current meta?
Well, in this meta, it's quite frankly, a lot of things have been thrown for just everything's been thrown out the window. Originally, the concept behind creating compositions was finding a good duo of characters that synergized well with each other, and then it would be even better if the third of the team composition also synergized very well with one of them. So, for example, Viper, she functioned very well with Tessa and originally Yoto Hime in the Attack on Titan composition with Viper, Yoto, and Wu Chen, and then it moved over to Tessa instead of Yoto as the synergy just sort of worked a bit better. It gelled better. You would, depending on the way that you wanted to play Viper, a lot of the time the typical execution line would be for a Viper to act as frontline, jump in, find the silence onto one or more targets, and then Tessa would likely immediately, simultaneously use her ultimate. That giving them the silence as well as giving them that potential charm, the stun, and then in the process, they're only using one F and one charge of ultimate. They can always commit more to the fight, but a lot of the time you could simply trade it out for an ultimate from the enemy team. So if, for example, if you're not going to be able to kill that person that you silenced and stunned because the other player on that team popped their ultimate, you disengage potentially with the Wu Chen ult, and then you come right on back once that ultimate has expired, and then you use the same combo on the same target or on the other target who didn't use their ultimate, creating a very advantageous situation for the Viper team. But as time's gone on, now we're seeing Viper, Yushan, Matari, this composition, which we've sort of coined as the kebab comp, because it's basically, they're just skewering everyone left and right with the kebab. Matari synergizing with Yushan and ultimate, able to refresh that F cooldown and allowing you to get multiple F ability usages to just absolutely explode a team.
Makes sense. I do like the kebab name. I don't think I've heard that one just yet, and we're gonna see whether or not we're shouting about it today for some of these games. Looking at another team, OUG are preparing themselves. Always really am happy to see this team take the stage. I feel that just because of how the dice rolls in regards to scheduling, I actually get to commentate them the least out of some of the teams that we get to talk about here. But another team that I really love to see also here, 5-2-1. Any of the teams that represent Vietnam are the ones that I end up being a fan of. I, of course, love BBE. I've talked about them quite a bit on stream before, but 5-2-1 is a team that I think also sneakily is beginning to really improve and make a splash this season.
Oh, absolutely. To be honest with you, I feel like they've been on the up for a long time. In J-Cup, for example, they played extremely well and they were very, very, very close to taking it all. But then, they weren't able to manage it, unfortunately. But coming into this year, they've been performing exceedingly well, time and time again. Obviously, they haven't won. They haven't won a bi-weekly necessarily. They've been popping off though. They're consistently able to get to the top of the leaderboard. I remember in the first bi-weekly, they were in first place after the second game. Unfortunately, obviously, that was taken away from them by OUG in their 4-game win of the first bi-weekly finals. However, they are showing a lot of promise. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, preparing for game number 1 is always an exciting time in terms of speculating as to how these teams are going to fare, not only in regards to the overarching meta and bracket, but also just in the specific matchups. The way that NBPL works, if you guys maybe are tuning in for the first time, is that we aren't just throwing in all of our teams into one single day of competition. No, instead we're kind of splitting the teams in half, and that leads to this dynamic where we get interesting matchups. Here's one of the other teams that I was talking about being a big fan of here in PvE. This is a team that's been experiencing a little bit less success than 5-2-1, to put it lightly. This is a team that I think really needs some big shakeup in order to shine.
Well, it's tough, you know. They have the potential to succeed, but as you were saying before, and as we talk about all the time here on the channel, it is a matter of keeping up. You have to keep up with the meta as it evolves. You know, we've had the new introduction with the Spirit Line Well, or the Yang Spirit Well, or whatever you'd like to call it, being a huge part of the end game within Immortal War. It makes a very big difference, and being able to navigate and play around this new Spirit Well and all the new possibilities, the new resources, the tome, the red square, the bane of my existence. It is just, there's so much. So being able to figure out the best way to deal with these situations first, and if you don't and you're able to catch on to a team who has managed it, you need to be able to do that, otherwise you're not going to succeed very much at all. Like, Wolves demonstrated it very well last year when Spirit Wells in endgame first popped up. You know, the skadoosh, the White Tiger's prowess buff, like just absolute obliteration of entire lobbies was definitely sticks out in my mind for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, as time has gone on, we're beginning to see more and more of I think, focus upon the new stack of objectives that we're getting from game to game. So specialization in those categories and the ability to really work with what Nbpl is kind of trending towards alongside NARAKA as a whole, which I think is very smartly applied aggression, is what is really going to bring these teams to victory. And so seeing how everybody fares in those fights and seeing how they get the lay of the land versus these particular matchups on the day is what I'm really looking for out of these first few games on the day, especially now with the mirror matches in hand. That just means that you're even more tested in a way, because it's kind of laying bare how strong you are in an even playing field versus one another.
Well, that's true. However, that being said, it can be when every composition is the same. You know, every team is playing the same comp within the lobby. It throws a lot of traditional dynamics out of the window. You know, who is to get focused? Who is to be the target of the lobby, so to speak, because that's typically how things go. You know, a team will, you know, let's say there's Vipers and Monks and whatnot. You know, you're going towards end game. The Vipers are trying their very best to make sure that there aren't very many Monks who make it to end game, and vice versa. And they're trying to defend constantly the Monks away from the Vipers, who are just constantly trying to vulture and execute them. Because the Monks have a lot of potential within endgame, having that health reset on the Monk ultimate, Tianhai ult, and then having the Kylin with the damage immunity to his health past a certain point for a certain amount of time. They want to get to endgame. They want to scale up. But Vipers, they want to try and find as many kills in the early to mid game, shut down all of these teams looking for scaling. But now that it's a full mirror lobby, it's just very strange to navigate, because if it will come down to a lot of the time what your early game loot situation is looking like, whether or not you're able to push for Yang, etc. So it might steer more towards, you know, resource macro and less about kills a lot of the time in early game, so that you can actually make sure that you're able to survive moving forwards in the game.
Absolutely the case. Well, I am trying to figure out whether or not we may have a delay, or if we're diving into the games here relatively soon. It does kind of feel like we've been panning from team to team. We've seen each one a few times now, and hopefully we are in fact going to be ready for this first match in just a second.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we'll be heading in pretty soon. Usually these sorts of things, if there is a delay, it does get sorted out pretty quickly. But Yeah, we'll have to see how this game plays out in game number 1, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the graphic on the screen, the beautiful background that we have with the skyscrapers. We're ready to go, and obviously, since it is the mirror match, we're not going to be going through any hero select. We all are gonna be playing the new Transformers with Kailing, Zhang, Tianhai, and Zipping Yin on the Padoria Midnight map.
I can feel Hit Brain rolling over. He feels a great disturbance in the force. I was gonna say rolling in his grave, but he certainly is not. He's
not dead.
He's just shuddered by the fact that it is gonna be Tianhai on Tianhai on Tianhai on Tianhai for this game at number 1.
Yeah, no, he doesn't seem to like Tianhai, and I have to say I don't agree, because it's so fun to play this character when everyone's playing this character. It's just monk after monk after monk all around the arena, throwing hands, getting the kablam, the double slam. You know, it is always good fun to watch for me. If you've ever had the chance to play monk end games, you'll know what I'm talking about. But yeah, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, going to be going in to our game number 1, and we're taking a look at those drop points. What do you think of those drop spots from these teams, Nyaka?
Relatively hot. I'm liking this map a little bit more readable, trying to see where everybody's going to be ending up. We got that cluster up north, SS1, OUG, DRG, all there trying to contest some good loot before I imagine a sweep down to the south here. And BBE kind of dropping near YZG can also lead to some action. BBE for a while has played rather avoidantly. That was a criticism I had with them from the previous season, but I do kind of feel as if they've ramped up their aggression a little bit. They're willing to scrap early, and I think that especially given that we're at a point right now where, like I said, the playing field is definitionally even with everybody on that same composition, this could be the chance for BBE to really try to shake things up.
Yeah, with that being said, though, they are from SEA, and originally when the SEA region sort of made their debut on the NBPL stage, they were doing very well initially because of their increased aggression. You know, in SEA they like to get, they like to get aggressive, like to get oogly and start off strong, getting a lot of kills, and it's just very, very hectic. But they were forced to slow down within NBPL because the rest of the lobby, the rest of the teams were just not gonna let them get away with this. Not gonna let them get away with the aggression that they were so accustomed to. But yeah, hopefully they can get aggressive, and we'll see what happens from this point on. But I had a feeling that this might happen, and it looks as though I may have been correct. Every single team looks as though they're taking a very slow start, and they're going to be trying to set up for that mid-game fight, with all of these other teams surrounding them. They need to get the loot so that they can actually hope to fend off all these other monk teams.
I'm going to be interested to see if we get much action at all, given this read being correct, Dunkin' Donuts. Before that first Realm of Yang, I think that Realm of Yang is going to be exceptionally important for a lot of these teams. That'll be the difference maker. That'll be the break point, and the fact that switches up really creates the haves and have-nots for a lot of this game. You talked a little bit before about experiencing the wild fun of the endgame monk compositions. Well, we are going to be getting that. It is guaranteed that it is going to be a monk fight. And so because of that, I think that we're going to see a war of attrition and perhaps an extreme focus to be had on getting those small edges, the best loot, the best buffs, and the resources throughout the mid game to get those buffs, I think are only going to become more and more important.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like in any other game, we would already have seen multiple fights having broken out. But it looks as though we are going to have our very first, and it's BBE getting aggressive. Here we go, Slows jumping in. The Kylan ultimate from the enemy team is going to get popped, trying to peel for himself, potentially looking to set up some eliminations. Slows is going to get knocked up. The monk ult from the enemy team is going to be popped. Roy he trying to disengage, having used his ultimate as well, but he's isolated now from his teammates. Han looking for the grabs, but unfortunately, he's likely not going to get his hands on any of these players.
Wolves here prowling, maybe looking for a third party. I was going to say, BBE initiated that fight well, trying to find a vulnerable member, but now the problem is with another fight coming through, ZK and company can really force the issue here, and unfortunately now, ASC is going to help sandwich BBE away. Slow's in a lot of trouble, going to have to desperation ultimate here, as ZK is going to do the same to bash right back. Slow's trying to keep on high ground, you right on top of him, doing tons of damage early in this one, and this means that Slows just has to try to run for the hills, but with nowhere to go, ZK is going to keep the pressure up. Slows will be dropped here, and now with another grab, BB are getting picked apart.
That is absolutely cooked for BBE. Unfortunately, they may be able to use this third party from ASE that's coming in to their advantage, but it's not looking as though they're going to survive. Unfortunately, Wolves now forced to try and fend off ASE. The bonk coming through. ZK just getting bounced around, trying his best to stay on his feet. Going for the parry, not going to find it. The overhold coming through. And now, wait a minute, BBE are on the run back. They have returned, and they're hoping to clean this fight up. Wolves on the run. ASE trying to consolidate. Who's going to come out on top of this one, Nyako?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. BBE maybe a bit foolhardy trying to go for the re-engage. Slow's almost going to be dropped for a second time. Bell coming out. He is, in fact, going to fall, and now they're down to one member. Roy He trying to cross up the backside. Han back inside of the Tianhai ultimate. Unfortunately, I don't think he's got anywhere to go. Grabbed up, tried to air bobble here. Mist going to jump right on top of Roy He, and once again, BBE are going to find themselves taking a dirt nap. Han on that grab will help finish the job.
They are going to be able to get the kill, but will they be able to secure the Soul Bloom? No, sir, they will not be able to. Han is going to go down. JL coming in, appearing out of thin air with the third party. Going to be able to immediately take down Han, but now they're on the retreat. They're trying to disengage because they see this ultimate getting committed. NHQ is looking to try and set something up. The Monk answer from TXJ is now gonna come through. NHQ coming out of that ultimate. The no ult zone is to get popped as well. TXJ gonna see if he can position himself just on the very edge. Finds one grab, looking for the second, not gonna be able to find it just yet. The slam is gonna come through though, and Yu is gonna likely go down here. The F's gonna save him for a moment, but not for long as he's stuck in between all three of these Titans.
Good job by JL playing the fight brilliantly there. It's sometimes difficult in a situation like this to get value out of a Tianhai, but TXJ proves himself to be a fantastic strategist, able to perfectly space himself to still get value even inside of the null field.
Yeah, he was just at the edge of it, and it was well spaced. You're absolutely right, because when Monk uses his grabs while in ultimate, it actually pushes him forwards ever so slightly with the hand extending forwards. So if he'd like stuck a finger out into that no ult zone, I have a feeling he may have he may have interrupted his own ultimate, but well done indeed by them to find this third party. Now heading over to Bowder. It looks as though they've set themselves up very well for the Yang that is going to be spawning relatively soon, with all three of them on purple armor.
This is another factor to really think about as we look upon this Tianhai-centric game. Monk fights are long. Monk fight take a while to resolve. And so A, there's always going to be the risk of a third party, but B, it is very crucial that if you initiate your fight, you think about the opportunity cost of, hey, if this goes long, can I still make it to Realm of Yang? And I think that right now what we saw right there was an application of aggression at the right time from a lot of these teams. They clearly practiced this kind of mirror match at this point.
Oh, absolutely. You know, they've been playing these matchups for so long now. You know, the 3v3s, just the scrims, all the previous bi-weeklies we've had within Nbpl splits. You know, it's constantly they're constantly practicing this one. So we'll see who comes out on top. Who is the monkiest monk of the monks? We'll have to wait. For now, JL are going to be heading over to this floating pile, trying to see if they can catch it. But unfortunately, a team was already waiting there and picked up the loot before they were able to arrive. Now taking a look at the map, we've got BBE on the rotations down below on the left-hand side. Wolves down at the very bottom, trying to scavenge anything they can find. ASE on a similar path. And we have quite a few teams up north. Bowder, OUG, YZG, all surrounding that area. but I reckon that most, if not all of these teams will likely try their hand at the Realm of Yang if they aren't on a recovery, like Wolves, for example.
Yeah, Tianhai as a stabilizing force in the Realm of Yang means that you really are always incentivized to try to go for this if at all possible. The problem is, of course, that it's very much a do or die style fight where things are going to be so heavily focused upon whether or not you can keep Monk up and whether or not you can bait the other team into monking up first. And if you aren't necessarily super skilled at those kinds of fights, if maybe this mirror match is not something you're aiming to go for, it could mean that you're taking a very, very large risk by going in here. But Realm of Yang has started up. Multiple people were matching the E button to get on in. It looks like 5-2-1 and Bauda are going to be the first one successful in doing so, facing off in this 3v3.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it's actually the opposite. In fact, it's not about baiting the other monk into ulting first. You want to be the first monk who's ulting first. As if you're not the first one, you're on the run. As you can see, Pampy ulting second, NY7 able to take full advantage, going for that tempo play, chasing down the enemy monk, getting those hands in, taking him down to half HP, going in for the jump, getting more damage. NY7 now is going to be chopped at his legs by Ivan. The ultimate is going to be coming out now, and so is the opposing monk. Ivan with that pulse, so going to see if he can try and find something. Bowder is now on the run, though. A bad focus attack has come through. Will he be able to survive? Pampy trying his best as well. Both monks being focused down after they come out of ultimate. The optimal target indeed. Both Kylins trying to peel free for their teammates, but it's not looking like there's going to be too much value. It is going to be a long fight indeed, Nyako, as nothing has really happened just yet.
Yeah, usually it is going to be the monk that delays things, and while we did see mutual kiting from both sides, it doesn't actually look like much damage is coming through following this. Although that being said, multiple people are going to be sent sprawling off of that counter attack. Zem trying to fall back now, looking for an angle here, crosses back up across the column. As we see 5-2-1 try to peel out towards the side. Ivan doesn't have armor, neither does Fat Milk, and Baudo looks like they may have found a foothold here as Zem going to dive in once again on those super powerful flying knives. Fat Milk is being sent all the way across the map on his back, and now in a lot of trouble as Zipping is going to try to get back over to the other side of this column. Will not be able to do so. Zem, though, is slowly getting knocked down a peg. Death by 1,000 cuts, trying to get back into Ross to the other side, but he is finally going to meet Ivan on this Kylin, and 5-2-1 is actually going to come out ahead.
That's insane. I think initially off of the rip when the monk ultimates came down, we saw Bowder's monk lose a lot of tempo because he almost immediately got blown up by a big focus attack coming in from 5-2-1. Very nicely done. Of course, it does come down to a lot of the neutral fight. With these teams being so practiced as they are, it's very difficult to actually find a lot of value when you're going through these ult rotations, as long as you know what the optimal ult rotation is. And then it comes down to neutral afterwards and making it a bit more difficult, just a melee weapon neutral. But we'll have to see with this fight taking place here on the outside. FBX and ASE, Kiki did get grabbed, but no slam's going to be coming through. The peel is coming in. A Porsche when no slam gonna be down. He's going to survive for the moment, but Kiki, the fan, is gonna chip him down. The healing is coming through from that ultimate, but it's not gonna be enough, and ASE is gonna be able to take one of these players down, getting another elimination, going up to 7, and I reckon it's just a formality at this point now, as this team is probably gonna be cleaning it up, but the third party is to be considered as YZG has made their way to the sea.
Yeah, Han's in a lot of trouble here. Unfortunately, doesn't have Bell up, doesn't have any ult charge. The YCG are going to clean house. Solid team play on this, trying to get the mutual focus. That's going to mean that Tianhai has no green room whatsoever. YZG able to pivot right back, looking for the second angle onto this fight now. OUG at the backside. ZXL trying to counter here. Will have to go into their own ultimate to match up against Shinyu, who already was approaching as the Golem. ZXL hopping back towards the Quicksilver River. Will be able to grab up versus Baby. The question is how much more can they get after that, especially with Zinyu breathing down their neck. They're on incredibly low health. Zipping trying to keep ZXL top popped up. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. They're going to descend out of their monk form, immediately having to bail up. TXL sent, crumpled by the flying knives, even as their opponent descends out of their own town high ult. Zinyu trying to hold on here, crossing up inside a river, gets back out, catches Zen off a spear, and now OUG have the low ground, but they're taking everybody out.
This is looking good for OUG. Zen is trying his best to kite away, does manage to get a scale rush off, but I doubt he's going to be going very far. Oh, no, actually, we're going to be giving it up. Well, the third party, that's why we weren't able to see it coming on through as the camera was panned away, but FPX has arrived to ruin OUG's chances of fully cleansing and getting all of these eliminations. I believe that one of these players is likely going to be the sacrificial lamb, so to speak. SXJ is going to be going down, and now Jinyu, valiant effort coming in. We're going down together, boys. And there he does. He goes down. On purpose, he just disappeared on the screen. The Kylan ult slicing and dicing his way through the competition. FPX with a very nicely timed third party.
Very good stuff by FPX. I thought they were already in that fight to begin with. Maybe they were back out of it. Don't really know what happened on the far side of that, but regardless, they're the ones profiting. As now we are going to take a look at the fight versus WBG. First grab starting things off slow, trying to make the most of the situation. Going to have to get back into the fight with no armor. Could be a risky play here, but Eden E needs some help. Middle of the fight, at health. Slows, unfortunately, has to burn Bell. Good movement in the air there to try to disengage. Unfortunately, that might be too little too late, as WBG will get knocked out here. Slows actually able to restabilize, and now Bauda may have bit off a bit more than they could chew. Double slash right back. BBE has to be careful to not drag this fight out for too long, or another potential third or fourth party to come through. But right now, with Zem on the run, it looks like they're going to be coming out on top of this fight, moving up to 15th place off of this one. 40 limps to their name. How much more can they get?
That was the full gamble right there. The full gamble. I can respect it. Zem not having a Soul Bloom, having had Yang depletion. He jumped in, try his hand at getting that Soul Bloom from one of those dead bodies, but unfortunately was not able to do so. If he had, he would have immediately gotten his ult back and potentially been able to kite away, but unfortunately it was not to be, and now we're jumping into the realm of Yang once again. TXJ and Han both monking up. TXJ trying to find the opening on the opposing monk, not able to do so, looking for the grab, does get slammed, is gonna be able to find the right click, but will he be able to peel this grab? No, he will not. The heal comes through for Han. The grab attempt, he's not gonna find it. The Kylan on JL is gonna get taken down pretty low. Wanfeng does have that ultimate ready to go though. He is gonna be able to keep him topped up. Mist now popping off with the Kylan ultimate himself with that golden weapon as well. It's gonna be doing a lot of damage if he's able to facilitate some of these focus attacks from his teammates. It will be massive for him, but he's lost a teammate and it's not looking good.
Yeah, Mist trying to slice and dice his way through the fight, parting the JLC. Junk's actually going to be thrown up against the sidewall here. Mist doing a good job navigating outside the back end of this fight. He's going to have multiple people chasing him down. Unfortunately, I do think this is down to the end of the road for ASC here inside the second realm of Yang, as they will swarm him like sharks. And there's the pickup for JL.
Very nicely done by Jay. It was looking dire for a moment there. TXJ wasn't really able to find all that much value in his ultimate, and Junks was taken down very low and was, you know, wasn't a good spot. But again, you know, Kylan Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, we've got that immunity. He's not going down just yet. And with Wanfeng coming in with those heals, he's able to survive, and they come away victorious, claiming themselves that Mystic Might buff, as well as another 3 eliminations on top of the 9 they already had, taking them up to 12 in total.
And this is the thing about the current state of Monk and Monk compositions. I can't believe it. I thought we were watching a replay. I forgot that that was already second realm of Yang. We just had first realm of Yang, fight, second realm of Yang, and now we are already moving swiftly towards an end game. 13 minutes currently left on the clock right now. And I think that we have finally divided ourselves into, as I said before, the haves and the have-nots in regards to these teams and where they are looking to stand. SS1, one of these teams with Realm Yang Depletion, ASE. Also, we're going to see whether or not they're going to shift the needle before we move to that truly decisive end game. But when you look at where those X's are on screen, we don't have too many fully eliminated teams just yet. We're going to have a huge mob of people here to take us to the bitter end.
Oh, it's definitely quite a few people left alive, as we do have... We have 21 players alive with 6 in soul form, and now it's gone up to 27 as all 6 of those players have now resurrected themselves. We see this big fight breaking out with Wolves, BBE, DRG, all piling in to this fight, and Slows is having a fun and interactive gaming session right there, ladies and gentlemen. The Moonshot Storm, the Kylan, everything, all... It's just cooked. Unfortunately, no ultimate, no play the game, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. BBE are still going to try and fend off the aggressors, but NNE is looking pretty cooked there. 1 HP. Scale rushes away for the moment. Cavalry Bloom from the teammate going to be able to come in and peel for the moment, but it's not going to be enough to keep all of them away. But he's doing a good job of focusing down ZK, forcing ZK's teammates to come and help him out. But there we go. We got the ult. We got the Soul Bloom. Are we going to be popping it now, or are we going to kite away? I reckon kite away. That's a lot of people, right? That's a lot of people over there.
Yeah, right now, name of the game is, hey, you took a few rough trades, make as much space as possible, and pray that nobody wants to be the one to push that Jenga tower all the way over and cause a massive cascading fight. That being said, right now, we do have a more isolated skirmish up here on the Highlands. FPX trying to do what they can to knock down these remaining members of ASE. Han with some solid defensive play here, trying to delay the inevitable, but Water still has ultimate available. Han going to try to match it. Missed, just trying to hop, skip, and jump across this. Stop the pressure that FPX is putting on them prior to these 2 Monk ults. As we also see Xiaowin on the far side of this fight, just trying to play artillery on zipping. Seeing zipping positions during these fights is something to keep an eye out for, as this is a character who really does not want to be in the heat of things. Unfortunately, people aren't always too lucky right there, as FPX is going to get grabbed up and clapped, and now ZGE is all alone with the misses following after them.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate one for him with the Kylan ultimate with the last dash is going to come on through. ZGE now trying to fend them off, but it's not going to happen, unfortunately. Big Dog, it is looking pretty... it's not looking good for him, unfortunate indeed. But ASE, on the other hand, very fortunate for them, as they were afflicted by Yang Depletion, now able to fully cleanse this debuff and go up to get another 3 eliminations on the board. Very solid play coming out from them here. But now going over to a quick replay from the realm of Yang between 521 and SS1.
521 pleasantly surprised us there in first Realm of Yang. Can they get a second one as well? As we do have that little Monk fight here. Pampy going to drop out of the Monk ultimate second. And now we see deeper into the fight the fact that they are relatively healthy off of those Monk trades, as people were mostly just trying to kite away here inside Realm of Yang. And that means that with the full health bar, he's trying to make his way in. SS1, good job spreading the love. Pampy actually going to lose a significant chunk of their armor, trying to find an engage versus 2. But now Yuan has been sent scattered, and unfortunately just doesn't have the health to play with. So Pampy trying to find the killing blow, will try to chase them down. Bell drop Liu Yang from that is unable to protect their comrade, as now they are going to be in a lot of trouble. No health. Pampy picks up the kill, and Juan will soon to drop as well. 5-2-1 walk away with the win in Realm of Yang.
Beautifully done by 521. That was it. There was a blunder there, though. That's what's crazy about it, is that we see the Monk, we see Pampy just kind of full tunnel vision on the zipping, trying to create the opening and trying to take him down. But in the process, he loses his teammate. He loses his own teammate and ends up, going a man down when they were on the front foot. But thankfully, with some very nicely spaced and nicely timed focus attacks there by with the dagger, with that assassin's lunge threat, the nether step, allowing him to have just that advantage in stamina. You know, very, very nicely done. Able to create those mind game situations. When he gets the monk in the air, forces him to pop the bell, sends the assassin's lunge to the zipping who was below instead, taking him down. Very, very nicely done indeed by 521. And this is what I'm talking about. They've certainly leveled up over the past year, and it's great to see one of these teams performing so well.
Another team performing well is right there with them with JL. I thought that maybe with the positioning that we were actually going to be seeing a potential early fight between two of the strongest teams in the lobby right now. But 521 JL, they understand it's an armistice here until the very end with Final Circle. They will just cross paths with one another and to continue this race back towards the center stage. ASC clustered around, trying to find some goodies across the map as they too prepare for what's going to be a final confrontation. 7 minutes left on this one. A lot of teams left in the lobby.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it comes down to a lot of the a lot of the time, just there's no reason for them to fight, you know, because especially considering when every single team is playing the same composition, there's no reason for them to fight each other when both of them have the buffs. You know, we see JL and 521 with the White Tiger's prowess, and JL with the Yang Spirit Well buff, giving them lifesteal or siphon, whatever you'd like to call it. There's no reason to do that because you're essentially negating your own advantage of having a buff by fighting somebody else with a buff. It just doesn't make any sense. So, yep, they're definitely not going to be fighting each other and potentially moving around the map trying to find weaker teams who don't have buff or who potentially have Yang depletion and go for them as a group and look to lobby them and try and get as many resources and eliminations as possible. Right here we see the somewhat of a signaling trying to like insinuate, hey guys, we're not gonna fight because these other guys, they've got buff. You know, there's no reason for us to fight each other. We see SS1 over there with blue armors. They're very happy to just tag along with wolves right now. It makes no sense for these teams to fight each other in the same way that the buff teams don't want to fight each other. Why would two teams that don't have buff fight each other when there's two teams with buff running around who are going to look to try and third party? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, this has always kind of been a dynamic within the realm of NBPL. Unlike your games in a typical online lobby, everybody here knows how to stay their hand. They don't want to cause a massive cluster super early in this one. But at the same time here, I think that Tianhai is really going to accentuate this factor. It's going to be a matter of spacing. It's going to be a matter of who is ulting and when. That'll determine if we will see a fight prior to final confrontation. With 5 minutes left and attempted fights over Spirit Wells, Wolves are currently going to be able to stand on top of it and pick this up. Tianhai able to sustain through much of that ultimate. And we're going to see what they're going to come out with now that they, in fact, will be able to pick this up for the next 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, getting their hands on this buff is going to be very, very good for them indeed. Being Mystic Might, you know, it's not necessarily the best combat buff. It does give you some damage reduction. However, simply having the information to just being able to tell where all the players in the vicinity are, knowing that you're not going to get crept up on because you'll be able to tell unless you're, you know, just you got your monitor off. You need to be able to tell where everybody is so that you can position yourself accordingly and not get caught in a bad spot. And now, as you can see, the monk ults on the high ground and it's just like what is this? Everybody just drops down into this room. Like, oh hell no, I'm out of here. It's no thank you. One monk does try their hand, but SS1 is only really doing this because they have Yang depletion, unfortunately, and they will be shredded by the lobby. It seems ZK very happy to pick up that slam and get that extra elimination and solve it.
Yeah, if you are SS1 in the situation, you just want to make as much noise as possible on the way out and perhaps cause somebody to accidentally overstep, get punished, and maybe cause a reverse third-party scenario where you as the initiator are able to kind of take the backseat during a fight and just hoover up kills. But no, that won't happen here. Really good self-control by all of these teams, realizing that the prize ends at the end of these 3 minutes. There's a long road ahead of them still, as everybody is going to continue to just jockey for a position in this ever-shrinking circle, excuse me.
I just saw you poison his teammate. Ah! What the heck? Why are you? Why are you poisoning me, bro? I'm sorry, I just didn't get rid of it. And you can see that they're constantly destroying the jellyfish the moment that they respawn every single time, just to eliminate that potential grief factor. ZK does receive a few love taps from JL. Hey, get out of here! This is my spot. This is my spot. JL trying their hand at controlling this little spot right here. They have 2 players below them. It's kind of anyone's game at this point because buff has now expired completely. It will likely come down to who's gonna be ulting last, who's gonna be ulting first, and whether or not they can get value. If you ult first in this scenario as Monk, every single other Monk is gonna be popping their ultimate as well. And if you end up being the first Monk that comes out of ult, you are going to get fiended. But if you're able to actually secure multiple kills, multiple grabs, you could very well end up with a bunch of soul blooms and have your ult up immediately afterwards. Look right here, they're all waiting. Can you see this? They see, look, Kakaishi and Han, they're just standing there waiting, seeing another Monk grab, get the slam, and then they try and get the re-grab.
Well, welcome to the series, the first Monk ult that are going to be seeing in these last fights. Now the question is, who's going to be able to get charged for the second session? As with 1.5 minutes left, we still got some of the circle to contend with here. 5-2-1, trying to do the best they can. Just playing with superior material to a lot of other players. I've been trying to scale back into the far side. We see OUG kind of now slammed up against a shadow. Ivan wants to try to venture up there to make a play happen. Unfortunately, will drop down on the low ground after taking a bit of poke damage. JL, meanwhile, all the way down on the very extremity of the south side of this map, trying to look for a new angle in. ASC could be a target, missed incredibly low on the backside of this one. Xiaowen, their only hope in a lot of ways is now Ivan feels pressure, needs to take the ultimate here, down to basically no armor left, yet to be able to hit 3 members of ASC, who I think has become the target of multiple teams now. Ivan trying to retreat back, trying to get to the welcoming arms of their team, down to half health, having to use that Kylan ult. Oh! Flashback through, knocks 3 people down to the deep low ground, but now JL is trying to make a mark of their own, trying to contend with the Kylan all the way across this ever-shrinking circle. And now we see the second Tianai ultimate come through from ASE. Han trying to take center stage, and now we got a sustained fight. Unfortunately, ASE cannot win this one, as CK from Wolf attempts to stand tall. The drain front is down on all sides. This is down to just a few members left. DRG take it. No, it's Wolves.
Wolves were the last men standing, ladies and gentlemen. But are they going to be coming away with the MVP is the question. Because it doesn't just come down to placement, although the multiplier is certainly juicy. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. JL coming in strong for game number 1 of the day. The mirror match. The monkiest monks of the monks. The Kylian, that's hard to say. The most Kylian of Kylans. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. JL are going to be taking game number 1, but it was certainly close. There were quite a few teams with a lot of eliminations, so it's definitely not, it's not over for any of the other teams. They're definitely up there. They've managed to contend, put up some decent points, but we'll have to wait and see until we get a look at that total scoreboard with the total standings. Who is going to be in second, do you think?
I'm not exactly sure. I imagine the 5-2-1 probably was still in a relatively comfortable position, but I think to see how many eliminations they were picking up during that absolutely crazy fight that we got to close this out. So many people persisting late into that circle and then beyond when the shadow consumed the whole map. Those people who were able to get the Town High ultimate back up theoretically were able to outlast one another. But the question is, who actually got the kills? I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, no, it's an absolute mess of an endgame there. It's just a mosh pit. That Kylan, though? Kylan sending that many people into the zone? Absolutely massive. One of the best comps on Perdoria is in fact the Kylan composition. So back when he originally released, he was definitely very, very strong. So he was being picked on all the maps. But to be picked on Perdoria was all that, was just that little bit better, because more often than not, Perdoria is the map that has the most sort of topsy-turvy end games with the most sort of goofy terrain, the cliff sides, all that sort of stuff. You end up in those terrain situations a lot more in Perdoria, and therefore with Kylin, as we saw perfectly showcased, thank you very much for doing that right there, send 5 people just hurling into the zone. You know, that's just, it's just a dream come true for a Kylin player right there.
Yeah, definitely. Creating the scramble situations, just buying a little bit more breathing room, all really valuable in that final circle. But here we go. We got a question for you. Which hero did not appear in game number 1? Answer this question with A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. And those who are able to get it right, and as well as get picked in the drawing, will be whispered, and a special gift will be had. Kylin saying Tianhai, Sire, or Zipping In are your choices here.
I wonder which answer is correct, ladies and gentlemen. I think you probably know, those of you sat at home. But yeah, make sure to get your answer in the chat, and don't go anywhere, as you will be atted and whispered, so you don't miss out if you are the lucky winner. But back to what we were talking about before, you know, what a mess. What an absolute mess of an endgame right there. It was good to see, though. It was nice to see. Kylin, the addition of Kylin to these sort of like full monk endgames does change the dynamic a bit from what it used to be. Back in my day, we had Yushan, Karumi, and Tianhai running around together as the original Transformer composition, with you know, Yushan taking the place of Kylin. And with Yushan, you know, you didn't really have the same kind of like knockback potential. Yeah, you could potentially knock somebody back with a big right click coming on through, but it's not the same, really, is it? It's definitely creates a lot of different situations where you're at threat of getting sent 100 meters away from the safe zone. So it's cool to see how everything is evolved with the Transformer compositions, because we up until recently, up until the previous Trios Day, we never really saw full monk end games. You know, it didn't really happen.
Yeah, and I don't know necessarily how I'm feeling coming out of that one. I'll be honest here, Dunkin' Donuts. I was definitely, you know, one of those players and commentators a little bit more on the borderline in regards to my thoughts on Tianhai and what he does to a meta. And I do think that there is value in the monk compositions, but I don't know about seeing the full mirror of him. You know, that was too chaotic of an endgame, even for my bloodthirsty play-by-play brain. But here we go, coming out of it. Here's the scoreboard for that game number 1 and for the chaos of that mirror match. It's actually JL, ASC, and then Wolves in 3rd place there.
Yeah, no, the number of kills they were able to put up on the board just surpassed anything else. Unfortunately for Wolves, they weren't able to secure that 1st place finish and get the MVP. But hey, it is what it is. TXJ, one thing, and Junks able to pop off all. Oh no, wait, for a second there, I thought that was also damage, but no, that's 24,000 healing with 5 eliminations, but both of the others with upwards of 20,000 damage themselves. And here we are with some highlights off the back of our game number 1, MVP by JL, brought to us by China Unicorn. And we can hear the cons coming through from JL. This was that early game situation where they were able to third party at the right time and position that Monko just so it was on the outside of that no out zone. Very nicely done.
Moving into the Yang fight as well. You can see kind of the dynamic on the team there in terms of the shot callers. TXJ center screen, definitely one of those players really kind of controlling the ebb and flow of the fight. He's been in this business for a while and has definitely been bringing it to glory time and time again. Proving here in this game and early dub on the day.
TXJ is the GOAT after all. He is the well-established GOAT of the scene, and he's been leading them to victory ever since he joined the team. ever since this team was formed at the beginning of the season. It's nice to see that he's very versatile. I mean, he can play with pretty much anybody and just absolutely destroy. We see the little monk action right here. We see the grab coming through on the Junks out of nowhere. But no, was it Junks who knocked him over? I'm not sure if it was. No, I don't think it was. No,
it wasn't. I don't think that Gale actually did a whole lot right before the circle fully closed. They were playing relatively conservatively, if I remember, but that was because they picked up so many kills early, and that's what leads to their win, and that's what leads to this MVP here for the Kylan, represented by Junks. Good on him. Love to see the Assassins get the spotlight, and you can see why. That is a heck of a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage indeed. We have 6 kills, 7 assists, 10,000 damage coming out from the pole sword, and almost 9,000 from the skills and ultimate. So didn't do the most damage with his ultimate, obviously, but he did a lot with that pole sword, as we saw right there when the monk gets the grab, just be able to slam the R&B focus, the vertical blue focus, one charge down onto him in the hands as it just barely catches the hitbox, able to do a lot of damage there. And interestingly, I have to say, no health jades for Junks, because for those of you who may or may not know, Kylan with V2 consumes his health to get more dashes, right? But it actually functions in the way that if you have health jades, you're going to get more dashes because it's a bigger health pool, right? So you're able to actually get a lot more value from your ultimate if you have more health, which is surprising that he didn't go for any health here, and instead went for the 3-3 on attack and damage reduction instead. But hey, I'm sure they probably know something that we don't know, because they are JL after all, aren't they?
Yeah, trendsetters. You said it before, and it's clear it's the case here and now. Even when you can't necessarily innovate on the comp front, and instead you got a comp thrust upon you, we still see JL able to come out on top with a very impressive showing for game number 1, and they're getting the ball rolling with a really good bit of momentum going into the remaining 5 games on the day. Dunkin' Donuts coming out of that first game, reflecting on what you saw, what are some teams to watch out for?
Well, I mean, it's feel like it's clear to say that it's JL is obviously one team to watch out for. Absolutely, you know, it's hard to really say. I think 5-1, the underdog, they've been popping off. They've been doing very well. Unfortunately, that game wasn't the big win they were hoping for. But they're certainly a team to look out for. You know, we've got OUG, we've got all sorts of different teams. To be honest with you, this is like, for a while now, Nbpl has gotten to a point where it doesn't feel top heavy. You know, there aren't, 1 or 2 teams that just fully dominating. However, then again, in early on in the year, we saw TXJ take 3 bi-weeklies in a row. So but still, the competition is fierce amongst all of these teams. So to be honest with you, I think JL, 5-1, OUG, Wolves, certainly. They came in and survived at the very end, able to get that first place finish, and they came in 3rd overall, but still it was very, very close in that top 3.
Yeah, here we go, looking once again upon JL's run through game number 1, showing where the strengths come through, able to pick up a win inside that Realm of Yang. Now, what I am looking for here out of the second game, of course, is going to be consistency across multiple different compositions, because while it may kind of feel odd, like, hey, game number 1, we just got to see everybody lock in the same character. What exactly is the point of going for these mirror matches in these first few lobbies? What matters is the fact that we're getting a diversity of comps, not necessarily within the same game, but from game to game. So if JL can keep on top of their thing and go to a different set of 3 characters in doing so, I think that that's really what is going to be kind of the make or break here in this iteration of Nbpl, especially for trios.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. We saw OA doing absurdly well on the previous day. So if JL is, of course, able to keep up the momentum and succeed in the second game as well and create a significant lead, it's going to be very, very good for them. Absolutely. But who knows, really? Because moving from comp to comp, yeah, they're obviously still very proficient. You know, we're talking about JL. They're still going to the dynamic of the lobby is going to change because obviously certain teams prefer certain compositions. You know, they prefer certain compositions on certain maps as well. They have certain like strategies set out for a specific comp with a specific map that gives them, you know, their best chance of winning. They're fulfilling their objectives for that game. So it's hard to say. Some teams prefer Sand Siphon, and again, you know, I have to point out that usually when it comes to Sand Siphon, you know, with the Takeda composition, you're constantly at a threat of Viper teams, you know, slowing you down. You know, Viper teams, they don't like to just slow down Monk. They like to slow down the Sand Siphon as well because it's kind of their whole stick. You know, that's their objective. And so without that as a factor within the lobby, I think we'll probably see the same thing that we saw last game happen early on, and then we'll likely see it pick up a little bit just before Realm of Yang, you know, a minute or so before, so that they can still potentially go into Yang. Because again, another scaling composition that wants to go into Yang. You know, being able to succeed in Yang is going to be the make or break. Otherwise, you're not set up for endgame.
All right, here we go. Setting up, speaking of which, for game number 2, here we go. The winners of game number 1, JL, ready to retake their spot on top and keep the streak going. Wolves, a team I think hungry for a full-on win. It definitely got incredibly close there in that last game. The last men standing on the map, actually, just unfortunately unable to rack up as much of a score as JL. They came in 3rd overall, but still definitely not a bad place to be as they set up for this run today.
Oh, absolutely not. You know, having a decent, having a good game like that, you know, it's not the MVP, but it's still a very, very good start. And when it comes to mentality and, you know, keeping your entire team, you know, from tilting off the planet, you know, it's ideal. Starting off strong, that's what you want. You don't want to be tilting early, as it can be very difficult to come back. But then again, you know, the veterans of the league, they've experienced this. You know, they're strong mentally, and they're able to come back from early losses within the series. So it just comes down to that, really. Are you strong enough? Are you experienced enough to know that it's not just over now? If we finished bottom in the first game, it's not over. We've got plenty more games. We've got plenty more NARAKA left to be played, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so early on in the day, you know, we make speculations, we make calls, but really what matters is proving it all here on the map. Game number 2 about to get underway here in the Trios division, and this is what we get to look forward to here. It's going to be a Takeda composition with the Syra and Temult. What's interesting about this one in comparison to what I think is a very heavily stratified comp in the form of Tianhai there last time around is that really any of these characters could be the carry at the end of the day. Temult, of course, able to create immense area of effect denial off the Sandstorm, and everybody having control of that is going to be something to watch out for. But Takeda and Syra both can rule the roost. I think that most of the time what we're going to be seeing is Syra providing aerial support for Takeda popping off with his demon. But you know, Syra has been a central player for a reason, and that's if we do get a lot of teams just like in game number 1, bring it to the very end, she may be your ticket to have having the last person stand.
I mean, that's absolutely true. But I think the main separating factor is going to be the Takeda play. The Tumulk is obviously huge power within the composition. You know, if you're able to consistently land those wisps, create opportunities, and deny the enemy team from being able to really do all that much about it, you know, you're going to set yourselves up for success. But Takeda, now, for the longest time, you know, recently, he's kind of been, you know, he's not been the carry. He's been the utility. He's been the sort of tank, the front line. You know, he facilitates a lot of damage, but he's usually not the one following up, unfortunately. And he uses his ultimate to peel. And now that's because the meta has shifted, and it's become like lots of Vipers, we had ice cream comp, we've got kebab comp now, we've got all sorts of different things. And with no monks in the lobby, you know, you're able to sort of assume the role that Takeda once had, because back in the day when this composition originally came through, he was the powerhouse. You know, you wanted to get your Takeda online to just absolutely mow down the competition, but he started taking a back seat. But now, with no threats from any other different compositions within the lobby, you're able to go back to that powerhouse state and look to just absolutely just the lawnmower, you know, with the cavalry bloom, just on the lawnmower, running around the end game. That's what you want to be as the Takeda. So we'll see which Takeda is going to be able to come online earliest, and whether or not they're going to be able to stay online for the rest of the game.
Yeah, definitely interested to see what's going to happen here, as we do get a lot of clustering there. Top right corner, YCG, OUG, and others all ready to just kind of jump at one another. Not a whole lot actually going to be centered around the center of Holleroth this time around, which I'm kind of surprised by. Nobody wanted to rush down the puzzle or anything like that. FPX going to be the closest, but we're going to be seeing, I think, because of this, a lot of sweeping fights, traversal over terrain, and that's where the mark is going to be made. But we do have action early, in stark contrast to game number one. AZ trying to put foot on the gas. Go, go, go. OUG diving on in there, and Han is already in trouble.
Yep, Han's already been taken down, and it's looking as though OUG is going to be coming out on top in the hot drop. Now, I was thinking, you know, it could be similar to the Monk game that we had before, you know, very slow and steady early on. But it looks as though that may not be the case at all here. Baby you, oh my goodness, a beautiful parry there coming through, able to shut down both of those focus attacks. Not going to be able to get all that much follow-up, however, but another parry coming in. The ultimate is going to come online. He's going to be able to get one more focus attack, but the cooldown is a little bit too long. He's going to be able to get another one. He does! Unfortunate. Not able to fend off the aggression from YZG and not able to survive even with all of those parries.
Fat Mill trading up against Slows, and Slows unfortunately is going to get the raw end of that deal. 5-2-1 with more aggression, showing their stuff. This is definitely a team to watch for a reason, as they're going to try to continue to get chased over this fence. Roy He, last one left alive for BB alongside Enemy, looking to just try to schlep away from this one. I don't know if they're going to be given the opportunity to do so here, as how they are waiting straight into the rest of these games. 5-2-1 continues with the pressure, but Wolves are waiting on the periphery to find anybody open and ready to fight. Fat Milk is going to ult up on the side right here to keep this fight going. Roy He sent up to the cliffside and will die there as Wolves continue to wait for the game.
And now they're going to be pulling the trigger on this fight, trying to focus down the enemy Syra here. The stun that might come... Oh, yeah, no, yeah, it's coming through. It is going to be locking him down. And it's interesting to see that well, so far, we have fully transitioned over from V1 to V2 Syra Ultimate. Now, this is something that I thought originally when Syra first came out that could be very, very strong, because it is essentially just a flying Viper ult that heals your teammates and has beams, and it's very, very good. However, before, V1 was just simply, you know, it just gave that little bit extra. It gave that a little bit more versatility. It lasted longer. You have the shield. You had those orbs that you could just constantly throw out, applying healing to your teammates, as well as staggering the opponents. So it was a little bit more valuable. But now that the V1 has been nerfed, has had its power reduced, it looks as though none of these teams are really opting to go for it anymore, as this V2 is just going to be... It's just going to be that much better now. Now, having that stun, it's like having a Viper support. It's just extremely strong. And in those end games, it's going to change the dynamic a bit more now, because Syra is not going to have shield. She's going to be more so looking to set things up with the stun, potentially. We might see a Syra drop down. Is that going to be the new thing, chat? We're going to see Syra drop downs from trees, maybe? I don't know. Maybe not. They are pretty easy to see from far away, bright golden light, but who knows? Who knows moving forward? SS1, speaking of moving, they are on the move, and FPX are hot on their heels, but are they going to be fully aggressing here, or are they going to simply let them go? No, it looks as though they're very happy to fight this one.
Yeah, FPX really wants this. They're going to push the issue right next to the trap as well. We're going to see whether or not that comes into play as the Sandstorm going to come out here. Juan going to ult in response here on the Syra, using laser beam to try to meld as many members of FPX as possible, as Water has already lost so much. Back down to half health, trying to dodge out, looking to cut back around inside of the Sandstorm here. Gets a parry, gets 2 members of SS1, and all of a sudden, Juan is on the back foot along to Yay. Kiki doing a good job keeping the fight split for the time being, and FPX are looking to make a comeback, digging their heels in. Water has to try to back off of this one, look for the re-heal, trying to build up charge as well. Duoye not going to be so lucky, will be knocked out here. Water looking to get right back on in as SS1 is now down a member, and with half of their armor and health remaining, Water is happy to try to give chase here. Hook shot up against Schwan. Schwan trying to do what they can to keep this one in the grasp of SS1, but unfortunately, they just can't do a whole lot on this 10 volts. They will try to play their Sandstorm out for space. Unfortunately, Water has found enough hook shots to keep the chase going for quite a while now, as Juan is going to just get sandwiched here with ZGE on the far side. And I do think that this one is over for SS1. The Water does go worryingly low, and this could be a disaster play. An overextension, Water gets dropped, and now off the longsword, Juan getting a shot at range, and ZGE's down to a sliver.
Oh my goodness, unheard of! Juan is the GOAT, ladies and gentlemen! Oh my goodness, the 1v2 rather, and now we've got the Syra battle, the microwaves popping off. We see it, the stun coming in. What are we doing? Just hit him. Okay. Such a confusion a little bit there, but hey, he gets that single hit, that big damage coming on through. He's going to be able to take Kiki down very, very low. The team is going to be coming in to save the day. Kiki trying to kite it out now. Is he going to be able to survive this? Is he going to be able to make it back to his team? It looks as though he is, as FBX have arrived with all of their loot.
Yeah, I think we're getting right back on a run back. FPX, SS1, both want more. Kiki up onto the cliff side here. Juan getting bobbled, almost pushed up into the nail bed. Doesn't really matter. Juan is dead either way. FPX gonna walk away with the Soul Bloom.
Very nicely done. That 1v2 though, that was spooky. That was spooky to say the least. Unfortunately, it doesn't net them the full win, but they do come back. They do come back into the game and prevent themselves from getting fully eliminated here. Now we're going to take a look at a replay between JL and ASE. The ultimates immediately being popped straight away. Junked, now forced to try and disengage. Does not have ultimate to protect himself, unfortunately, and ASE were the first to use their Syra ultimate and able to fully, just absolutely shred through JL.
JL winners of game number 1, not setting themselves up well there, unfortunately. An overextension and a brilliant punish means that that one is over in a jiffy. Here we go. The sun is setting upon this time for early game fights, as we think we're probably just moving on to first Realm of Yang as a focus for these teams. We're going to see who takes it and who will in fact be able to use those buffs to bring us through the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. We see DRG doing a little bit of shopping before the Realms of Yang. We're going to try and get that little bit extra juice. But the main thing here, right? So the reason why Takeda Comp is such a scaling heavy composition is because Takeda himself, his ultimate scales depending on the weapon rarity of him and his teammates. So what rarity of weapons he and his teammates have as a group, and then that increases his ultimate's power. So at base, he has 3 shubs, 3 Furin blasts, as they're called, and as soon as he gets to purple, as you can see right here on Han, on the purple state, it goes up to 4, and it expands the hitbox. But then once it gets to the legendary state, once it's fully capped out, it remains as 4. However, the hitbox and the stun time of the Furin Blast is greatly extended, making it all the more powerful. Exactly what you want as Takeda.
All right, well, first Roman Yang well underway now. This is going to be an interesting one to watch out for. A lot of mobility from these Cyrus matched up versus this kind of space being made by both of the 10 multis, and Zem is just getting juggled left, right, and center. Unfortunately, this poor Takeda is going to spend all of his time with sand in his eyes. Finally manages to navigate his way out of this one, and interestingly enough, still has some health about him to do so. Now trying to work on the periphery. Unfortunately, OUG is continuing to divide and conquer as Zinyu and company trying to approach these remaining members. Bauda doing what they can to keep alive in this one, though. And as Baby2 has been taken down, Bauda may have turned the tide, as now SXJ is in a lot of trouble. Half health, but now in turn, Zem unfortunately gets caught off on the back end of this fight. Zinyu in trouble, though, right and kind. Bauda somehow holding on.
Very nicely done by Bauda. Their attention was constantly on XEM, just trying his best to stay alive, just with the onslaught of damage and focus attacks going his way. But with that Takeda ultimate active before the stun came through, it does allow him to keep shoving those players back. His teammates giving him the space and the time to get a reset off, getting that one heal, as well as taking down one of the enemy team. Very nicely done indeed by Bauda. Now, with that big win in the realm of Yang, they're going to be even more scaled up and have certainly have a legendary Takeda ult to play around with.
All right. Trying to buy space. Syra ulted on up already for both sides of Zed and E. Managed to get a double laser beam here, but JL able to keep a lot of health about them. I think you're coming out of the tail end of the Syra ults in better shape right now. One Fong is looking for a scale rush off of the column side. Roy He has already lost all of their armor. Will be able to get a solid uppercut trade there, but unfortunately it's not enough. JL continues to find themselves forging ahead here. Fong playing really far back now after they lost that initial trade. And because of their positioning, they're able for the most part to stay unharassed. Roy He wants their way in. Unfortunately, they're going to lose some health for doing so, and One Fung is just going to be able to make it to the far side of this column, get back in, and dance upon Roy He's corpse. There we go, and there's the dub.
Very nice indeed. JL, as we can see right here, they are scaled up with that legendary Takeda ult there. As you can see, it is a golden and bright, just like Syra's light. But you know what's not very bright? Potentially the immediate future of 5T1 here, as Bauda is hot on their heels and they're looking to chase them down. 5T1 having 2 blue armors to their name, with only 1 purple and only purple ultimate state for the Takeda. It's going to be a very hard-fought battle if they hope to stay alive, and I believe that they might actually have done it. Bauda not able to get that Syra ult off in time. The first player to use their Syra ult is typically the one that comes out on top initially once the Syra ultimate does pop, unless the enemy Syra is able to get out of range of the stun. But we see that big stun coming through. Unfortunately, though, it is just not enough to keep them on their feet. Pampy is going to be going down momentarily. The last Takeda shove is likely going to come out here. There it is, waiting for Pampy to use his, and just there, responding immediately, taking back that stride and just immediately eliminating that full team. 5T1 fully eliminated with 4 kills to their name. And not in a bad spot. 4 kills isn't too bad. However, it's not where you want to be.
YZG able to come out on top versus Wolves. Interesting trade to see. YZG definitely at the bottom of the standings right now, have been struggling a little bit, especially in that first game on the day, but trying to knock someone down like Wolves a peg, I think gives me a little bit of faith that they're picking up some momentum right now. That being said, they got a long way to go as we see some of those scores from the top. Of course, some people already competing for now what is going to be the second day is going to change the scales and balance of this a little bit, but YZG have still got a ways to go. Now, as time goes on, circle is closing. You're getting tighter on in, but so far, everybody, for the most part, just buying themselves space and as many resources as possible. As we see that resource gathering, let's go on and look at this replay. DRG versus YZG inside of Realm of Yang. This is how we got to this position here. DRG doing what they can to try to find a knockdown at a vulnerable member of YZG. Been coming out here. And this is XLU doing a good job as DRG keeping space and keeping health about them. Then one going to get caught here, is able to navigate to the far side, unfortunately, down to a sliver. Kakashi, I think, is looking to find the killing blow. Will be able to pick it up here, as now we have XLU without any armor, trying to do what they can to divide and conquer. Unfortunately, here comes the cavalry. YZG right back into the thick of things, but it's DRG coming out on top off of a brilliant counter hit. YZG stands on for a little bit longer, but it's not enough.
No, it is not. DRG now making the rotations, going to be trying to get their hands on this Realm of Yang. Will they be able to make it in? They do indeed. And XLYU, extra large U instead of baby U. Okay, extra large, that's what I'm going to call him. Extra large over there with his teammates on DRG, ready to face off against Bowder. NY7 on the bottom, extra large getting knocked down from the pillar, popping that F. I feel like it was a little bit too late, unfortunately, but XEM, wait a minute, the turnaround. XEM is going to be taking a lot of damage. The Syra healing is going to be coming through, keeping him alive for the moment, but will it be enough? The Syra ultimate was popped on the delay from DRG, and will it pay off? It will indeed, just barely. Usually, as I said before, the Syra who ults first is going to be coming out on top, unless the opposing Syra is able to completely avoid the enemy Syra stun. And there you have it. There it is, showcased for all to see. Extra large U jumping in with that erudition, kablam, bonk, bonk, bonk. And Bowder are going down to DRG.
All right, here we go. JL versus YZG. JL definitely looking for a little bit of redemption, as their main fight we saw on this game number 2 did not go their way, but here and now they have absolutely laid waste to YZG before we can even get our wits about that fight. JL looking quite good coming in the second half of this game.
Oh, absolutely. They're on 6 eliminations, 3 from this Realm of Yang. Very nice to get their hands on a golden staff as well, with a purple crystal to boot. They're going to be able to convert one of their blue or below weapons into purple rarity, but will it be enough to set them up? Now, they do pick up that Mystic Might. And, oh, wait a minute. We're going to get the replay for the start of the fight. Beautiful. Very nice indeed. Junks diving in and trying to find the opening. The Tumult Ultimate to Syra. Oh, my God. My eyes! The sun is in, but oh my goodness, just crazy. Just the light beams everywhere, the circle making it impossible to really tell what is going on, especially with the sandstorm on top of that. Wait, we do see the parry come through, but no follow-up. They're going to be consolidating onto a different player. JL trying to find the opening. THJ finding the parry. Beautifully done. The Gen is going to be able to knock them back, only losing his armor. But now they're going to be swapping on over to a different target. The Tumulk is in their sights. Now right back on over to Zen 1. The target swapping. The beautiful target selection coming through from JL. Just able to constantly throw them off balance. One person goes to peel the other, and then they swap to the isolated target. Very, very nicely done by JL.
Yeah, it seems to me as if JL is going to have to be undone by confounding factors that are maybe outside of team's controls. We need to get them on awkward ground. We need to get them in a position where they're down a member early in the fight. Otherwise, they could just be walking away with the back-to-back dubs. They're looking quite good right now, coming off of that first and now the second game. 6 kills on the map. Of course, ASC at 7 and DRG at 6, alongside a few others, means that this is relatively even as we move to this 12-minute mark.
Oh yeah, no, it's an interesting game that we have on our hands here. We do have some of these teams with the Yang depletion, YZG being one of them. But will they be able to actually find a team that's vulnerable? And speaking of team that's vulnerable, OUG currently with 3 blue armors. in the sights of JL. Will YZG spot this out? Yes, no, maybe? They're close. They're very close by. Looks as though FPX is going to be the first team to follow up on JL's lead. OUG just currently in the hot seat between all of these players, forced to fight back now. We've got the Sandstorm coming through, the Takeda ultimates as well. JL going to be hopping that Syra ultimate. Baby, you could get locked down here, but he does manage to make it out for the moment. His Syra is going to keep him topped up with that field of healing. But with one Furin Blast left, running into these other teams, they've got nowhere to go.
Yeah, another tough fight and awkward positioning here. YZG trying to do what they can to keep elevation here. Bout, unfortunately, just gonna have another siren drop right on their head. And Zeb is in a lot of trouble. He's got to get the sand out of his eyes, gets blasted with the sun as well. His optometrist is not gonna be happy.
No, it's not going to be good. What, have you been staring at the sun, buddy? What are you doing? Zen 1 jumping in with those flying knives, able to knock down XEM. The F1 coming on through as well to grab XEM in a very dire position, but just barely able to make it out alive. Scale rushing up to the skies, but will he survive very much longer? Gen 1 does get slowed down by the enemy Syra. The parry comes through onto NY7. Will he go down? Yes, he will. Oh, XEM does get the soul bloom, but he's in a pretty dire spot. The focus release. Wait a minute. The Great Sword Gaming. Love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. XEM holding strong with the stone form. You aren't getting me, buddy. That ultimate coming in at the last possible moment, able to keep him alive. And now it's a 1v1. XEM in ultimate sends the release. Big damage. Scale Rush does find it. Jiao Yu, no combo breaker. He's trying his best to get out of there. Blue Katana, it's pretty scuffed situation for him, but XEM, I think he's going to let it go. He's going to head on over to the shop and see if he can buy some of his teammates back. Oh, he's already bought them. Actually, he's already bought the rebirth, and he's already resin them.
Yeah, going to need to do so quickly here. 9 minutes left means that, while there's still plenty of time if you have been able to keep your life value and therefore have been building up since minute 1. 9 minutes is not a whole lot to get back up to a fully competitive state to actually try to contest final circle. And you know the way that these teams are playing that it's going to be quite the contest coming our way here. We do have a Spirit Well with not a whole lot in the way of contestation. DRG down health on XLU, so this just means that it is going to be KL maybe getting further up in an advantage here. Syra ults to try to seal the deal coming through here at the very end.
That's a lot of gold right there. That's just all the golden circles right there. ASE also going to be able to get their hands on a Spirit Well, getting their hands on that Mystic Might as well. Going to be very useful in navigating this end game. Han looking very scaled up. We do have another Spirit. Oh no, wait, we see the flag play, the capture the flag. So with the new Spirit Well, for those of you at home who don't know, the new Spirit Well with the Yang Spirit Well. If in a Mortal War, when this pops and the entire lobby, or those players who are within that line, the Spirit Line as it's called, once it pops, a flag appears somewhere on the map. And if you are able to go and get the flag and then go over to a Spirit Well and stand in there for 10 seconds, you will be fully cleansed of Yang depletion, you along with your teammates. So usually it's a bit more contested, but oddly enough, this team did not get contested whatsoever and were able to fully cleanse without any problems. But there's a lot of teams who did not manage that, unfortunately. It looks as though FPX have made some friends. And they're like, hey, we have Yang depletion. I'm surprised, though, to be honest, that there's no big fights breaking out just yet. Because there are going to be teams that are vulnerable, such as SS1 with blue armors over there next to JL. But again, if they start a fight, they get thirded. The buff that they have potentially could just not save them at all.
Well, we've been on an extended spree of just jockeying for position and playing off the extreme terrain afforded to us by our castle here. Nobody wanted to make a move just yet. 6 minutes 45 left on the clock right now. Bowda trying to look up top. 8 kills to the name. FPX at a whopping 10. But feeling the heat of the Yang depletion alongside SS1. That's where I think we're going to see the trigger get pulled. Bauda as well, also having to try to find a way to fight this out. And we're going to see who else wants to wade into the slugfest. JL, I think for the time being, are happy to let everybody else put up their dukes. JL are looking for the long game instead.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And another thing that's really important to note with the Yang Spirit Well buff is that one of the players on that team who gets that buff, if they die, and then the soul bloom from their body is picked up, or a certain soul bloom from one of those players that has the buff attached to it, the team who picks up that that soul bloom will get the buff for their whole team and fully heal them all and give them all of their ults back. So you definitely do not want to be dying with that buff, because you're just gonna be handing it over to another team, and if it's only that one person who's died, then the other two who are still left alive are pretty much cooked, because they have to deal with another set of ultimates. Speaking of cooked, water is boiling. The pasta is ready to go in, ladies and gentlemen, and water is down, unfortunately.
Yeah, SS1, you only got a cleanse off right there. But it's only one, and unfortunately, I think it's coming a little too late, as ASC has found their way on top of the Syra, and that is another team packing. Definitely a whole lot less density than what we saw out of game number 1 here, owing to the difference in composition. And Bauda have found themselves on top of the Spirit Well. JL, not wanting to contest right now, still playing on the periphery.
Oh yeah, no, this team has Yang depletion, so they had to fully commit to this one, and were very happy to just drop their ultimates, as they needed to cleanse the Yang depletion, as well as the fact that if they do get the buff, they're going to be able to get all of their ults back anyway. So definitely it's something to commit for here. Able to fully cleanse, going up to 9 eliminations there as well, off of that one singular wisp from Tumulk, immediately pulling out the machine gun crossbows right here. Oh my god, JL, this is crazy. Tumulk is oogly. You get one wisp, people just disappear.
Yeah, especially with the confines of this fight getting more and more restricted, with the shadow encroaching on all sides. It means that Tumulk is all of a sudden going to be the single most important character to watch out for here. Bauda all the way up on the high ground there with the White Tiger's prowess. JL down below, gonna have DRX upon their position, or DRG, excuse me, upon their position here. ASC along the far side, still trying to sail the ramparts here. Do we have a fight underway? It looks like we might hear JL trying to occupy Archway with TXJ leading that charge. Fong and company on the far side with Junks wrapping around to see if maybe there's any stragglers here. Looks like this is going to be the final battle setting. ASE down below Bauda, DRG off to the side. JL going to meet them there. We got 4 teams left. The question is, in this last 3 minutes, who's going to pull the trigger and start this one off?
Well, it's kind of impossible to say. It looks as though Junks... Ooh, that was close. That was very, very close. Junks almost getting 100-0 there by that wisp coming through with the crossbow. If all of them had been immediately able to pull the trigger on that one, and all of them turn and beam him down, he was down for the count for sure. But unfortunately for the other teams, they weren't able to get on top of that as quickly as they could have. And JL lives to fight another day, or another few minutes, as we don't have very much time left on the clock right here. JL constantly trying to occupy space with this Palm Lightning, deterring the entry from any other team. We have a multi-layered endgame right here, and it's going to be closing in on... I'm not exactly sure exactly where it's going to be closing in. I think it might be the center of this big archway building. So there's going to be a safe spot underneath, but I believe that you probably want to be up top so that you can actually look to get some of these eliminations as they come through.
Yeah, things are so stratified here. JL, I think, read earlier on that this is where Shadow's going to close in upon this archway, which could really create an odd funnel fight here, as DRG are still playing off to the side. They're going to be forced to move here relatively soon, as one more phase of the Shadow, and they are going to be engulfed by it unless they're able to find a way either up top, or they're going to have to try to fight provide JL for control over that courtyard and archway. Bowda continuing to just zone the very, very top of the map. I think that they have prime position. The question is, can they carry that to the end, or can JL actually be the ones to find the war of attrition going in their favor?
Bowda does have Moonshard Storm right here, which is absolutely enormous for them. If they're able to, as long as he doesn't lose those flying knives, he is gonna be shredding through these players. We do see, I'm not sure if that's Rupture Gale Flame Breath for One Feng. Most likely, I'd imagine, considering that he's running a white cannon. But we'll have to see. I haven't seen the status effect come through onto anybody yet. I'm not sure if he's actually managed to hit anybody yet with this cannon, as the constant hitboxes of these focus attacks coming on through. But no, in fact, it's not going to be right in the middle. It's going to come down from this building, and all of these players are going to be forced to drop down into the clutches of the players sitting on the low ground. JL and DRG ready and waiting at the bottom. The blender is about to start spinning, and here we go. Erudition coming on through. The Syra ultimates have been popped. Are they going to be able to stand tall? The grab comes through from the F1. Extra large U with the ultimate is going to be popping it, but everyone's stunned. Oh my goodness. What on earth is happening, ladies and gentlemen? How do you navigate this? This is insanity.
Yeah, and there's the drain. Bowda's gone. ASE trying to stay alive. There we go. Final blow to be had. And here we are coming out the other side. ASE were the last one standing, and they are able to pick up the win as a whole.
What will they be able to? ASE? I mean, usually I don't. It is indeed. You're absolutely right. There's been times where I've said a team's gonna win and get MVP, and then it wasn't then. I just feel silly. Occasionally happens. Somebody creeps in and snipes it away. But no, ASE are gonna be able to secure that victory for game number 2. But again, I reckon there's probably going to be a pretty close scoreline, as there were quite a few teams there at the very end, and not as many as the previous game, but still a decent number, and a lot of those teams had quite a few eliminations. So I reckon it will probably be something similar to the previous game's scoreboard, and that there are a few teams at the very top who are very, very close to each other in terms of points.
Yeah, I agree with that. We got a long way to go, and we got a lot of interesting marks being made so early on in our series of 6 games today. But congratulations to ASE for taking it down here in game number 2.
Absolutely. Big game from them, able to secure the MVP. But I'm not gonna lie, how is it better to Syra ult first, or is it better to ult last in that situation? Takeda needs to ult first. Takeda needs to be in ult, for sure. That's for certain. Because if you get Syra stunned, or if your teammates get Syra stunned, you need to be able to peel. And if you've not popped your ult, you're just screwed.
Yeah, this is actually something I've been wanting to talk about with you, Dunkin' Donuts, because I think that one of the things that we may disagree on is when you want to pull the trigger on ults. I'm always kind of the mind that in the game theory sense, you want to be the one ulting second, as long as the person who ulted before you didn't get too much value for the enemy team. But we can talk about that in a little bit. Right before that, we do have an answer for treasures. Here we go. Only 3 options this time, A, B, and C. Which hero will be MVP of game number 2? They're asking for you to predict, friends, Tebelch, Takeda, or Syra. But yeah, make sure that you guys drop your answer in the Twitch chat. If you are correct and you are picked, you will be whispered, and you will be getting a special gift for it.
What's your prediction?
Ooh, I don't actually know. I think this kind of ties into this conversation regarding ult value, but in my eyes, I think that a Tebelch should be the one taking it home here. The mass stun that we got in that final fight, where everybody just had sand in their eyes and they were just pawned for vision, I think demonstrates the impact that that character has. But when it comes to the damage, when it comes to who's coming out on top, I don't know. I do think that Takeda probably is the one shredding through these teams more than any other character.
You know, I'm gonna go for the third option, and I'm gonna go for Syra, because I think that Syra is she kind of fought, because before when I was talking about how Takeda's going to be coming online a lot in this lobby because there's no other different compositions. Takeda's, the problem with that though is that because it's Takeda mirror match as well, you're kind of just sort of stuck in a weird fight between the enemy Takeda as to when you use your shove, and it's very peculiar, but we can talk more about that later on. But now let's take a look at the total scoreboard off the back of game number 2. There we have it. It is pretty close. In fact, it's very close between 2nd and 6th, all of them being within 3 points of each other, and then ASE just getting ahead with an extra 3 points on top of that. So I'm gonna say I said Syra, but I think based off of previous MVPs, I think it's actually gonna end up being Han because he does have the most kills. However, Syra has the most damage and the most assists with still 3 kills. So we'll have to see. We will have to see. But to touch back on what you were saying before about ult rotation, I mean, there's usually this one like sort of golden rule in NARAKA and in a lot of esports as well, right? But in NARAKA trios especially, it is always better, almost always, to use your ultimate and get some value instead of trying to get your maximum value and risking not being able to use it at all, you know? And as well, for example, with the monk mirror, you want to be ulting first. If by chance you can somehow get a little bit of damage onto the enemy monk's armor beforehand, great. If you can't, you still want to be the one ulting first, because during the animation time of the transformation, if you're second to ult, then the enemy monk has the ability to immediately jump on top of you and just get the full tempo in the rock, paper, scissors fight between monks. But then it comes down to, with Syra, before I was saying, you know, first Syra to ult is usually the one who wins, except for the slim chance that the enemy Syra is not going to get stunned by the first Syra's ultimate, in which case it actually flips on its head completely. But usually that never really happens. It's very rare that that happens in that scenario. Takeda, it's like, do you want to shove first with your ult, or do you want to shove second? Usually you want to be ulted around the same time, but shoving first can give you a little bit of breathing room if the enemy Takeda is not ready to use his. But if you're not ulting, if you're not shoving first, then you can respond to the potential damage that the enemy Takeda tries to set up with his shove. So it's a very strange dynamic, and it's unfortunately not all that simple, and can be very difficult to get your head around sometimes, especially if it's just like with different compositions and mirror matchups as well. It's loot situations, terrain situations, all sorts of different things.
Well, we are going to take a visit in with ASE, reliving the moments of glory here when trying to Unicom for game number 2. Here are the highlights, including this massive, protracted fight in the desert here. As ASE given a deep chase up here, that Syra didn't stand a chance.
No, that was a majestic parry, by the way, by Xiaowan. Oh my goodness, he gets the double parry, and then instead of immediately following up, he has the presence of mind to use his F, get the wisp, and then immediately come in with the double charge blistering edge, getting the fire damage, his teammate following up with the musket shot as well. Beautifully done. Beautifully done.
Chaotic fight here at the end. We were wondering what's going to be the top and the bottom of the field that was actually going to come and take this one away. ASE is doing a great job of playing the sustain game. Missed there. We can see alongside Han, the two escaping into the night with the victory. And let's look at this here. We were talking about who's going to come out on top. It turns out it is, in fact, going to be paid up for ASE with the MVP vote.
Absolutely. It's usually how it goes. It doesn't matter if you've got less than 10,000 damage. If you've got the most kills, you're the best player, ladies and gentlemen. Right there it is. F1 V3, 9,000 damage, 6 kills, 4 assists. 8,000 damage on the fan. That's the large majority. And he's got all the tankiness he could get, it seems, with Assault Smolder, Advanced Heal, the triple damage reduction, Sap, Explosive Armor, and then a little bit of healing coming out from Cyan Fang with a little bit extra damage. Very solid setup coming out from the Takeda. And it looks as though he kind of just needed to be the tanky boy, because we saw it in Yang. You know, he was just, we saw multiple Takedas just constantly just being stunned, Tomahawk Wisp, Furon Blast, my eyes. You know, it's just, he just has to stay alive. You know, you're good. You know, the 2 seconds in between shoves, that's all you need to stay alive for, buddy.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely. I think that in a lot of these compositions, we often see the Syra taking the role of a pseudo tank, where her sustain allows for her to kind of keep up the pressure. But given the fact that for Takeda to get any value, and speaking to your point about ulting to get value being so necessary, he was definitely in a position where he had to play tank. And I think that that adaptation really made this dividing factor between those who maybe overinvested in Takeda versus found out new ways to utilize him in that composition. But we are done out of that game, and we're going to throw it over to a quick break, actually, before we dive into match number 3 on the day here in the NBPL. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NBPL for our second bi-weekly split here in the second day of Trios competition. We're moving on to game number 3 here in just a second, but for those of you just tuning in, I'm NARAKA, he's Dunkin' Donuts, and we have experienced 2 games of incredible mirror match action.
We certainly have, but now it is time, ladies and gentlemen. Now it is time to get oogly, as the other day was that. If that was any indication, we're in for a very special 4 games right now, because anything can happen. Anything. And I'm not saying that lightly, because we're seeing all sorts of random stuff getting played now in trios because of the rule changes and everything else. We've got Liam's with V2, we've got Wu Chen, Yoto, Tessa, we've got all sorts of random stuff coming through, and I'm very excited to see what is gonna be the ugliest of them all. What are we, like, surely we see a Taka today, right? Surely, if we're playing Liam V2, we probably see a Taka, no, right? Probably. But, I mean, he's in a pretty horrendous spot right now, but still, it's possible. It's possible.
Yeah, as a fan of the Yoto, I'm very happy that Yoto somehow was able to bubble up and have some trios presence there in our first bi-weekly. So I'm satisfied for the season already, basically, Dunkin' Donuts. So I'll be right there pulling for you for a Tarka game or two here. Hopefully we'll get a few flashes of brilliance here on the maps coming our way. We still got 4 games on the day, so definitely a high potential there for anything to happen. As you said, this is where the diversity is really going to take place, and this is kind of the new balance, right? On one side, we have that full homogenization for 2 games where people are building out the exact same characters, and there's a lot of different, I think, diverse challenges that come from that. But now, this is the other side of the coin. What can you do with the whole world open to you?
Yeah, no, it's very, very interesting that certain characters just coming out of the woodwork and all of a sudden just performing well. It's strange, to say the least. You know, before it felt like we were far more, you know, traditional, like certain things were set in stone, you know, and it's like the only real like variable, so to speak, was what JL or what TXJ wanted to bring out. You know, what was the flavor of the month? You know, his new compositions coming in and just taking the league by storm. It was the only thing that was really, you know, like, you could say it was an upset in terms of meta and character choice. But now it looks as though everybody's trying their hand at making up something new and interesting. And I want to see whether or not that somebody's figured something out that's really, really good. One thing that really quite surprised me, but as soon as I thought about it, it made a lot of sense, was Ino, Yushan, Matari. Now, if you just sit there and think about that for once, you hear that and you're like, what? But then if you think about it, kind of makes sense, because you're essentially playing off of the same synergy that Zai Matari used to play off of, with the Comet getting multiple resets and setting up. But this time you got Yushan F2, Enor F2, Matari F2, all getting reset, and then not only that, but Yushan and Enor, when they're in their ultimate, also getting F resets, makes it so that they just have so much to throw at people. It's pretty hard to stand up to them.
Yeah, I would tend to agree here. Regardless, this is actually the first time they're going to see A, actual picks coming through, but B, all the teams laid out on the same screen. So take a close look. This is kind of what I talked about before we actually dove into our full session on the day. This is an interesting set of matchups that is dictated by the fact that we're splitting the field in half, and half the teams are going now, half the teams will be going on another day, a third and final day of competition here for the bi-weekly. But right now, first round up top is going to be Bauta, SS1, and JL. And JL getting first dibs as to what they desire here in game number 3. It's going to be a real tone setter. They were runner-ups game number 2, winners of game number 1, and I think they're looking to keep themselves within that top 3 for another game running.
Oh, absolutely. However, something that I want to just sort of bring it to the attention of the chat, you know, I've talked about this before in the past, but depending on the way you want to play the game, being first round selection or being last round or later on in the phasing has its benefits. You know, first round, you get to pick what you want. You get to choose what you want on the map, right? But then, if you're in the later phasings, you could potentially look at which characters have their points increased, and you can usually deduce what characters, what compositions are going to be played. And with that knowledge, you're then able to counter-comp the rest of the lobby. You know, you're able to look at this. Okay, so Viper, Syra, Tumulk has its points increased. That means that Viper, Syra, Tumulk is likely going to be the top, that is going to be the first three. That's what all of them picked. So let's play something that might counter that. Oh, okay, Enos get picked, Justina gets a point increase, Feria. Okay, so we got some kind of, you know, cannonball variation coming through. Let's find something that might help us with that, etc., etc. So there's a lot of different dynamics coming through with these round selections. But oh my god, what is happening? Wu Chen, Liam, Tessa?
I can see the value of this, right? Like
what okay, tell me the value of that comp.
This is a composition that actually I think is kind of playing similarly to a monk composition, in that you are looking to play with one support and then two people who are able to drag the fight out for as long as humanly possible. They're just going about it in a different way. They're going about it with the trickiness of Tessa. They're going about it with the lockdown that Liam provides. And then if things get hairy, you Wu Chen on out of there, you get a second chance at life.
I mean, that's true, but I wouldn't say that it's about dragging it out necessarily. When I talked earlier about how the Viper, Tessa, Wu Chen function, that is one way of playing it for sure. But I think with Liam, it changes the dynamics so much. I think probably going to be looking to potentially assassinate one target, but you could like maybe abduct somebody from like far away and then throw them down and then immediately Tessa ult them. Which could work, but it's like, I think it probably functions much more of an assassination attempt. Depends on the Wu Chen, though. Are we going to see V2 Wu Chen? To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised. Because who knows? It's like we just threw everything out the window. Just press buttons and just choose different random characters. It's ultimate bravery up in here. What is going on?
I would actually love to see Ultimate Bravery. You
Ultimate
get sent
Bravery,
just like
NBPL.
random soul jade at the beginning of the game. Oh, I would love to see that here. Actually,
that would be funny. That would be funny. If anybody doesn't know what that is, it's basically just you just get given a setup and like items to get or whatever, or like weapons or character setup, whatever. It's just fully randomized, and you just have to use it no matter what.
In other words, it's a bannable offense in most games.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that. You just get banned for griefing. Oh my goodness. But anyway, we've got our characters. We're going to take a look at those ability choices momentarily. We'll be diving into our third game relatively soon. I just don't really know what to say about this, because so much is just completely different. It's completely changed. I want to see whether or not one of these goofy compositions is able to do very well, especially when they're up against the more sort of tried and true compositions. Like we do have a new Transformers in there. We have a Monk in there. We do have a sort of a new variation of Viper, Syra, Tumulk, which has been showing very good results. Are the Tessa, Wu Chen, Liam's going to be able to do anything or not? That is the question, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, well, here we go, the lock-ins. What are we seeing in terms of our Liam on the day? That's what I'm looking forward to. But first, here we go, across the top of the screen. We got a Viper, a Ning, we got a Tumult, we got a Syra together, and we got our Yoto Hime pickup as well. Very happy to see these, but hey, I'm hearing the gasp on the other side of the monitor. What are we talking about here, man?
Oh no. Wait a minute. WVG are doing Wombo. Oh no. Wombo? In Nbpl, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the V1 Valder Ultimate coming out from Cookie. And they're gonna be running a V2 Hardy as well. So Burn Ultimate for Hardy, no Cube, Valder V1, and Monk. It's like the ultimate wombo, literally, because they're just going to triple ult people. I mean, yeah, because, I mean, or maybe not triple ult, but they're always double ult for sure. And then they can, so the good thing is that they can double ult with Valda Hardy, and then they can set up with, they can get the burn proc, the soak proc with the burn from Hardy Ultimate, and then have that fire tick. So for those of you who don't know, when you get hit by a Valda with Ultimate or her bubbles on her F, it applies a soak debuff, right? Which not only does it reduce your damage output by a certain percentage, I believe it's 5 or 10%, but it also means that if you were to take any fire damage, so fire damage over time, it will instantly pop all the potential fire damage that would have hit you over time instantaneously. So with Hardy V2, they're gonna be popping people, and they're gonna be popping that burst with the soak. But we're gonna be diving right into a skirmish right here, Nyako. JL up against Bowder with a huge parry to potentially end off the fight. But no, Syra.
We talked a little bit about who ults first and who gets value from it, but here and now, if you're Viper Ning, you want to be the one jamming that V first so that everybody gets stunned on up, and the chaos is continuing across the map here as extra large U will be cut down to size as OUG will rain down Hellfire upon their opponent. DRG knocked out in one fell swoop, and 5-2-1 is soon to follow. Ivan is down, and it looks like Fat Milk is soon to follow. OUG, OMG is coming out on top in 2 bitchy back-to-back fights.
6 kills! I said it was gonna get oogly, didn't I? I said it was gonna get spicy, and there you have it. Extra spicy Sichuan special, ladies and gentlemen. OUG popping off with 6 kills right off the rip. Now, FPX. They're also running the Hardy, but they're running Hardy, Theria, and Enor with Cube Hardy. An interesting variation of what used to be the original Cannibal composition, which was Yushan Feria Hardy, Hardy with Cube, etc. It was a very, very strong comp back when it was popular, back when, back, you know, actually, to be honest with you, I don't even know how long ago it was, but it was a little while ago at this point. It's Enor replacing Yushan here. I'm not sure how it's going to work, but it could be quite solid, as Enor feels kind of more like a more offensive Yushan in a lot of ways.
All right, here we go. SS1 initiating a fight with solid stun. Kiki already in trouble. Is just going to have their fate sealed off of that one as FPX are divided up. And now the question is, can SS1 conquer? There's the power of the flying knives, 2 on top of 1. FPX in a lot of trouble as they're down in ZG. SS1 will follow through and finish the job, wiping out all 3.
Well, it doesn't matter what ultimate you take if you can't press the button, can you? It's just not gonna matter, is it? So SS1 being able to just fully deny them anything, we didn't even get to see this comp in action, unfortunately. They just immediately got bursted down by that ult combination. And here, the WBG with the Wombo comp. Unfortunately, they've already been taken down once and now are on a recovery line, looking to try and loot up as much as they can before heading over to the Realm of Yang. Either to go into the Realm of Yang or potentially look to trap a team going in by hitting them with the Valder ultimate just before it opens up. We'll have to see if that ends up being the case. I'm not gonna lie, that would be quite funny. It'd be hilarious to see a team just get full womboed in such a way. But we shall see, as the action has now died down a little bit. Got a bit more room to breathe for the moment. Because YGG is simply doing the rotations, looting up, and preparing for what's to come.
Yeah, we've had a lot of action, but these are much snappier fights in comparison to the epics that we had in games number 1 and even game number 2. So we have a little bit more breathing room in space before we get into that first Realm of Yang, but here we go. We got Han trying to do what they can here on the Zai, roped up here with the side of a miss to keep them topped up. JL trying to navigate this fight as well. TXJ on this Viper, someone to watch out for, obviously. Talked a little bit before about how he is the GOAT. We're going to see if he can establish that on what is, in my opinion, the face of the franchise here in the form of Viper.
I mean, she has been on the cover for a very long time. But and she has, quite frankly, been one of the most, long-standing characters within Trio's meta for as long as I can remember at this point. Originally, back in the old days, the very, very beginning, she didn't really have the biggest presence, not until the Attack on Titan comp really was created back before that was a thing, and an answer was needed for the Transformers. So, but ever since then, she's always been present. And now we have the Moonbane coming through for Powder as they take this fight up against OUG. The ultimate from Jinyu being popped immediately, but Tumult ultimate is going to slow them down. BBB goes up to the sky, narrowly avoiding getting caught in the air. But Wisp, no, the Moonbane, oh my god, it killed him! Jinyu's, get away from me! No, my goodness, no, Mr. Purple Snake, why you do this to me? The Kurumi is going to get the tether off, is going to be able to potentially resurrect his teammate, but is it going to be enough? No, sir, the Moonbane has spoken. Baby U does manage to avoid that opener off of that stunner, but it's not going to happen. Baby U is going to be taken down, I believe. There you have it. Powder with the Moonbane power are going to be victorious and go up to 7 eliminations.
Yeah, it's not every day that you actually get to take the fight in Moonbane, especially this early on in the game where, hey, world's your oyster. Theoretically, you can walk out anytime you want. Bauda, though, putting on a masterclass of how to take advantage and run with it. This one getting out of hand for everybody else. They got to watch out, as right now, this is an immense amount of momentum at just the 23-minute mark.
If they're able to translate this into some good loot, having gotten some money from those eliminations, as in Immortal War, it differs slightly, or actually differs quite a bit from the normal ranked game mode that we play in our own homes. It's a bit different. When you actually get a kill, you just straight up get given money for getting those eliminations. So not only will they get the money from that, but all the money from the bodies, and potentially be able to translate that into some purple armors or purple weapons, whatever takes their fancy. But again, now we're slowing down a little bit once again. Realms of Yang are starting to spawn in. We see these players slowly make their way over, being careful not to get jumped on the way there.
Across the map, you can see a lot of people clustered down in the South ASE, closing in upon what is this massive line of teams stretching from east to west. ERG and Wolves sandwiching a few teams in between the two of them. YUCG, meanwhile, up here just looting up what they can, preparing themselves for what is an oncoming fight.
Will they be contested on the Rumble Yang is the question. It doesn't look as though there are any teams in the vicinity. They may be able to get in there without any issues. But again, they also don't have the best loot, unfortunately, and them being the only new Transformer composition in the lobby, they really need to make this Yang count, because if they don't, it's going to be a very tough position to be in moving forwards.
YZG gonna get in here, and immediately ZXL initiates with the Tianhai Ultimate. PXJ trying to zone in response. We'll be able to get a stun here. ZXL open for the beatdown. Gen 1 at their feet as well. Knocked in an instant. That is the power of the Viper Knee.
It certainly is, especially when you have a Syra as well, who can always cover after the fact. There is just... This comp is it's a little strong. It's a little strong, just to say the least. Viper was able to get that big ult off at the very beginning, and they instantly shred down the Monk and the zipping. They have the zipping ult active as well. There was just nothing they could do there, unfortunately. No D-transform either to iframe the Viper stun, unfortunately. And now heading over to the opposing Realm of Yang. We have DRG up against SS1, DRG having lost a member. I'm not sure if no, they have. So it's a 2v2 coming through for these teams. Neither team seem to have ultimate, but a big parry coming on through. DRG losing a lot of health here, Kakaishi, but he responds with his own parry. The stone form just barely keeping him alive there. Dongxing able to take full advantage though, taking down one of these players, the crouch LMB, the tech chase, boom. Goes for the parry into the crouch LMB, a combo coming on through. It is looking absolutely cooked. Ooh! Just barely keeping his teammate alive there, denying the elimination from that Yotohime. But on the outside, we have a massive skirmish taking place with all these teams grouped together. Bowder, BBE, I don't even know who else. It's hard to see. Wolves, I think, is in there somewhere. What is going on? I saw a Liam popping off with the ultimate. Wolves, you dropping down from the heavens with the ultimate, gonna be unleashing upon the players here. Draco Storm as well for Wolves from the Spirit World. Very nice for them. They might be able to translate this into a big mid game for themselves, getting a whole lot of kills if they're able to actually consolidate and take down these teams individually. Oh.
I'm not exactly sure what was happening there with TXJ and that Viper ult. I don't think it worked out exactly as they were expecting, with maybe a surprise drop down. Multiple things scattering though, and JL don't want to give them the opportunity for a fight here, as a 5-2-1 will be aggressed upon. Looks like we got a drop back for the time being, as Fong and company are feeling the pressure. Wolves now actually might be the ones to try to continue here, even though Yodo's already popped ult.
Can he manage to find an opening? Oh, wait a second. Tomok ultimate is going to be coming in. The Tesla ultimate to respond. Yu does not have ultimate to be able to peel for his teammate. Another Tesla ultimate coming in from the back. TXJ is going to get caught up in it. They do have that Vermilion Bird's Might, so if they go down, they're not fully dead, but it might be beneficial for them to let themselves go quietly into the night. Sire ultimate does come through. Yu is going to get peeled for by the Tesla. Combo break coming in. He is going to stay alive and on his feet for the moment, but another Tesla ultimate is going to be coming in. TXJ goes to the parry, does not find it, but he is going to be stunned in but a moment. He goes down to Pampy. Pampy able to pick up an elimination. BBE are in the mix. They have 3 eliminations now. Able to find 3. Will they be able to make it out with their lives, though? This constant action taking place. Another Tesla ultimate coming through. Wolf ZK is going to get stunned, but no follow-up from the surrounding players. Instead, he's going to be left to his devices. ASE were involved, but unfortunately not able to get any cleanses on their Yang depletion, and are simply going to look to try and disengage and live to fight another day, or at least for the next minute and a half, as they don't have very much time left on the clock.
Wolves a little bit split up here in the midst of BBE. I do wonder if maybe we're going to see a fight come out on that side. But right now, we actually have a battle already underway. YZG versus DRG. And that is going to be Donkey already caught up here. ZXL doing what they can here on the Tianhai, stomping people underfoot. There we go. Kakashi taking a little bit of damage. The problem is ZXL has already worked through a lot of that health bar. And here comes Donkey 9 already back into it, this time inside of the mech. With his free one on the low ground here, to be able to pick up one. And here we go, the follow through. YZG in a little bit of trouble here. Then doing a good job buying space. Flying Knives charged up, going the wrong direction though, and unfortunately here comes the dog pile. Good counter hits, but it's not going to be enough. I love the showing of skill at the end, but it doesn't change the fact that you are down to 1 sliver of health, my friend, and SS1 will pick up another kill.
And there you have it. The Monk team has been eliminated, or at least one of them. We do still have a WBG in the mix. They have 2 players alive. Oh, no, down to 1. Only the Hardy is left standing, unfortunately for them. But we do have a scrap-off in the zone currently taking place. Jinyu trying his very best to stay alive, but unfortunately he is going to go down. But ASE, massive from them, able to salvage their game, having not had very much time left on that Yang depletion, are going to be able to fully cleanse, and in the process pick up 4 eliminations here. Now living it to fight later on in the game. Or will they be able to safely make it into the safe zone here? Or will they be cut off by a team waiting for them to come in? Happy jumps. Happy jumps. Happy jumps from JL. very happy to just go into the realm of Yang as everyone recognizes it's not worth it. Let's just go in and scrap it out inside the Yang. However, JL are missing an ultimate. Or two, even. Yeah, they're missing two ultimates, junks, at around 60%. It's not going to be an easy fight, especially if they get the... Wait. Oh, no, wait. I thought we were looking at THJ for a second. But no, it is Bowder's XEM coming through with that ultimate, responded to by the Syra. Will they be able to survive the onslaught? They do indeed. The healing coming on through. The deterrent of the Syra ultimate is going to prevent them from getting focused down. But enemy Syra ultimate is now going to be getting popped. NY7 looking to try and create some openings. Junks does have that ultimate up and ready to go. It does come on through. Are they going to get any stuns in? No, sir. Junks surviving. TXJ and co are absolutely cooking here. They didn't have two ultimates, and they're coming out on top. VPV goes down, and JL are putting on a masterclass of how to go into Yang with no ult and still win, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Bowda really made a crucial error here, trying to force an engage off of that Viper Ning ultimate without the ability to follow through or at least lock down and confirm. TXJ now able to hold on, play patiently, build charge, get a stun of their own. And TXJ, while they are in trouble, still have Fong on the other side. And I don't think that 9-7 is long for this world. And TXJ is out here breaking ankles all the while. 9-7 down to a sliver, able to get some more damage versus Fong. And for as much as I am talking, this is getting a little bit closer than I expected here, as it looks like 9-7 may finally be the one giving up the ghost here. 73%, not close enough to an ultimate. There we go. JL will ultimately take it. And as you said, a testament to their skill and patience playing that fight.
It's all about all they needed, Syra ultimate. They baited the Viper into using that ult there. They popped the Syra ultimate first, and the enemy team were thinking, you know what, we can potentially still do this. We can just use our Syra ultimate afterwards. No. Tumult ultimate to respond is going to be sufficient somehow and deny them any value. JL, just absolutely insane how well they played this. Beautifully done.
Quick pickups across the map now. 5-2-1 and Wolves here on the periphery of the shadow. And on the other side, we do have Bowda, ASE and company. Realm of Yang depletion going to be name of the game. That will be what is going to lead to at least attempted instigations of fights. But one trend I've noticed as of late, Dunking, is that these teams have gotten so darn good at ensuring that the people with Realm of Yang don't just cause utter chaos across the map. They're dealt with swiftly, and from there, typically what happens is that we still get a pretty smooth ramp up to the late game. 12 minutes left on the clock here, and I imagine that it's only going to be the ones who have to drop that will drop.
I mean, the Yang depletion situation has been something that's evolved considerably over time. We have, well, at least that's what we'd like to call it at this point, because Yang depletion situation essentially refers to the time during a game where there are players, there are teams with Yang depletion, and they're able to actually, you know, the strategy and the timings of all of this has been so, you know, like it's been fine-tuned to a T, where they know exactly who's got Yang depletion, when it's going to be popping, when they're most vulnerable, etc., etc. It's always very, very cool to see how everything has evolved from back in the day. But now we're taking a look at a quick replay from the previous Realm of Yang. Han, Mist, and Xiao Wen on the old school budget comp with the Karumi Zai Matari, trying to fend off this Enor composition, doing a pretty solid job at that. Water does get caught up by the Zai empowered focus, but gets turned on immediately. The F does manage to save him, but oh my goodness, that was close.
Things back into a stalemate, 10 minutes into this one. Kiki from FPX on a little bit of scouting mission here. I think that one of the things is that at this point in the game, playing this spread apart could be a recipe for disaster, but at the same time, good map awareness is enough in a lot of cases to allow for you to just get as much of a view across the map as possible and pick up as much loot per each person as possible. So that's going to be something to watch out for if FPX are going to be able to use that spread to their advantage. Right now, though, we got a tightly packed group as it's JL maybe versus Bauda once again. Bauda feeling the heat off the Realm of Yang Depletion may have to take a fight versus a team that very much is looking like a front runner, and that's never a good position to be here in Zem. Of course, already having lost that fight earlier versus JL, maybe looking for revenge.
Things are about to explode, I believe. That is a lot of teams in the same spot. Well, of course, we do have 2 teams with Yang Depletion. As I said before, the Yang Depletion situation. With around 2 minutes left on the clock, Bauda desperately want to try and cleanse here as they have 12 eliminations. If they can't survive this Yang Depletion and they do go down, it's going to be rather heartbreaking, as this could potentially be an enormous game for them, securing an MVP and getting the bag from that one. But we shall see. Bauda looks as though they are going to try and consolidate on the Spirit Well. Draco is going to be on the opposing Spirit Well as well, but are we going to be contested here? They are looking very, very strong, but JL, they're dipping their toe in the waters. Is a bit too hot? No? Oh, it's nice Goldilocks temperature, perhaps? Is this going to be good? Is this, I don't know. FPX also going to try their hand at the Spirit Well, and okay then.
Happy jumps from the Furia, you know? Happy jumps.
Happy jumps.
All right, both sides, Spirit Well almost claimed up here. Bauda and company moving it back across the map. Got a lot of pressure on a lot of different characters now as we see that depletion get dropped on the heads of so many. Back over to another well. We got SS1 trying to buy space. Bauda working on the periphery right now. For the most part, we haven't really seen any team pull the trigger for any crazy contestations. And I think for the most part, that just comes down to how quickly a third party can get involved. If you are the ones trying to invade upon space, you just don't want to risk basically getting eliminated from the lobby this early. And you'd much rather someone else have an incremental advantage over you. And then you just kind of want to be on even footing versus all the remaining teams for the incoming fight that will come after the wells drop.
Yeah, no, you definitely don't want to be... You don't want to be making these other teams angry either, because at the moment, it's kind of this dynamic where if you show that you're willing to allow a team to, get Spirit Well or something like that, then they will happily allow you to cleanse, for example, in this situation, because it's counterintuitive to just immediately force fights. As you were saying, third parties are a huge factor. And also, if you're attacking a team that has the same characters that you're playing, it's just, you're kind of trolling yourself, because then you become the single team, the single person on that character. Just like we saw just now, the Liam getting absolutely fiended by the entire lobby, just getting multiple teams chasing him down, and he just goes down. This is one of the reasons why playing these sort of goofy, silly, funny comps, no matter how good they are, if you're the only team playing them, then you instantly get singled out and you get focused down. It's just how it works. It's how it's been for a very, very long time. Being an isolated target, being an isolated character, you can't hide amongst the herd of players who are also playing the same character. You can't costume change by swapping your weapon, because none of these players can see character customization, so everybody looks the same. So it's very telling that unless everybody is playing different stuff, it's going to be quite difficult to survive as a team that's running something brand new.
Everybody clustered up, trying to jockey for position on this high ground up here. Very important with the character composition being as diverse as they are. Multiple characters benefit from having that vantage point. Vipers, in particular, love to be able to go for the surprise drop-down ultimate. We saw TXG try to go for one earlier. Didn't quite work out, but now here we go. Zip lines traipsing across the map now. Multiple teams all leading the charge, not wanting to be caught up in Pain's breath. And this leaves just a very small, narrow ring across the periphery of this map that is safe for the majority of these teams to be in. But the question is, who is going to strike first? 5 minutes left on the clock. Nobody wanting to pull the trigger. We got some staggering up and across this cliff face. Bowda and company just trying to negotiate for space. Getting a lot of pressure from JL, also looking for a way in. There we go, big soul Jade for zoning potential here. Fired off by JL, who wants to get over to the well. Zem for Bowda. Looking to maybe venture the way in here, but they're getting split up. That's a great position to be in. Jade and company are just going to sit Sandstorm's side and try to pick this up with the cleanse.
JL trying to consolidate on this Spirit Well. Popping that Syra ultimate, they need to claim this, otherwise they're not going to be able to cleanse that Yang depletion that they are currently afflicted by. The ultimate is going to be coming through as well immediately afterwards as they get that double ult, 88% on TXJ. Interesting, actually. It doesn't work in the same way that it did before. They changed something about Viper ult's charge beforehand, and how if you were to cancel the ultimate early, it would you would conserve some of the rage. I think that's probably why that happened there. But it looks as though DRG were not fortunate enough to cleanse their Yang depletion and are now being forced into a pretty bad fight. One of them is going to go down. They do still have their Ferrier left alive, but I'm not sure if he's going to be staying alive for very much longer. Again, Han, also isolated character within the lobby, is going to be eliminated. Yiran, again, another isolated character, immediately getting lobbied, forced to use that ultimate, and now surrounded on all sides. He's likely going to be eliminated very quickly after his ultimate expires.
Interesting to see where Weibo's trying to negotiate themselves in. Yaron initiating with that Golem, unfortunately, just going to get melted in an instant. And with one domino falling, the Sooner Rest sure to follow. 3 minutes left on the clock. SS1 has taken a fight. They may try to take another one as now the zoning cannon shots come out. Xiaowin in a worrying position, and look how immediately they're going to get focused down. ASE front runners, winners of game number 2, may all of a sudden just be out of this one, given how much pressure one of the players is already experiencing.
You see, we see that Jiao Wen makes his way over to this Farrier comp, and now with the Farriers, 2 Farriers here, they're happy to allow each other to not, they're not going to immediately engage on each other, as that's exactly what the players and the team compositions on the other side of the safe zone would like to see. You know, if they're fighting each other, perfect, we can jump in, take the kills, and take them down, and then survive ourselves. Bowda, JL, SS1 all consolidating onto this building. FPX are going to try their hand at using this Farrier ultimate, but it's not going to do all that much for them, unfortunately. Water is going to have that ultimate coming online relatively soon. SS1 constantly holding at this building alongside Bowda. JL, Xiaowen has managed to stay alive, but will he actually be able to do anything moving into this endgame? Oh my goodness. The red tone.
Water being forced out into the storm. Gonna immediately take a huge chunk of damage and get sent soaring into midair. Definitely gonna be in trouble on the way back down, as FPX in general, feeling the pressure, need to go in now. Will activate ultimate to do so. Kiki trying to do what they can, and here comes SS1 firing off a Viper ultimate to try to work as a zoning push on the left side of this fight. Bowda just going to be able to peel away from this one. FPX not so lucky. Very split up as now TXJ going to hand off aggro, and JL will chase SS1 into the shadow to pick up the kills. But One Fong ulting, pushing forward, middle of the road here. They are going to work to just buy as much dominant space as possible for JL, as now ZGE will try to encroach upon JL's territory. Sandstorm as a zoning push here means that we won't necessarily see the Faria go all the way deep in on Junks and company, but instead they will occupy top stage here. ZGE looking to play artillery, will drop out a mech here, still occupying a prime real estate that JL is now going to try to take from them.
Yeah, no, they are going to be able to secure that high ground for the moment. Bowda dropping down to the low holding it down, trying their very best to deter any team from heading over to them. TXJ is going to get focused down, though. The ultimate is going to be coming through from XEM. He's going to try and cut line of sight outside of the zone, but will he be able to make it back in? No, sir. Bowder's going to take him down. JL One Fang is going to be able to eliminate Water. The Syra ultimate is going to be coming through, stunning everybody within the circle. There you have it. Big damage coming through for Bowder, and that's all she wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, one man left standing. He's going to try his very best. He might be able to do something. All of them are going to get stunned by this ultimate, but will One Fang have the damage? The overcomer! Oh my god, no way, wait a second!
Oh gosh!
Kill him!
No!
They can't do it, they can't take him down, and they deny the first place finish. Bowder are still gonna get the MVP, but it could have been more.
Absolutely wild endgame yet again. Brought down to the bitter end. JL, deep contestation, will not be able to pick up the point lead though as Bowder come out on top.
Very nicely done. That horse is having a great time. Down the hill you go, ladies and gentlemen. But unfortunately, it simply was not enough damage. If he'd happened to have Blistering Edge, I believe he probably could have taken them down, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. They were able to survive. And when that timer goes down to 0, and there are still multiple players alive from different teams, that means that they draw in second place, and nobody gets their hands on that kill mode.
All right, well, here we are. Bowder coming out on top. They had some dicey plays there mid-game, but ultimately their resolution will bring them through to the end. A victory here in game number 3, but really, story of the day to me is still JL. Up there at the very end, they have sat there either coming out on top or second in every single lobby, and that did not change up here game number 3. They're out to an immense push in points, and I do think that they could be the ones securing the very top of the tower at the end of the day.
Yeah, potentially, but we'll have to see as we take a look at the fully, tallied scoreboard. But at the end of the day, all of these teams, they're just trying their very, very best to make sure that by the end of the day, they've either secured their spot in that top 12 or they've set themselves up for the next day of trios, as we have 3 days of qualifying rounds for the trios within a bi-weekly, and then the 4th day is the bi-weekly finals, and only the top 12 teams out of the 18 teams that play are able to make it over to the finals. So that's the objective. Name of the game, qualify to finals. But if you can, do it in style and come out on top, because obviously getting more points means that you're going to be able to take more points into the finals with you, as when you go into the bi-weekly finals, you take 12.5%, I believe, of the points you accumulated in the qualifiers into that finals series, and you can start off with a little bit of a cushion, or potentially a whole game's worth of points, allowing you to potentially get to that match point threshold all the more quickly.
Duncan, I always love to look at the very top of the bracket, try to see who is up there, looking for the biggest lead in points so that they can get the best seeding possible. But also, I love looking at that cutoff right there near around the 12th place spot. Who is actually going to be positioned to make it through into the finals, and who will be left out? That's the question right here. We got Wolves right there in the 12th place spot for this game number 3 on the day. Bowder coming out on top, and there's that JL trailing. That being said, big gap of 5 kills between JL and Bowder means that in terms of a point change, Bowder is very much ahead, leaps and bounds above everybody else, and this is the biggest gap we've seen today.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I think the previous game, it was 3 points between ASE and second place. This being that much more is very, very solid for Bowder. Bowder being one of those teams that back in the day, I've said this twice now, but back in my day, in the very, very beginning of NBPL's history, Bowder was one of the heavy hitters. They were a force to be reckoned with. And then all of a sudden, they simply disappeared from the scene for a very, very long time. They weren't part of NBPL. but then they came back not that long ago and have come back in force, and it's great to see them doing so well. They have VVV, XEM, NY7, all veterans of the league doing so well. We see the damage numbers coming through. 24,000 for VVV, 23 for NY7, 17 for XEM, but look at those assists. 13 assists. 17 out of the 19 kills that they had as a team, he participated in. So absolutely massive numbers from them. But now let's take a look at the total standings, Nyako. How's it looking?
Well, here we go. Bottom of the bracket on this is going to be WBG. Now, notably, there is going to be a little bit of top heaviness here as some teams have already played 2 days. DRG in the midst of their second day of scoring. FPX in the same kind of boat. Those are really the ones you got to start worrying about if they are showing up, crossing through with teams like GG, who managed to get 56.9 points in a single day of competition. That's really where we begin to see the bottom of the bracket ultimately form. But here we go, Bauda on top. 2 days of competition like we're talking about. But there's OA all the way in second place off of single day of competition. What in the world happened to allow for 88 whopping points?
Yeah, OA was cooking. I remember I tuned in multiple times during the series the other day, and there was a time where they were literally 30 points ahead of the second place team in first. It's just absurd, like genuinely ridiculous. But here we are taking a look at the highlights off the back of game number 3, MVP'd by Bauda and brought to us by China Unicom OUG with their explosive start to that third game of the day. A beautiful early game play there, getting 6 kills right off the rip, and then this JL able to just completely shut down YZG, just denying them all power, all pressure from those ultimates with the Viper.
Yeah, here we go. JL on another very big play off of another Realm of Yang. Here we go, Weibo as well, trying to make the Uncomp work in the midst of all this diversity and still able to hold down the fort. The big grab into a clap there and an Ian knocked out in an instant. And here we go, highlight of my day. Big Viper ult and big attempted stuns. Multiple people sent running for the hills and into the storm to try to keep themselves together as 9-7 at the very end actually takes kind of a risky play. Syra ulting before we get to the very end. JL, I thought, may have had the opportunity here to flash stun into the huge wombo combo, yet still it wasn't enough. They were taking drain this entire time. Bauda holds on, and with 2 members, they're the ones who win the game.
Yeah, they just barely managing to survive there. But it's sad to see for them, because if they did manage to get that multiplier, it would have been even more. They had 19 kills, and if they obviously, for them to have gotten that multiplier, they would have had to have gotten that extra kill, meaning that they would have had 20 points, which is quite a lot of points indeed, or 20 kills rather. But here we are looking at the MVP for that game. NY7 with 10 eliminations, 23,000 damage on the Syra with a bunch of damage reduction. He's actually overcapped, funnily enough. He's got more... Oh, no, wait, no. Sorry, I misspoke. That's 2 health jades on the right. Double health jades, triple damage reduction, and Cyan Fang. I thought... I was about to say, you know, we can't be overcapping Soul Jade stats here, ladies and gentlemen. That's not what we want on the NBPL stage. Not at all.
Yeah, not at all. That being said, what I do like to see, though, is a Syra on top, surprisingly enough. This has kind of been a matter of me missing this character. I feel like last season, you know, definitely we were getting some Syra homogeneity, but right now, she's turned out to be a little bit more of a strategic pick, something that you don't see all the time, but still manages to make a big impact. And there we go, MVP here for game at number 3. Congratulations to Bauda as a whole, though. Let's throw it over to a quick interview to see their thoughts.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，谭旭杰先跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JL 的谭旭杰。
欢迎谭旭杰来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome, welcome. And we know that TXJ, you are the like social flower in the NBPL, and we can see before the matches today, we also can see the video that you penned on other players. And I would like to know, so maybe who you think, except your teammate, who is the like best personality for you in the NBPL? 那我先来问一个有趣的问题啊，其实我们也是非常不容易，我们今天可以请到我们的NBPL 交际花谭旭杰再次欢迎，也是谭旭杰应该也知道自己这个称号，就因为经常可以看到短片里面在跟其他的选手玩闹啊打闹当中。特别想问一下，那除了自己的团队内的队友看起来和其他队关系也非常的好，觉得 NBPL 当中除了自己的队员之外啊，有哪些就是选手会觉得他们性格特别好，你特别想跟他们就以后会有机会合作吗？
都挺好的吧，就基本上大伙都差不多，都性格上都挺好的大伙。
性格上都挺好，水端这么平，那我要问问谁，你觉得谁性格最不好？最不好，还是觉得性格都很好。So all the players, their personality in the NBPL, I think everyone is very cute, and I have really good relationship with everyone in the NBPL. Really big family. 我可以再说一次，真的是一个非常温暖的大家庭。来，我们来看一下今天我们要给出的我们的题目是什么。Let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so we can see today's question is, which hero did JLTXJ use in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中，那么我们谭旭杰用到的是哪个英雄？说到刚才这把比赛，其实个人觉得最后一把，我特别想知道最后在决赛圈当中，谭旭杰自己是怎么评价一下刚才的团队操作，给我们再具体分析一下。So let's talk about the latest game, and I would like to know how you comment on like your performance in the latest game in the final circle. 那最后一波怎么评价？可以给我们说一说。
最后一波失误了吧，就两个大交重了，后面导致状态也不是特别好，所以后续可能就没办法把所有人清光吧，然后就只能是攻击头也没能拿特别多吧。
其实我们会认为这波配合的已经很好了，但是我们可以看得出啊，谭旭杰是一个特别精益求精的选手，在这个基础之上，觉得还是有进步的空间。So to be honest, for me, I think in the final circle, we really have the accident because our like two ultimate, we just use it together, and I think if we can use our ultimate circleization, so after that we can like kill all the opponent on the matches, and we can have the higher score. 哇，真的是非常的精益求精。好，我们也应该准备好给大家发出福利了。我们接下来英文说一个倒计时，好不好？来 ，Let's counting the numbers. Okay, please.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请谭旭杰给我们公布一下这道题的正确答案是哪个呢？
宁红叶 D.
Yeah, the correct answer is D, and congratulations. And also because we know it's our second bi-weekly, and we saw that you guys have the new player just join in the JL, and I would like to know, so how's your feeling right now? 那我特别想问一下，其实我们可以看到第二个双中呢，对于勾维尔来说也是有一个人员上的变动。来，谭旭杰，目前觉得和我们的俊贤现在磨合情况怎么样了？
刚开始嘛，刚起步，因为就来了1个星期不到嘛，就只是说现在还在磨合，还在互相找对方的感觉。
So because he just came here like for 1 week, so we are still like cooperate with each other. 再次感谢谭旭杰带给我们的赛后采访，带给我们的分享，再次感谢你，非常可爱的选手，希望你接下来也可以继续加油。那我们期待你们的表现。Okay, thank you for the interview today, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again for some more NBPL Trios action. We're about to be kicking off the second half of the day as we have already concluded our first 3 games of the day. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined alongside by NARAKA. We are your hosts and casters for the day, and it's been rather exciting, or at least for the first 2 games. It was rather samey, as of course we had the mirror matches happening with the new rule set being implemented the first 2 games of the day. The first game, every team will play the same composition, and that comp will be the most picked composition from Nbpl, and then the second game will be the second most picked, which was the Sand Siphon, or the Takeda, Syra, and Tumulk composition as we know it. But yeah, it's game 3, it popped off with a lot of interesting things happening, a lot of interesting characters being picked up. Will they continue along this path? Because they might have to, considering the rule set. But as we saw, didn't we, NARAKA, the unique characters were lobbied quite effectively going into that endgame last game.
Yeah, definitely the case. And given the fact that so far we haven't seen any game not go to final circle, I do think that this end game focus is going to continue to radiate throughout the remaining half of games that we have to play today. We got 3 of them on the docket, on the chopping block, ready to dive into them, and super excited to see how the meta continues to evolve.
Oh, absolutely. I want to see JL do something funky, because they could definitely pull out something that's different, but also actually good. You know, I think there's definitely potential in some of these other comps that have been picked, but that still remains to be seen, it looks like, because Viper Syra Tumulk is looking pretty strong out there right now. It looks like it might potentially be the strongest comp at the moment, to be honest with you, because if you compare it to Monk comp with the new Transformers, they don't really seem to have very much of an answer to it. As what do you do against 2 Viper stuns, basically? How do you deal with that? The Zipping's healing is simply insufficient. If Monk ults and times it to iframe the Viper ult, they just have another one immediately afterwards. So it's a bit sus G. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little sus G. This comp might be busted. It might low-key be busted.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that it's necessarily going to win everything, but it certainly is going to be a threat. And while I still am, I think, leaning towards Viper compositions being the biggest player in the current metagame when we are free to pick what we want, what I will say is that is something that is going to have to factor into a lot of calculations regarding how Viper is played. And I think that because that, it becomes a much more map-reliant pick. You need vantage points to try to drop down. You need to be able to catch people unawares, because if you're playing on flat ground versus a Transformers composition or versus a Monk composition, you are going to be in for a very rough time, as you will be focused down.
I mean, yeah, that's absolutely right. Then again, even with that being the case, you know, a Viper in open space that's exactly where they want to be too. You know, if there's no buildings to hide behind, no ways to break line of sight, it's what do? You know, there's not very much that you can do. And then on top of that, I actually can't say with certainty, because quite frankly, no one's been playing Syra V2 at all anyway, so... But I'm pretty sure Syra V2 doesn't need line of sight to stun. So, yeah. Who cares where you are at this point, really? You just Syra ult instead. There's a building, okay, Syra, load up, boom, go. Okay, Viper ult on top of that, boom. They're dead. Nice. On to the next one. Let's get some Fireflies. You know, it's a little strong. The stonks on Syra Viper Tumulk are going up, ladies and gentlemen. But here we are. We're about to load into our 4th game of the day. And I believe that we're not going to be having any Fireflies at all, as we've played all of our Firefly games already, I believe. We had the Nighttime Padoria. I'm pretty sure it was Starry Night Horror, and then we had Nighttime Morris Isle. So now it's daytime, we're in the sunshine, and it's no Fireflies, much to my dismay. However, it will change the dynamic of the lobby and how this plays out.
Look, all I'm saying is that I'm disappointed that we're burning fireflies on all mono monk compositions. I want my action here when people are picking whatever they so desire. But yeah, diving on into game number 4, we are starting our daytime run, and therefore we are probably going to be getting a slower texture, at least to this early game, moving up to the first realm of the game.
Yes, I do agree. However, there's a strange dynamic that happens when it comes to fireflies and non-fireflies. Originally, right, firefly maps were the ugliest. They would get very active, very aggressive early on, and it would continue on for a while. But then daytime maps, well, you'd maybe have one fight, at the beginning, or maybe 2. But it wasn't really all that spicy. But as time's gone on, it's kind of flipped on its head to some extent, in that now firefly maps, you get that fight at the beginning, but then it dies down. Because with fireflies being in consideration, you can't always be sure whether or not a team that you're fighting has gone and gotten fireflies. The timings on when teams should have ult and when they don't kind of get sort of jumbled up because you can't always tell for sure. But with daytime maps, when people are going to have ult more often than not, because you're going to start off the game with none at all, right? You're going to be fighting it out, no fireflies, and then they actually continue to fight for quite a decent amount of time, and then around 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes before Yag starts, you might see one fight break out, but that's usually it. It's funny that it's flipped on its head in this way over time, and now daytime maps are actually a lot more aggressive early on, and then it dies down afterwards.
All right, well, we're going to see whether or not that's the case, because I definitely have been on the side of, hey, you want that early ult charge, let's force fights, and let's use that as a difference maker. But definitely things could have swapped up while I was gone. And, this game is constantly evolving. It was one of my favorite things about the NBPL. A composition is great one week, dead the next. And we're going to see here what everybody is favoring, as we've got FPX 5-2-1 and the DRG for our first round.
FPX. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's looking like this is the comp, ladies and gentlemen, with the variable being Tumult. You can use Tumult if you like, or you can go Justina. It looks as though these 3 comps, or these 3 teams, 2 out of the 3 would rather have Justina over Tumult, but it still functions in similar ways to some extent. However, now, here we go. There it is. Enor coming out to play. Wolves running the Feria, Enor, Yushan, and BBE running the Matari, Enor, Feria. Interesting. Now, YZG, what do you reckon? What do you reckon, Yoko? What are they picking?
I'm not sure what YZG's angling for here. I do think that the Transformers composition with this Feria Prio is something that has been quite effective in denying space, and it looks like they will almost full copycat, but they will flex instead of the Yueshan Alani in that position.
Okay, then. Interesting Lani pick. Is it gonna be Carpet or is it going to be V2 is the question. Oh my god, if they run Carpet. I know some people that are gonna love it. Maida, watch out, bro. Let's see if he runs Carpet. But who knows? Able Gaming with the Liam, and so is it. Okay, is this a comp? Are we running this seriously? OUG doesn't seem to think so. Instead, they're going to go for the Yoto, which quite frankly I think is probably the better option here. But Liam? Interesting. We've still yet to see it perform all that well, but hopefully, for all those Liam enjoyers, you'll be able to actually see if it does do well, how it's supposed to be played. Now for the last round selection, we have SS1, JL, and Bowder. JL, surprise me. Give me something spicy. Let's go. Nope.
Oh boy.
Not spicy. Changes. Not spicy.
After a whole game of nothing but this exact composition, being played. JL's like, you know what? I missed that. I'm gonna go play Tianhai again, and I'm gonna dominate. TXJ decided to pick this up. Junk's gonna be back on that Kylan. Hey, that was MVP game number 1. Let's see whether or not Lightning can strike twice here for game number 4.
Yes, perhaps, but then again, a singular monk composition within this lobby is going to get fiended unless they have an absolute monstrous early game and get everything they could possibly need very early on. They're going to have a very tough time surviving until that end game. But we shall see. You know, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be TXJ and the rest of JL. So we'll see. But going into our 4th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading over to Perdoria Morning Dew. No Fireflies. But we do still have a few, you know, Firefly cages, the alt charge stations, as it were, dotted around the map. They do exist on Perdoria, so maybe a little bit of alt charge action, who knows. But I imagine we'll probably have a few situations, a few fights around the red Soldier taking place on the northern side of the map. But we'll have to see whether or not that area is even a spot that can be dropped on. Do you have any predictions for this game, NARAKA? What do you think? What do you reckon?
I'm not exactly sure what I'm thinking on this one. I imagine that if your read of things actually being more aggressive than I'm expecting early and at least having one fight prior to Realm of Yang is true, we could be getting a game in which we have 1 or 2 teams just kind of like dominating the field. They're the ones that hoover up kills early, and from there they kind of feel unassailable. But I imagine that it's still going to be a significant chunk of the teams are making it to the very end, and we're going to have quite the bitter fight with the amount of sustain that we're seeing. Syras, we're seeing zippings, and I imagine that's going to set us up for the Shadow consuming the map and absolutely everybody waiting there to see who is able to outlast the Drain.
Waiting to see what this LAN is picking. No, it is not the carpet. It is a V2 instead. The more optimal ultimate, I have to say. It was a long shot, but yeah, no, carpet's not being played. I don't think. But will they be able to survive in this lobby as a Lani? Who knows? For now, we're taking a look at the drop locations for this game. JL going for a very isolated spawn down in the south. Wolves and BBE gonna look to try and contest each other off spawn. We have SS1 and ASE looking to contest that red Soldier, the Vulpine Essence, which is essentially just Mortal Defiance on the juice. You know, you instead of just getting a little bit of health when you get popped, when you go down to 0, you get 1,000 health instead, and you get a little bit of damage reduction for a few seconds after it happens, giving you a massive chunky heal and knocking people back. But OUG, YZG, potentially going to contest, have a little bit of a scrap off early on in the very, very north. WBG, FPX, DRG, and Valda all relatively close. I'm not sure if we'll see a fight break out necessarily between WBG and FPX right off the rip, as I don't think that this spawn is probably simply so that they can try and loot up as much of Imperium as possible before taking a fight.
Starting off, we will have YZG trying to do a quick contestation versus OUG for some good loot. Continuing the fight down on the low ground. Gen 1 already taken out means that we got a good clear advantage over to OUG. It looks like they are going to continue to push this one all the way through. Double wipeout for the remaining members of YZG. And this is a great way to begin. You talked about it before, called it, in fact, dunking. We're going to have at least one fight before Realm of Yang. We've already gotten that one. And we already have a team ahead because of that. Not only OUG,
kill feed.
BBE also getting some with FPX, DRG, ASE, WBG, and more on the board. This has been utter chaos. We just haven't seen it all. And now here we go. FPX trying to fight versus DRG. Extra large U in a lot of trouble here, down to 1 touch. Unfortunately, ZGS around the back, able to pick it up. FPX trying to come out on time in this fight. I don't think that there's much that DRG can do about this one. Donkey still up and about. ZG has managed to armor swap, so he does have health bar to play with here. And it looks like they're going to use that to try to just take down DRG. Backside of the fight, Kakashi trying to do what they can. Gets disarmed with a brilliant counter stroke. FPX winning that not only convincingly, but also in style.
Very nicely done. And now heading over to Arcadia, where ASE and OUG are going to be scrapping it out. And it looks as though ASE consolidated and fully went to try and secure this red jade, and I believe one of them does have it on their in their inventory. But OUG instead headed over and secured themselves a Moonbane instead, and now are looking to try and close out this fight. They are going to be able to pop that red jade. There it is. ASE Han does get popped. The Mortal Defiance on roids is gonna go to waste, unfortunately. ASE goes down, but OUG picking up 6 eliminations right off the rip. And speaking of eliminations, we have quite a few more on the scoreboard. On the left-hand side of the screen, we have 5 for FPX, only 1 for DRG, ASE on 2, OUG on 6, as I said, BBE on 3, WBG on 1, and I believe that we can't see the top 4 teams just there, but I believe they probably also have managed to pick up a kill or 2 between them. Now more action is ensuing. Wolves on the back foot. NHQ trying to kite it out, but he is all on his lonesome, and WBG going to be able to take full advantage of that fact, picking up their 2nd kill of the game. And yeah, it's how it's working nowadays. It's been like this for a while now, where this change in tempo, change in early to mid game dynamic between Fireflies and non-Fireflies has shifted for a while. I can't even tell you, but like, originally back in the day it wasn't like this, and I reckon we'll probably see it flip again in the near future. Who knows? Everything is always changing in NARAKA BLADEPOINT. So you love to see it. Pampy, along with the rest of 521, managing to get their hands on the floating pile. One of the best things about this map. Creates the ability to scale up, recover, all sorts of different stuff, and can be a very, very contested resource on the map a lot of the time. But it looks as though they get it for free this time.
Yeah, as it currently stands, 25 minutes left on the clock, and while we have that initial burst of action, things have slowed down at least a little bit here. Well, WBG could be looking for a fight. SS1 in the far distance here. Yali going in the direction, maybe in fact in pursuit here. We're going to see whether or not WBG wants to try to pull the trigger. SS1 dropping down to the low ground. Only 2 of them notably, and that is, I think, what the factor is with WBG deciding to go in. There's going to be a 3rd member, SS1 unifying back up here on low ground. Iran approaching, decided to go for the engage, immediately gets repelled on that approach. Hook shot, unfortunately, forcing the burning of an armor powder. But here we go, right back into this one. Juan a little bit caught out here, might be in trouble since sprawling early in this one. Iran losing a lot due to the covering fire from the rest of SS1, but a big counter hit means that all of a sudden this fight is open up a big lead for WBG, and now they're looking to try to find a finishing blow. Iran, unfortunately, overinvest, trying to find a focus attack. Because of that, they've going to drop a lot of their health. Blue Ye's actually in a lot more trouble even then. Karumi Suchipakado comes out with the umbrella. Yaron teleports out of there alongside the rest of WBG, licking their wounds. A tough fight bouncing on the nice edge. Neither team coming out fully on top.
I'm very surprised that Yaron, 1, didn't go down, and 2, decided to heal his armor before his health. A little tip for everybody at home when playing the game: if you go down to 1 HP like that, always heal health first. Especially when you're fighting a team with fire damage, such as Zai. If he'd eaten an F2 from that Zai, he was dead. Doesn't matter how much you healed your armor, you're gonna go down. And plus, you can always find an armor swap. You cannot find a health swap, unfortunately. And it looks as though WBG, even though they tried to fight this out, once again, after having found that reset, they are going to be losing out to this team. And now JL coming in with the opportune third party. You're going to be able to very easily catch up to Yuan, committing the Kylan ultimate. You know, it's not maximum value, but it's better to ult than to not use it at all. Might as well secure the kill, and with Soul Blooms giving you double the rage that it would do in a normal ranked game, it is always worth it. JL with a cheeky little kill and a bunch of loot to pick up Vulture off of these dead members of WBG.
JL in a great position yet again, not necessarily at the top in terms of kills, but consistently finding themselves openings to best exploit the early game. And now, like I said, we are moving upon that time for the Realm of Yang drops. If you come in with even the slightest advantage in terms of those kills and the materials that come from it, that could be enough to really turn the tide of the game. Vermilion Bird's Might means that you can continue your aggression, continue to wrap up the score, and all of a sudden you find yourselves with, like I said before, those haves and the have-nots.
Oh, absolutely. You know, if you have purple armor, you're in a pretty decent spot. If you do not, you're kind of screwed, unfortunately. Going into the Realm of Yang with multiple blue armors and not a single purple, or maybe even just one purple, is more often than not a very, very risky fight. Yes, the upside can be huge. However, it's the downside is even bigger, to be honest with you. It's almost not even worth it. But at the same time, if it's like, if you're a scaling composition, it's almost as if you don't have a choice. You have to take the bad risk. You have to take the bad gamble. If you're underscaled and going into Yang, you have to pull a rabbit out of a hat and just hope for the best, really. Because if you don't go for it, you don't get the scaling opportunity, and then you essentially allow for another team to go for it, or you're giving it up to another team, because somebody else will get it for sure. And then you're even more behind than you were before.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. Realm of Yang, OUG, one of those teams with that big early material advantage, trying to dive on in versus DRG. Windwall coming out to protect the backside of this fight, as already DRG is pounced upon and torn asunder. Xinyu, unbelievable play on Yorohime, is going to try to seal the deal here with an ultimate to top it all off. And DRG don't know what hit them. Kakashi doing what they can, but they are a dead man walking. And this is just cruelty at this point. Let's move on over. Bowda versus JL. TXJ taking center stage. Meanwhile, we got Zem trying to match the transformation of the Golem form with the Terracotta Warrior. Unfortunately, not doing a whole lot. Junks is vulnerable on the backside of this fight. Could be the angle on in. Is able to pop the ultimate, though, and dive into a fight. 9-7 in a little bit of trouble. Sent sprawling. Big cross-slash damage. Junks able to heal up while this is occurring. Chain whips will come out for the Zai, but is it enough is the question. As Bowda, unfortunately, is going to lose Zem. And I think 9-7 will soon follow.
Unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that really just... the problem is, right, is that playing these new compositions, yeah, if you're going up against another new composition, the lines and the ult rotations aren't truly figured out fully yet. But here, with this new Transformer composition, you know how to deal with pretty much everything. And this comp can almost deal with everything, except for... I think the Syra Viper Tumult or the Syra Viper Justina. That composition does seem as though it would be very good at taking down Transformers. However, with other comps, what do you really do? You know, in that situation, they had what? They had the Yushan, Zai, and then what else? You know, the Yushan Zai. Yushan matches the Monk ult. He's not really going to do anything against Monk ult. At the very best, you're just going to end up, you know, timing it out, and both of you come out of transformed state. And then you got a Kylin, and then you got the Zai to answer the Kylin. Like, Zai just gets completely shut down by Kylin. So in that situation, it's just a really bad matchup, and unfortunately, they can't really do anything with it. I'm not sure if there's a line that could have resulted in them coming out on top, but we'll have to see in future. WBG now A lonely Liam with nothing to do here just gets taken down, fiended by JL with their red buff. Even if he'd won, they would have immediately rezzed on top of Bullet. Unfortunate to say the least. Now 5-1 are going to try their hand at taking down JL.
Here we go, TXJ wanting to wade into this fight. I've been on the backside of this one, and big grab into a leap. TXJ outside the reach of much of 5-2-1 as they were able to grab up Fat Milk. OUG down below, and the fight continues as we also see the Viper ult come through. TXJ hops behind, breaks the chain. Unfortunately getting focused now. A lot of damage coming out as 5-2-1 and OUG may have finally found their opening. TXJ desperately needing to get out of dodge. Will be able to launch himself into the air. Big drop down on the far side of this fight. Will go into the storm right here on a chase down to try to make back up with the rest of their team. Junks, unfortunately, with no armor, is on the way out of this fight. And so it's absolute chaos as Bowda also wants to try to find their way in.
They do just barely manage to peel. TXJ coming in, the savior of the day, saving his Kylin and then allowing for the Kylin to finish off the kill and pick up the Soul Bloom, getting a nice and healthy once again. But TXJ now in a very dire position. The Yushan is coming in, slamming down all these players surrounding him. There's nowhere to go. Bowda are going to be able to take advantage of this third party. Junks now is also going to be taken down, parried and out of the count. He does have that Vermilion Bird's Might, so he will be able to resurrect himself elsewhere. However, it is he's going to have to take a breather for the moment. Now we see this fight ensuing between Wolves and DRG. Yu is going to get taken down. The generals, the lightning god and the almighty general, the Terracotta warrior, trying their best, but they cannot keep their Feria alive. And now ZK is going to try his hand at taking down this Viper, but unfortunately, there's nothing he can do. Double jump grapple, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you deal with these Transformers, and ZK has got nowhere to go except to his death.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate sight to see here. That will be ZK down. OUG as a team are on a absolute tear. The question is how much more they continue here. There's a kill for SS, showing that with 15 already on the board at 16 minutes, that they are showing no signs of slowing down. And I don't know, when you're at this point, the real question just becomes who can step to them, who can contest. FPX barely at half of what OUG has right now. Seems to be the only person within striking distance. JL are down at 6, and most of these other teams just don't want this smoke.
I mean, they can't. They genuinely can't. I don't think with a team that's scaled up as hard as they are, it's going to be nigh impossible to actually take them down, especially with that Wu Chen having the teleport to take them away from danger. The multiple uses of Tessa Ultimate. See, now this comp can work, but Liam, like, bro, I'm sorry, how, what? We've seen it get played, we've seen the fights happen, and we saw it almost do well before earlier on in this game, but then it just ends up losing out in the end. You know, I think there was a bit of a blunder. They could have executed one player with the ball, and perhaps it's the inexperience of playing this composition. I don't know how long they've been practicing this, but we'll see moving forwards. For now, we've got our tried and true Transformers, ladies and gentlemen. JL in the realm of Yang against BBE.
Yep, JL always eager to take these fights, starting it off by matching up against BBE, forcing a final Korea, and TXG just is gonna yoink them straight out of the neck. There's the clap, and this fight's over as soon as it started.
Yeah, that unfortunately was an enormous blunder from BBE. Feria Ultimate needs to be down and ready to enter before the monk even presses the button. Because if you don't, that's gonna happen. You're just gonna get slammed, and then you're going to get knocked back into the immediate demech by the monk. It's not what you want to see. But heading on over to the opposing realm of Yang, we have 5-1 up against Bowda. 5-1 on this new Syra to Mulk Viper composition. Bowda on... what am I even looking at? Wait, Bowda on the zipping Yushan Zai. Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. I'm not, okay, yeah.
Ooh.
As unfortunately, there's not much they can do. They still have Viper ult, and it's looking pretty cooked for Bowder, unfortunately. Ultimate comes through. There you go. And 5-2-1, just a formality. He's going to take them down, winning their Realm of Yang, securing another purple armor and a gold armor, as well as a golden pulse sword. Wait, Mortal Defiance as well? Oh my goodness. This might be 5-2-1's game.
Yeah, you say that for sure. I think that they have a shot at it now, but JL are there also in a good position. FPX going to join them with the buffs available. And now we could look back at the leaderboard here. OUG at 15 kills are still, I think, the favorites to win this. Buff isn't going to last for too long. We know that during this time period, the vast majority of teams play well enough that BBE and these other teams feeling the burn of the Realm of Yang just need to try to force fights, and they're just going to be called out for doing so. It's almost an inevitability at this point. And so once these fade, and we're back to contesting these Spirit Wells as the next big objectives on the map, I do think that OUG is going to have to be the target of everybody, including JL, FPX, and 5-2-1, those teams that emerged victorious from the second Realm of Yang.
Yeah, this is really tough for them to recover from. It is possible that they'll, because their Realm of Yang fight lasted till quite late, they may be able to survive until the next Spirit Well rotation comes through, and then secure a Spirit Well to cleanse the Yang depletion. Because to be honest with you, I do not see them taking down a team in a 3v3. Maybe in an opportune third party, they manage to jump in at the right time. But thing is, third party optimally on in this environment is not easy. You know, when I talk about third partying and I say the opportune moment, it makes it sound as though it's easy. It makes it sound as though they got lucky. But no, third partying in this kind of, on this stage is very difficult. You know, you have to, because these teams are constantly aware of their surroundings. They're constantly like mapping out enemy team rotations in their head. You know, they know like certain timings that are likely to come through. Unless they're able to destabilize that tempo and do something unexpected, be somewhere they're not expected to be, you know, and come in for that optimal third party, and then at the same time be able to actually take them down and claim the soul blooms for themselves. It is not an easy task whatsoever.
All right, here we go. Pressure to start this fight. SS1 going to use the Zai ultimate to buy space. Big dash over to the side, and I think that's Juan out of the main fray of the chase down. 5-2-1, Pampy on top of them. Juan, though, still using that Zai invisibility to try to get away. Double hooks coming through, though. Pampy wants this fight. As meanwhile, we see BBE in a little bit of trouble. They needed to try to make the most out of this one in order to get this Realm of Yang depletion off of them. The problem is, Roy he's been bouncing around like a ping pong ball. Eventually gets the chance to free a hold, but there is YZG already right down on top of them in kind. Slows in trouble. Down to no armor. Gets hook shot. Now, with enemy alongside him, they are trying to stabilize versus Triple B there for Bauda. And while this is happening, ZXL will be knocked out alongside the rest of YZG. Battle on the chase, NNE divided to be conquered here by Zen.
Bauda, they need these soul blooms, and it looks as though they might be able to do so, coming in at the right time, as I was just talking about before. Able to claim 2 soul blooms, cleanse 2 of their players. And it looks as though JL are very happy to allow them to do this. Now, I think they've recognized them as a team that they are going to be able to deal with very effectively at a moment's notice and be able to portray on just at the drop of a hat. So they don't really care, I think, at this point. And at the same time, considering that then they don't have Viper on the team, it's a plus for them. You know, the Viper is the enemy. Vipers, get out of here. You know, oh, you Sean? Okay, we chill. I like you. I like the way you do things, buddy. But yeah, no. As long as it wasn't Viper, they're very happy, I believe. DRG posted up on this ballista tower. 2 of them with blue armor. Mr. Extra Large goes down to the zone. Not sure what's going on there, but I'm assuming we'll find out soon enough. 5-2-1. Very happy to just sit and take this Spirit Well along with OUG. Happy jumps, happy jumps. Everyone is vibing. Extra Large has been resurrected, but now is dead again. Interesting. Not really sure what's going on. Why was he there? What happened?
No clue. Maybe we can get a replay on this, but yep, DRG will be able to recover the Remember. Yeah, I'm still vastly confused.
And now he's dead again?
Yeah.
And he had Yang depletion.
Yeah.
So now he's fully dead.
I'm at a complete loss for words, but good on DRG for trying to play the extraction shooter part of this game. Unfortunately, they're down to 2 people, still with Realm of Yang depletion on them.
Bruh. What's going on? What's happening, ladies and gentlemen? This is rather scuffed, isn't it? But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, back to something we do know. FPX are going to be heading right on over to this Spirit Well. They have the flag in hand. They're going to be able to claim this. It looks as though without any contest from any other team. Water, very happy. 3, 2, 1. There we go. And Water is cleansed along with the rest of his teammates. All 3 of them with purple armor, looking pretty solid. Double flying knives on those 2. No Moonshard Storm, unfortunately. DRG gonna be doing some happy jumps. Hey, we had a Viper, I promise. He's dead, but we had one. We can be friends, right? Now OUG rotating with the rest of the lobby. JL, BBE, 5-2-1, all following each other in tow, all rotating around. Oh, wait a minute, the betrayal. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no, it's the Vipers. They caught up to them. Get out of here.
Yeah, this is the classic dynamic you're going to see. Viper needs to get focused out early if people want a chance of surviving into late circle without the issue of an assassin just dropping on them from above, stunning everybody, and just winning the game outright. Andy, therefore, might also be feeling the pressure here. 5-2-1, definitely in a good position. You called it before. This is definitely a team that has a lot of potential, and they're living up to it in this one. Another buff on top of them. OUG similarly in a great position. 16 kills. We've been over this before, but that stat line is still absurd. And they had picked that up 10 minutes ago. They may be looking to wipe out this whole lobby.
Are they going to be able to do it? That's the main question. Because OUG, right? They might be scaled to the moon. They might have 16 kills, but they're on Yoto Tessa Wuchen, which is not the best endgame comp. Let's be honest. You know, they might be able to create some opportunities. I think their only real shot at succeeding here moving forward is if they get aggressive. They need to try and create some openings by using this Tessa ultimate and then having their Wuchen ultimate set up in an optimal spot. Because if they don't, then they are going to be teleporting right into an enemy team, or at the very least, they're just going to teleport to somewhere not very far away and just instantly get caught up to. 5-2-1, they try their hand. It looks as though DRG going to be consolidating on this Spirit Well, trying their hand at it. They still have Yang depletion, so they certainly need the buff if they want to survive, but I doubt they're going to be able to stay here, unfortunately, as 5-2-1 and JL both contesting this spot here. 5-2-1 committing that Viper ultimate. Boom! Monk turns up to the party once again. I'm back! But no, okay, I'm out of here. I'm sorry, I'm just joking. It's a prank, bro.
Up on top of Well, JL trying to contest it, jumps high up, looking for a vantage point to try to strike down upon the rest of these teams. Jinyu, though, holding down the fort with the Yodo Hime ultimate means that for the time being, 5-2-1 won't be able to claim up Solwell, or at least attempt to do so. Bauda on one side, and the team's firing down from above. Means this is an incredibly chaotic fight. We're going to see Ivan picked off, and that's a disaster for 5-2-1. One of the teams who is looking to make it towards the very end may not get the opportunity, as DRG is also feeling the heat.
Very nicely done by Bowder, able to jump in. The Yushan still had Yang depletion with 20 seconds left on the clock. He needed that bloom, and he's able to secure it. Now, Water is going to get stuck up against the wall here, tries to create an opening off of that freeze, but not able to do so. The ultimate is going to pop off now, along with the Syra ultimate to boot. They do find one kill, claim one soul bloom, but will they claim the well? 5-2-1 Fat Milk looking to try and find the res, trying to save their teammate. Ivan is currently down for the count, and now JL are going to rock up once again to the party. We went out just for a breath of fresh air, but we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and the Monk is out to play once again, ready to throw hands. TXJ, hey, you want to get down here, bro? Come down here, buddy. You don't want to go? Okay, I'll take the buff. Thank you very much. And there you have it. JL are going to be able to secure that Mystic Might buff. Getting one of these grabs. Pampy into the double slam. Kablam! Coming on through for JL. And it's looking cooked for everyone else.
Yeah. Pampy doing what they can with Viper Ultimate. Everybody's going to skedaddle on out of there and just leave a weak Viper alone. Meanwhile, JL causing havoc up top. Double lock down into the storm. Jugs needs to try to get back before the drain overtakes them. Will be able to do so. Left a little bit vulnerable, but JL hands off beautifully. It remains a cohesive unit, holding down this low ground on the far side. They're going to be able to heal up, and now they're back into exchanging with FPX up top.
TXJ, once again, we are in Monk state, in the Vajra state, ladies and gentlemen. He had that ult reset off of the well capture. He is going to be able to get this ult off, and I believe if he's able to get at least a couple soul blooms off of this ultimate, he will be able to get into Monk state once again. ZGE, 1 HP in a dream does go down. The Monk D-Transformer is going to come on through, but the soul bloom's going to go over to his teammate instead. FPX Water does get knocked into the zone, only having just gotten their ultimate back. OUG are still in it, 18 eliminations, but FBX were catching up, but no longer. They're down and out for the count. Back to the lobby with 10 eliminations. JL on 16 though, only 2 behind. Junks with the Kylan ultimate, pulling the trigger, putting it online. The ultimate from the zipping in the zone. Will he be able to make it back in? No, sir. He goes down, and OUG are even with JL. 2 versus 2, but there's still another 2 players left in the lobby. Who's coming out on top, Nyaka?
TXJ maybe biting off a bit more than he can chew. Almost counter hit there. Does have Golden Form available. Going to utilize it here. Up on the high ground now. OUG in a little bit of trouble. Bowda still trying to navigate the storm below. TXJ trying to find a grab. Not a whole lot of value being pulled through for the Scan High just yet. I'm a little bit worried about what this means for when Final Storm closes in about a minute. Finally gets the grab. And that could be it. OUG misstep at the last second, and they may lose everything.
No, that was illegal! Illegal! How are you getting grabbed?
And just as I said, no value to be had, but it doesn't matter. It will in fact be Bowda coming out on top in game number 4, picking up at the very least last man standing. But I think JL may have gotten away with the actual top. No, it's OUG still managing to survive with the kills. That punishment at the end, a statement made by JL, means this is our tightest game yet.
Oh, man. No! How? He's just standing there. And he gets... That's just... I'm sorry. That was illegal. You cannot be getting grabs here. There was literally no pressure from anything. Anyway, regardless, goes to show that even the best players can make mistakes, ladies and gentlemen. We are all human after all. It can happen. Oh my goodness, he's bound to be kicking himself after that one, but hey, they still got the dub, they still got the MVP, they didn't get the multiplier, unfortunately, but still an enormous game. It doesn't matter. I believe it was literally just 1 point, by the way. I think OUG was on 19, and JL was on 18,
yeah.
I think, by the end. I think it was literally just 1, but we'll see when it comes to the scoreboard. But oh my goodness, what? That was a duos lobby at the end as well. It was 2v2v2. And guess what? The team that didn't fight won in the end with the first place placement.
Wow. Absolutely wild game, I gotta say, Dunking. That's what I like to see out of NARAKA at its very best, you know? Sometimes I think it's a little bit hard to get seasoned Battle Royale players into this mentality of these really prolonged final circle battles, this very specific conservation of resources that I think makes NARAKA special. But games like that demonstrate how the specific identity of NARAKA works so well to create this unique space within esports and really lead to some of these crazy, crazy games because my goodness, what in the world was that finish?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that one. NARAKA is truly unique, and it's why I love the game. It's why a lot of us do, and it's always a pleasure to watch these games unfold at this level. But hey, you know what else is about to unfold? It's Answer 4 Treasures, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. Get your answer to this question in the chat if you want to get your hands on a special gift. The question is, how many kills did Team JL get in game number 4? Was it A, 16, B, 17, C, 18, or D, 19? Now, I said that I thought it was a certain number of kills, but I may have been wrong. I actually don't know for sure. But make sure to get your answer in the chat, and one lucky winner out of those who answer correctly will be chosen at random and be whispered and added and given their chance to get their prize.
Yeah, Dunking, feel like this is a good test. See who was listening, who was maybe watching on mute. We're going to see who comes out with the special prize there for our trivia question on the game. And what a game it was. Here we go, scoreboard. And you can see just how darn close that was. 20.5 to 21. Half a point separating OUG from JL. It all comes down to, well, the number of kills right there. So I hope everybody got their answers in. 18 versus 19, but with that slight flip-flopping in placement. Let's look at our champions, though, from that game. OUG on that Wu-Chen composition with the pickup of the Yoto Hime. I didn't realize how much space and how dominant this character could be once you get to this very claustrophobic endgame fight. But shout out to Jinyu, just controlling as much as he could up until, you know, that final mistake we won't talk about there.
Oh, I mean, it's, you know, I was talking about how it's not the best endgame composition, but if you consider the fact that in that endgame, you know, they obviously had, you know, they had the potential and they were able to make it to the end. But if they don't rotate ults like perfectly, they're not coming out on top in the fight in first place, because it just, you know, if there's more than one transformer or more than one character that can reset that health bar, you're not going to be able to come out on top because you don't have that capability. Yes, you can potentially try and burst them down in the end game so that you can, you know, force out the ultimates earlier on, not allow for the health reset with the Yoto Hime, and then you've got that F from Wu-Chen and Yoto to deny ranged pressure, etc. Get that extra little bit of healing for Wu-Chen F. Tessa Ultima is up, has a lot more uptime as well with the multiple charges, etc. So it's possible, but as I said, they needed to get proactive. They did for a time, but unfortunately it just didn't go their way for the entire end game. And now we're going to take a look at some highlights off the back of game number 4, MVP by OUG, brought to you by China Unicorn.
OUG as a team working together early, create pressure, find openings. You can see it's how well they communicate too. Good handoff on aggro, I think, is one of the things to note here. OUG does a great job staggering behind, finding the last few They do so efficiently as well. That's something I think that just in terms of raw team ability, they're 3 on 3 potential, which is off the charts. And that's really what got this high number still so early on the right moment to construct it perfectly.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, OUG is a veteran team. They've been around for so long. These players themselves, they've moved through the team at times, but they've been around on this team for quite a while now, and it just shows. like trios, neutral and trios, you know, like it's a lot more complex than people think it is. You know? But then again, it's also simple. It's kind of hard to explain without fully explaining the dynamic. But it's just this right here. This is what it comes down to. Baby Yu ends up dying here because of the Kylan. He has no combo breaker, and he just gets knocked around. Like, there's not very much he can really do, unfortunately. When you're in that kind of situation, you don't have your teammate right next to you to help or do anything really. Like, your Wu Chen doesn't have an ultimate that's all that effective in those end games. So this is where the weakness of the composition lies when it comes to true end game. I mean, getting to there isn't too bad because you have the wind wall and the healing, but getting past that point is certainly difficult. But the MVP, rightly so, I believe, is going to be going over to Jinyu on the Yoto Hime with 7 kills, 6 assists, and 23,000 damage.
Yeah, this Yoto getting the MVP, credit where credit's due. Jinyu really was a monster, coming out with big ult when it matters most, and credit to the rest of the team. OUG did a great job of ensuring that you could actually get to that 22, almost 23,000 damage mark on the Yoto, because it's so easy for that character to get kited when they're pressing B.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Yoto on her own with that ultimate is, quite frankly, not very useful, unfortunately, because in the same way that Tianhai is not that useful in solos, you know, the ultimate can simply just be dodged. You know, you can simply tap dodge or even hold dodge it theoretically on reaction. You know, as long as you're paying attention, you can reactively dodge that ultimate. So if your teammates are not there to set up or to stagger or to do anything, then you're not really getting any value. But as we can see with that scoreline, with the damage numbers, the majority of which coming out from the ultimate, his teammates were able to do exactly that, set up for the damage and do it very well, as they were able to get 19 eliminations in that game.
Yeah, absolutely the case. You know, we talk a lot about OUG just because they are the ones ultimately who get that little honor. They get their names on the screen. But I do want to quickly reflect upon JL's run today as a whole. First, second, did they go second 3 times in a row now, actually, Dunking? Or something close to that, regardless. JL have been on an absolute tear, really racking up the points, and I think they are the team to beat. They are the team that you need to keep held down if you want a shot at making sure that you two can rise up to the current stratospheric level that JL is at in terms of point accumulation.
Yeah, I mean, if they continue along this path, they will probably end up being in first place or at the very least second place by after the 3rd day of trios, because this is their first day playing, and then they play again next week on Friday. So it's, you know, I'd be very surprised if they didn't make it into the bi-weekly finals, to say the least. But I thought it'd be a good idea to touch back on what I just said about how the dynamic within trios neutral is so complex, and you know, without explaining it fully, it's kind of, you know, I can't just sort of just explain it very simply. I think the simplest way to explain it would be when you see these trio teams fight, you know, when ults aren't a factor, or even if they still are, you know, the objective a lot of the time is to find numbers advantage situations, like short time periods within fights that allow you to take advantage of a number advantage. You know, you 2v1, 3v1, whatever it might be. And now, a lot of the time, you won't really see players in trios releasing focus attacks you just won't see it. You know, there's just very little reason to do so, because 1, it creates the opportunity for you to be punished, and 2, it's just the risk is quite great, because if you're an integral aspect of your team composition, you die or you go really low and you can't play with the team and do your job, then you're going to be the weakest link, and you're going to spell disaster for your team. So a lot of the time, you will always see 2v1 situations or 3v1 situations where one player amongst the team is designated to spamming light attacks, for example. The other is designated to either do the same or if the enemy player is holding blue focus, to look for that parry timing on the one charge or the 1.2. And then the third will simply stand there, and when he sees that stagger from the light attacks coming on through, he'll release that focused attack, covering all potential options and denying that person the ability to fight back. And that's why earlier on in game number 2, when we saw that 1v2 take place with that Tamog able to 1v2 Takeda and the enemy Tamog, it was that impressive, because this kind of thing should not happen in organized play like this, because it's almost always the fault of the players in numbers advantage if they lose, unless the enemy player has ult and full gold armor and everything else, and you're like white armor gamers, you're not going to be able to do anything really. But that should not happen, and it's a real testament to how well these players communicate and synergize with each other, that they're able to consistently do this at all times, and it becomes second nature. That, I would say, is probably one of the biggest aspects of trios that is missing in the global regions. Generally speaking, within ranked environment. I don't mean within like the best teams in the global regions, because they do this obviously, but that is something to work on if you're looking to get better at trios.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things to note here is that one of the elements of NARAKA that I think is incredibly difficult to navigate is just the fact that you're permanently put into these prisoners' dilemmas, where it can easily turn into the scenario where everybody's fighting everybody all the time and we have absolute chaos pushing through to the end game. But the fact that everybody's game sense is now so refined and the NBPL's level of play has elevated to this point to where everybody is constantly balancing on a knife's edge, and showing a moment of weakness does not necessarily mean that everybody starts fighting everybody. It is no longer the case that you kick out like one block and all of a sudden the whole house of cards comes falling down. Rather, it is now the case that you as an individually strong team are able to exert pressure, and you got to make sure that you're buying your own space, but you aren't necessarily in danger of everything falling apart in an instant. That means that you could really begin to play for that late game strategy. You could really begin to build compositions that matter in this realm. And I think that there's so many layers and interlocking components right now to NBPL, and especially like the deep late game, that means that grinding ranked, trying to build out towards the level of play that you see here in the trios of the NBPL is just so hard to do. And credit to anybody going on that journey, because right now play has never been better.
Yeah, no, it really hasn't. It's constantly been evolving. You said it. The ceiling has constantly been just broken through by these teams and by these players. The strategies, the compositions, whatever it might be, and typically it is TXJ leading the charge, but who knows? Maybe another general of NARAKA will make his appearance with better strategy or something to match TXJ, because he is literally called the general, by the way, by the other players within the league. They literally call him the general because he actually is just the GOAT. It's insane how much respect they have for each other. And just a quick note, that I love the fact that there is that much respect between these players, between these teams within the league. There's a lot of esports, you sometimes see, players getting up from their chairs, yelling, obscenities across the stage. Nah, that doesn't happen here. Everyone's friendly, everyone walking off the stage afterwards, laughing and shoulder to shoulder, chuckling and talking. It's quite nice to see, and you gotta respect the respect of people.
It is wild the extent to which TXJ has been giving back to the whole group of players here. I was just saying, the environment here in the NBPL is also something to really remark upon. I like the fact he called everybody else cute. I think that was my favorite part of the interview with TXJ earlier on in the day.
Oh, and did you see him as well? Posture check, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Sit up straight so you can be like TXJ. But we're going to be moving into our fifth game of the day. The championship round, as Raven likes to call it. And it does make sense, because the fifth game of the day, obviously it's not the final game. However, it usually sets up for that 6th and final game of the day. So it's usually the one that matters more than the 6th game itself, because if you have a massive game, or if you're just on the verge of qualification or something along those lines, if you have a really good game, sets you up in terms of tempo. You're feeling good, you're feeling hyped, the momentum's there. You have a bad game, doesn't go well, you gotta lock in for game number 6. You gotta come back in game 6. You have objectives set out before you once game 5 takes place for that final game. So game 5 can sometimes be a lot more important than the final game of the day.
All right, here we go. Pick order in kind. Wolves, BBE, YZG up top. JL, SS1, Bauda. 3 teams with incredibly good showings this day, all clustered in the 3rd round. OUG coming out with incredible showings of their own, going to be in the 2nd there. Very interested to see, in particular, what JL does. I've heard the rumors, I've heard that you'd be a buzz about them picking some interesting stuff, but Dunking, unfortunately, what we just experienced was them picking the meta or monkiest of monks and going ham with that to pick up 18 kills in their last game. Let's see if they swap that up at all.
Well, you know what? The thing is, because everybody else is picking new stuff, them picking the traditional stuff is actually out of the ordinary, which is quite funny to me, because they're always just against the grain, it seems like. But again, it's just the smartest decision in that scenario, I think, as well, because they know that comp inside and out, and they probably are guessing that these other teams who are playing these different comps that haven't been around all that long, that they don't know exactly how to deal with every single comp. They haven't had enough time to prep all the different lines, the ult rotations, the strategy, everything else. Because there are certain things that need to be done in a certain order if you want to survive on this stage.
All right, there we go. Another Yodohime up top. So happy to see that. As now we move on to the 3rd round here. Like I said, Bauda, JL, front runners, really, really big teams that I think are going to define a lot of what this lobby looks like. Let's see what the selections are going to be here. There we go. Yet again, we got Transformers in the form of that Chevrolet for Triple V. Nice 7 going to go for them. Atari playing on the periphery of things. SS1 also going to go for a transforming comp in their own right. There's a Terracotta Warrior alongside of Atari of their own. It looks like JL, they don't want to be left behind. There we go, copycatting Bauda.
I want to see how they play this. Please, production. If they go in Yang, please give us their perspective. I'm sure you will. You always do an amazing job. But I really want to see that, and I bet everybody else at home wants to see it too, because JL, if they're picking this comp, that means they know how it works, and they have prepped this one for sure. Now going into our last round selection, we have DRG 521 and FPX. DRG and 521 going to be going for the new Transformers. Will FPX follow suit, or will they be different? Will we see something different? No, we won't. So Triple Monk coming through. Kylin and Zipping to boot in our last round selection of our 5th game of the day. Interesting. Now, in the previous game, I was saying how it's going to be difficult for JL to survive, but they managed it because they're that good, right? But are these teams going to be able to do the same thing? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Things have constantly been flipping. Things have constantly been evolving here throughout the course of the day, throughout the course of the season. Let's move on to game number 5. I actually don't remember. What map are we on this time as well?
I believe we're on Holoroth this game.
All right. Happy to be back on Holoroth as well. We saw a lot of trap play last time that we were here on this map in that game number 2, I believe. Have a lot of nostalgia for Holoroth. It was my first map I ever played. I thought it was the original map when I first began my time with NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Here we are now with Predoria coming through as the newest map. I gotta say, totally not used to it now. I am a Morris Isles and Holoroth boy all the way. happy to be back on one of my comfort picks here. So we move into game number 5 on the day. Here we go. All the teams preparing themselves for this match, and it's really turning into an endurance fight as well. 6 games back to back, especially at this level, it's definitely tough for everyone.
Oh, absolutely. But they've been doing it for a long time, and they even have to be ready to potentially go 8 games, because in our finals, in our bi-weekly finals, we have match point where the day could potentially be over in 4 games, as it was in the first bi-weekly, and at MSI EWC Festival. You know, it's certainly possible, but it can always go to the 8 games. It can go the distance. But taking a look at these ability choices, it looks as though Enor still hasn't been fully figured out, because there are players who are going for V1 and there are players who are going for V2. The differing factor being that when you use your ability, V1 offers you a sort of something that you can throw out at distance, and then it will spawn a lightning field, and all of the players within there will have the mark applied to them, the mark that allows Enor to sort of slam them into the ground with the spear. And not only that, but if they are in that field, they become linked, and the damage is shared between them. However, with V2, instead of having that, you have a spear that you can throw out at range, of course, right? And you can reactivate the ability to teleport to it and essentially apply and do the same thing. However, it doesn't give you that AoE potential. However, if you just simply go over to the spear instead of teleporting to it, you can pick up the spear again and throw it again, allowing you to have a lot more mobility and potential to chase people down. So I'm not too sure myself which one is the better option, but we'll have to see. JL opted to go for V1, so we'll see if they're onto something here. But here we are with the drop spots, Nyako. What do we reckon? Who's coming out on top of this early game?
Well, I guess it's going to be defined here by this first little contest. 5-2-1 immediately trying to duke it out with WBG. Pampy going in there just with the fist. And already, unfortunately, getting pummeled a little bit. Bell comes out, not enough. WBG continuing to put the pressure on. And I do think 5-2-1 may have bit off a bit more than they could chew here. That being said, Cookie doesn't have a whole lot of armor, but Fat Milk being set and running with just a touch of health left means that I think that this one's going all in favor of the Red Shirts.
Yeah, it does look like it, but the third party is going to be coming in. YZG have arrived, and they have immediately been fended off. Oh my goodness. Cookie with a sliver of health surviving, and they fend off these players, taking down one instantly. But Cookie does eventually go down. Will Yeran be able to do anything with this ball? The orb coming through. No, sir! Oh, no. Yep, see, this is what I was talking about before. They've had a little bit of time to practice, but evidently not enough, unfortunately.
Yep, here we go. Yali in trouble, stuck up against the wall with these tents, but multiple people have gone warringly low at this point. Pampy somehow still within it, on Fan, trying to do what they can, but Zed gets a brilliant counter hit here. Bell comes out, Zed waits it out. Now hands off aggro, and Pampy is gone. YZG cleanup. Now they're gonna look to revive Yao Yu here and get back up to 7-3.
Well, it's quite insane, to be honest. They third-partied and then instantly lost a member, but they still came out on top at the very end. But heading on over to Metab, we have FPX up against BBE, and it looks as though this is just the tail end of the fight as we now see the final member getting taken down. But the action's not over just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Wait a minute. SS1 are diving in. The Enor, the zipping. We are seeing some more action. No, not zipping. Sorry, Matari. The F's coming out. Water trying to peel for his teammate. He does have that Tianhai ultimate ready to go. Luoye does not, however. He is short on armor, short on effective health. He might be able to find an armor swap. He does, but it's empty. No! FBX are dismantling SS1, even though they were the ones aggressed on initially. But wait a minute! Oh! Here comes another one!
We talked about it before. OUG with an incredible game sense, knows how to third party like no one else, and once they're in there as a team, they are so coherent. There we go, coming in, picking up now what are 4 kills in just a few minutes. We still have 27 minutes left on the map, and already we have a few front runners. OUG, ASE, FPX, and now we got another fight. JL, they want their slice of the action.
They certainly do. Kakaishi is going to be popping that bell, but he's not popped the ultimate just yet. Junks is trying to make something happen with those empowered dashes, holding down that button, trying to get that gold focus, big damage, getting that healing off. But it's not done all that much for them, unfortunately. However, thankfully, they do have a pretty significant loot advantage. Junks is going to get grabbed, though. Wanfeng is waiting to send out that cannon shot to deny the punch, but no, it's not in time. Misjudges the distance, and now Junks is on the back foot. He gets grabbed once more, is going to get slammed, but thankfully, he's going to be able to dash into the sky. This is though the re-aggression is going to occur. TXJ on very low health is going to survive for the moment, using that F ability. 5-1, jumping in with a third party, going to be able to ruin their time. No play for you, no fight win for you, senor. We have arrived, and DRG are going to be the ones to disengage, but will they be able to make it out alive as Pampy is hot on his heels?
You're gonna have to see. 5-2-1 trying to give chase. So far, they're burning a whole lot of hook shots to try to get down here. Good movement by Dongyu, trying to get up and around. Unfortunately, caught mid-air. Good job on the charge attack. Unfortunately, they just don't have the armor, even off the triple knockback. Try to make this fight work. So that will be DRG dropping one. And now OUG up to 5. FPX all the way in 5th place on the day, by the way, in their total standings with 4 kills of their own. Everybody getting in on this one. JL at 3 kills, having lost 2, going to revive up here and get back into things. But at 25 minutes left, we still have a little bit of time for first round Yang, and I think that with that in mind, we could still have a big fight on our hands.
Oh yeah, potentially we'll see one fight break out just before the Yang pops up, as it's still a little bit of time before it does spawn in. Not too long though, so a lot of teams are going to be trying to prepare for the Yang fight that they have ahead of them. ASE being one of them, looting up as much as they can. We have 1 purple armor, purple nunchucks, and I believe that's purple pistol. I'm not too sure. It's hard to tell when it's transparent like that, and I think it might be. Regardless, ASE certainly set up for a decent Yang fight. Not the best, but not the worst situation. Speaking of the worst situation, BBE unfortunately still has a player with white armor. Common armor, not ideal. However, if it's going to be on someone, it can be on the Syra. They may still be able to go into the run with Yang here, but white armor is pretty sus G going into Yang, I would say.
I would tend to agree with that. We had people make it work before here, but usually, if we're talking about it in terms of those are stories I remember, that's usually not a good sign for something to work. You know, it's really impressive if somebody's able to drive a Model T Ford at 100 miles an hour. It doesn't mean that you should do it, or it's the easiest to do it on one of them.
No, definitely not. But it looks as though Bowder is also in a similar position. 1 purple armor. No purple weapons though, unfortunately. Purple weapon has been given over to the Matari, I believe. NY7. Purple flying knives, I think. Yes. Oh, no, wait. No, that was Junks, sorry. Completely different team. Junks on the Matari does have a purple weapon. JL, no purple armor, unfortunately. But here we are. We are setting up for the Yang. SS1 wandering around. Potentially going to do a little bit of shopping themselves. Last minute looting before the Yang comes in. We do have a Spirit Well that's also going to be popping up simultaneously. There could be a couple teams looking to contest that instead of going over the Yang. Especially considering that there aren't all that many teams with full purple armors. But now taking a look at the map, we have a better idea of what these players are going to be looking to do. BRG are the closest to the Spirit Well, but I believe they're probably going to go Yang instead.
As it currently stands, everybody mostly just playing in stalemate right now. Nobody wanting to pull the trigger and risk anything too early, although the red flashing on screen does mean SS1 and Bowda are on a little bit of a trade. I see exactly what's happening around them.
Wait a minute. I can hear some action taking place. I heard a Tesla ultimate. Something is going down right now. I'm not sure what exactly it is. There it is. OUG and JL are scrapping it out. The no ult zone is in effect. Junks has already been eliminated. Nowhere to go. One thing is going to be popping that ultimate, trying to salvage the situation. But FPX and OUG, in the process of doing this, are all going to miss out on the Realm of Yang. One thing going up the sky, OUG trying to make something happen with the Yoto ultimate. FPX are now their targets. JL seemingly able to play on the outside for the moment. Wu Channel is going to be coming on through for your OUG, and it is going to save them from further aggression. Now jumping into the Realm of Yang, we have Bowder up against 521.
521 already having Campy up in Golem form, looking for a grab, looking for something. Unfortunately, the fact that we already have one incredibly low member of the form of Ivan means that this is a difficult one for 521 to try to navigate here. Triple B for Bauda also just going into Faria ult will drop out around the same time that Campy will drop outside of Golem form. Unfortunately, one man down means that this is an awkward place to be. Zem at about half health, half armor could be the target of the remaining two members of 521 if they don't have to already deal with the fact that we have multiple members about on top of them. Here comes the cross with 9-7, and unfortunately that's another one gone. Campy, last one left alive, the last hope of 521. Unfortunately, not going to find much of the way of respite here as all three members of Bauda get on top of them, waiting out the bell to bring them to their knees.
There's nothing you can do at that point, unfortunately, and it looks as though there is one Realm of Yang still taking place. I'm assuming we'll probably swap over to it right now with BBE up against ASE. No? Yes, I think that is currently happening. Not too sure. Regardless, Bowder, happy jumps. Very happy about their Yang win. YZG over in the stash, the cave, looting up all the... Oh wait, they won Yang and they're getting the cave as well. Now that's a lot of loot right there.
Oh yeah, absolutely the case. Bauda, Wolves, YZG. I'll go for the Vermilion Bird's Might, WBG, go for the White Tiger's Prowess. And we have several teams already up in that front runner position like we talked about before. Let's watch YZG versus SS1, by the way, here in Realm of Yang on the replay. Daoyo for YZG taken to the air on this Zai, looking to use a superior range to continue to poke and prod from afar. Doing a good job of doing so. Absolute chaos down below. YZG going to follow up with the Syra ultimate, and that's going to be too much for Juan. It's going to be sent sprawling, taken down, as now with the stun being put upon the Terracotta Warrior, that's opening up an opportunity for people to jump upon Juan. There's no way out at that point. YZG have taken down 2. They'll make it 3 very shortly here.
This is 1. Oh. Yeah, no, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen. They had their 1v2 earlier, not gonna be able to manage this one, unfortunately. Now DRG on the outside getting a double grab. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to execute either player, as he did not have he simply couldn't have. The zipping and the Kylan with that immunity and zipping with that ultimate ready to go at a moment's notice. Unfortunately, not able to get those kills. 521 and ASE, DRG all in the mix right there. Mist and Kakaishi are just gonna get double grabbed out of nowhere.
Yeah, it happens. We see this a few times. Tianhai just get the double yoink at some points. It's pretty wild to see, as now we are going to in fact get another contestation. BBE and SS1, YZG on the far side playing in the corner. Bauda losing 1, as are the Wolves here. This is an absolutely chaotic fight. SS1 feeling the pressure, really needed to try to find an elimination here to wipe away the remaining 2 Realm of Yang debuffs. Bauda crossed up from behind. Nice little hop over by Swan there. This could be their opportunity to actually claim a life.
They could get their soul blooms here. They certainly need them. Yuan is the last player without the cleanse coming on through. Will we be able to see it happen? They do have 2 ultimates still ready to go. But, oh, wait a minute, there it is. The Viper ultimate third party is going to come in, but immediately answered by the Matari ultimate. Very nicely done, very well timed coming on through. And now we have that Soul Bloom ready to be picked up by Yuan. And there you have it, fully cleansed. BBE is going to be the ones fiended here in the third party. YZG picking up another kill, going up to 10 eliminations. Speaking of kills, we have 5 for Bowder, 7 for 521, 2 for SS1, 7 for FPX, 3 for Wolves, JL on 3, ASC on 8, DRG on 2, OUG on 7. And I believe there are a couple at the bottom there that we don't have information on. But WBG to be able to pick up another one, and they're one of those teams down at the bottom with 5.
You know, as I kind of said before, most of the time in the NBPL, we're at a point right now where getting the Roma Yang debuff is quite backbreaking just because of how good teams are at controlling pace and not skating fights when necessary. But sometimes you do get the cleanses and you do get some very impressive plays. We're now watching DRG, unfortunately, out in the wilderness, just getting jumped upon by ASC. And that'll be another pickup.
Certainly will. DRG, unfortunately, nowhere to go. And that is the last player on that team, fully eliminated now. Back to the lobby they go. Speaking of fully eliminated, BBE, DRG are actually the... Wait, is that the only 2? I think I may have missed one. No, perhaps not. Regardless, not many teams eliminated. We have a lot of players alive, 27 still. Going into our second round with Yang, we have two fights about to ensue between Bowder and YZG and FPX and Wolves. But YZG is going to be our attention for the moment. Yao Yu dropping down from the sky, trying to find a quick pistol shot. Nothing too crazy, not able to find anything just yet, unfortunately. Does get the stagger onto NY7, dropping down, but the peel coming through from the Farrier, beautifully done.
Yeah, Zhao Yu gonna make the decision to just try to heal off on the far side of this fight. Even with that Zai ultimate available and the timer ticking down, they won't find the reactivation, jumping in, and 9-7 is annihilated in an instant. YZG practicing patience and it's paying off beautifully. And now VVV completely split away from the last remaining comrade in this fight, is stunned. That is a confirmed kill, and now it's all up to Zem for Bauda.
Happy jumps. He knows it is cooked, unfortunately, and they are simply going to wait out the timer as long as possible and to essentially extend the effective duration of the buff that they get from the Yang. Oh, wait a second. Got the... Hey! I may have lost Yang, but I stole your stuff, buddy. ZGE chuckling to himself. 1 versus 3. Very happy with himself there. Swapping over to a blue weapon now, so that if he does get parried moving forward, he's not going to lose that staff. Solid from both teams there. Get the staff and get the win in the Yang there from for Wolves. They're going to be able to get a replacement legendary weapon, but unfortunately they are going to have to... they're only going to be on 1 for them.
All right, here we go. OUG down below, trying to force this Faria off the top side. Missed Hops drops down, looking to provide artillery fire. ASE in the distance there, already taking some splash damage, and OUG moving in, wanting to try to finish the job, missing a lot of trouble, down to just a sliver, moving back towards the rest of their team. OUG moving through. I think Zinyu got a little bit caught up there on the entrance to the yurt, but doesn't matter. That is a dead miss, and that is OUG looking for even more in this fight. Remainder of ASE now definitely going to be the target. Zhao Wen picked off in an instant, and this may spell the end for this team.
WBG are looking at... Oh, wait a second. They're allowing the res. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Now, this is understandable, but unfortunate for ASE with the targets there. And they had 11 kills as well. But in the grand scheme of things, for both of these teams, it makes sense for them to not fight each other in this situation, as they are the only 2 teams with that Wu Chen right there, I believe. So if they are singled out later on because they eliminated the other, they're just creating opportunities for them to get full lobbied by everybody in the game. So it does make sense, albeit unfortunate for ASE. But moving forward, it looks as though JL we're in a pretty bad spot. One of them is still fully dead, and it looks as though they just resurrected their other player. One Fang is now in white armor, and FPX have spotted him out. I'm going to try and take advantage of this and cleanse one of their Yang deletions.
All right. One Fong in a little bit of trouble. Water decided to venture out here. FPX has got the full trio, and unfortunately, I think that One Fong is not long from this world. Bringing this deeply into the storm, and unfortunately, that is going to be their final resting place.
And not very much he can do there, unfortunately, and JL now back down to one player left alive, that being the Matari somewhere on the map. Bowder taking the time to resurrect themselves. They still hadn't resurrected themselves, having lost in the realm of Yang. With 3 minutes left on the clock, they're going to have to try and find that cleanse. But again, if they are able to consolidate on the Spirit Well, they may be able to cleanse without all that much trouble. FPX are in a similar position, but with slightly less time, 2 minutes 30. Gonna have to find some way of cleansing soon. And considering they're on triple blue armor, it's not looking likely, to be quite frank. The likelihood they'll be able to actually fully cleanse here is pretty low, and unfortunately it looks as though Kiki has been spotted out by 2 separate teams, and they're immediately going to feed him down.
Yeah, it's brutal that this is happening on low ground like this. So many people able to approach from all angles here. Wolves WBG sting upon that kill. Water's in trouble too, actually, out of nowhere. FPX maybe stuck in a weak link. Water gonna be forced to actually ult here. This Golem is just trying to get out of dodge, but there's people on all sides and there's pressure coming either way. I would call these happy hops, but I think Water's not feeling too happy right now.
It's sad hops.
Yeah.
Sad jumps. Big sad. Water is dead, unfortunately. But the Kylan jumping in, he's going to try the hero play. The hero Kylan, he too, unfortunately, is going to get surrounded, beset on all sides by the enemy. And there you have it. Schwan is going to be the one to pick up the elimination. But this, hey, this SS1 also have triple blue armor and are at risk of potentially getting lobbied themselves. So they immediately get out of there. Definitely a good idea. No time to loot. Be happy you got the kill and dip. Going up to 3 eliminations.
All right. Bowda just waiting in the wings together. As we see the Spirit Well spawn up. Wolves waiting on the sidelines here. ZK already down to about half armor. Probably means that they can't approach for the time being. And further lockdown potential is going to confirm that Bowda is going to have a good hold on this for the time being. With the Transformers taking shape. OUG, on the other hand, fully uncontested. Just going to grab a well here. Get the Mystic Might out of it. And now they're going to look for a fight on top of it all because they have that free reign. Bowda, angle onto Yali. WBG definitely in trouble now as Zem wants to continue to try to find members to take on down.
Having that alt reset as well, it's going to be very handy for them as they're able to just immediately keep on going. With Mystic Might under their belt, they're going to have all the information they could want as to where these players are. I'm not sure if we see the cleanse already happen with the flag. It's possible that it could have already come through, but no? I'm not too sure. Regardless, OUG are going to be dictating the pace of the lobby moving forwards. Not too much is currently happening, as the factions have seemingly been formed, the Tessas, Wuchens. Then you have the Enors and the Mataris over there. We have Wolves on an ISO comp, a unique composition, I believe. I don't think there's anybody else running Viper to Morg Syra at the moment. We'll see if they're able to actually survive moving forward. They do have 3 minutes left on the clock. It's not unwinnable, but it's going to be a tough one.
Hey, I'm of the opinion that the fewer Vipers that you have in a lobby, the more effective each individual Viper is. Let's see if Wolves is going to live up to that adage here. You, for the time being, playing relatively passively, knowing they don't have to pull the trigger just yet, and they want an angle by which people are distracted, and they don't expect that Viper roll to come.
Oh, wait a minute. Looking in the distance over there, we see JL actually fully resurrected. The Matari, the solo Matari, is able to res both teammates. That's 3 reses he's done this game. What a champion. What an absolute beast. He's actually able to fully recover the team, but then again, one of them still has white armor and the other is on blue alongside the Matari, so them surviving is going to be a whole different story. You can see this absolute mess of players. YZG, Yang depletion still 2 minutes. ZXL and Yao Yu need to make something happen. Oh, wait a minute! He's been abducted!
Oh,
He's been abducted!
Oh,
Yao Yu! Oh no! See, now that's the one good thing that Liam could do. But other than that, pretty doo-doo. I'm not gonna lie. Not very useful. Oh, wait a minute. TXJ's, he's not happy. He's not happy. Yota ultimate coming on through with the Tessa ultimate ready to charm. Big damage potentially. Jinyu might be able to close this out. The Moonbane's gonna be coming up through. No way! Yali is going down to the Moonbane. ZK's gonna get hit. Can we get the jungle? No.
Attempting to res there. Bauta still playing on the periphery of this fight. Moonbane creating so much pressure as everybody's forced out to the sides of the storm. ZK gets caught out, and Wolves all of a sudden have a weak link. Nobody around to really capitalize. Everybody's just dealing with the chaos right now in the best way that they can. And here we go. ZK immediately going for the re-engage. Gonna get third, gonna get fourth party, just looking for a free kill there. As now the fight continues. Meanwhile, SS1 Bauta trying to jockey for position and negotiate this spirit well. It looks like SS1 currently has the hold over it. Transforms to try to continue the fight. Bauta waiting on the far side. Juan leaping forward here. Teleports in. That is you from the Wolves in trouble. The question is, what is the follow-up going to be? It seems like Zwan's kind of alone right now. Not with the rest of their team. Hopping back down over to the rest of their crew. Bauta still waiting on the fringes of this one, looking for someone to take down. As OUG move away from the wall of the storm, WBG and Wolves below them. So the fight is just being dragged out so long now. 4 minutes left on the clock. And I think that we're returning back to a position where everybody is just waiting in the wings, looking for someone to show a sign of weakness. And it could be what I believe is a Syra ultimate over there that starts things off in kind. And that is SS1, having a member taken below half health. No armor available. Yali dead. WBG teleports out, but it's too little too late. They got Yuan with them, but Yuan is all alone now. And unfortunately, this WBG member just can't get the finishing blow because of that.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I think it was the Syra ultimate was simply forced as they had nothing left to do. They had Yang depletion still timing out, and now we have the tail end of this lobby coming in. The Cookie does get taken down pretty low. Bauta looking to try and poke and prod, and oh my goodness, SS1 just explodes Cookie. Cookie goes down. And Baby U as well, also going to be going down for the count. SS1 with Draco Storm able to fully dictate this lobby, have the agency to decide who is to be lobbied and who will be left till later on. Juan does get stunned by the Tessa Charm, but nothing's going to come of this, unfortunately. And SS1 are looking as though they're going to be taking this lobby. I'm not sure. Oh, only 5 eliminations. So unless they get all of the kills moving forwards, they aren't going to get their MVP, I don't think. But they're certainly a good spot to do so with Draco Storm under their belt.
All right, well, we got Iran still getting constantly harassed here, but not nearly as badly as OUG's SS, who's now in a position where you're too far outside the storm, and that will be the drain taking you away. Juan gonna try to go for res here. This is a risky call, as now you might be walled from ever re-entering. Yarod still just absolutely getting the shaft on all fronts here. Bauta on the chase, SS1, Tuan on the chase. 5-1 trying to restore up on the top side of this one is now that high ground because ever more valuable. You see a fight in the tree here. Pampi just looking for a new angle. Jinyu trying to follow them up to the top side. Fat Milk down on low ground, worryingly close to the wolves, but they have Pampi at their back here. It's just utter chaos as with 1 minute and 48 seconds left, the crowd has been thinned out. Currently, Wolves sit atop the throne with 12 kills. Theoretically, OUG matching them, and they still have their Yodohime alive. Unfortunately, that's not going to last too long as Jinyu is going to get a flamethrower to the face for their efforts. Tossed into the storm, and they will be drained out.
There's nothing that can really be done, unfortunately, as a solo within this environment. Not very much to work with. No buildings, no nothing. You have one tree, and that's about it. You are just fully at the mercy of the strongest teams in the lobby right now with all the loot in the world. NHQ does get grabbed. Pampi's going to be going for the slam. Unfortunately, he does. Ooh, just barely get back into the zone before he falls to the storm at damage. Warrior in the Terracotta Warrior, gonna see if he can find an opener, could extend this merciless havoc onto Fat Milk, but no need. They are gonna be going down regardless. Everyone's flying up into the sky, trying to stay off the ground. The floor is lava, Nyako. Are they gonna get burned?
Certainly some of them already feeling the burn, forced out into the storm. Zwan, center stage right now, trying to do what they can off staff. Good interception mid-air, able to catch one, but Zwan's teammates also definitely in tough shape. One of SS1 members is on the ground, dead and done for. And now it's up to him as a final hope here. Wolves have been knocked out. Bauta's triple B incredibly low. Nothing to get back to. No drain to be had. This is Swan's game to win as Bauta will crumble. And SS1 will reign supreme.
Massive. The Enor ultimate coming in with the spear, with the AoE. Boom! Beautifully done. The thunderous call of the Enor's Thunder God state coming in and taking them down the very end. And SS1 is going to be victorious, claiming MVP. And didn't I... Wait, that was... They were the ones with the buff that I said that if they're gonna win this, they need to get all the kills. I'm pretty sure, no? Wasn't it? I think it was.
You know
them.
what? I'm gonna throw my hat in the ring and just say you got your prophetic abilities on lock. I think that you did say that.
I am clairvoyant. Oh, I've been doing this for a long time. 11,000 hours of NARAKA does that to you. It does a lot. Hey, but SS1, big game from them. We're gonna be getting that MVP, pushing them all that little bit closer to making sure that they are qualified for the bi-weekly finals next week. And there you have it. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I talked about earlier. Look at them. They're all bodies all hanging out, shoulder to shoulder, laughing, having a good time. That's what you like to see.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Like I said, there's a unique culture here in NBPL esports. I love the fact that teams intermingle with one another, chatting it up. And there we see the end of it all. This time around, it is going to be great showing from these three. Yuan, Muye, Yuan. You know, it's going to be very hard for me to continue to pronounce these two's name back to back, Yuan and Yuan, if they keep showing out like this in these crazy hybrid scenarios.
Yeah, it's can be tough sometimes. I think the one that trips me up the most is when it's just letters. You know, XZLDW7. I don't know. It's just like all over the place sometimes, but it can be quite difficult. But it is their name after all. I think that a lot of the time the reason why is because they have to abbreviate it so that they can fit the org's tag at the beginning of the name. Because that's what happened with Wang Liang back before. He was Wang Liang, and then he went over to Wolves, and then what became WL, and then he moved again to a different org, and then he changed his name to Edward, which, funnily enough, is actually a story from his school, his time at school. He got called Edward by the teacher one time, and then everybody called him Edward from then on. So now that's the lore behind that. But anyway, moving on. We've got the answer for Treasures in the Arco. Take it away.
Yeah, who and how many players chose Inor Wan, our newest character, after about a month now in game number 5? A2, B3, C4, or D5. Make sure that you guys are throwing the answer, the letter, in fact, into Twitch chat. And those who get chosen out of the pool of correct answers will be whispered for a special gift. What are you thinking about this character so far? I haven't really got a sense of how I feel. He's definitely not my play style, but I've been having a good time on him dunking.
I mean, I've played him a bit, not all that much in trios. However, it's definitely interesting. On release, he was solid. You know, he was good. He wasn't great in solos, but he definitely had potential for trios. But then they buffed him, and now I think he might be a little strong. He's a little good. He's pretty solid, I think. He's it's definitely a struggle to find a place for certain characters within trios compositions, especially. But it looks as though it's being done pretty well. You know, SS1 certainly managed it, running at the Inor, Yushan, and Batari, going for that F reset strategy with the F2 on Yushan and Inor, along with the V1 on the Matari. But interesting to note, that's actually F1 Matari. That's something that we've hardly seen for a very long time, in fact, and I think that's actually very surprising. I think that might simply be to set up for the ultimates of the two transformers, so that you can secure that impale or secure that big lockdown stab into the ground from Inor.
All right, well, here we go. Standings. WBG trailing with only 18 points, rounding us out in the 18th slot. As we climb up, we look at DRG right at that crucial cutoff line, 25 and 28.3. I'm a little bit worried for them and how they're going to fare. You need a lot more than that in totality, and their 2 days are almost up. We got one more game left with Bauda here at the very top of the standings. My goodness me, 75.8, 65.3, and they aren't done just yet.
No, they are not. They've still got one game left to play for the day. Can they top their performance from the first day? I'd imagine so, considering it's only 10.5 points behind their first day's performance. But the question is, can they outdo OA? Because, you know, they're all friendly and happy, but there's still competition there for sure. But we're going to be taking a look at the highlights off the back of game number 5. MVP by SS1, brought to you by China Unicom. Taking a look at some of these highlight moments. 5-1 with this double grab. What is going on with these grabs? Does everyone just forget to dodge? I don't really get it. It happened in the previous game as well. Like, just getting grabbed when you just have no business getting grabbed.
Yeah, especially given the fact that now everybody is obligated to play at least one monk game on the day. There's got to be a whole lot of practice going into the whole don't get grabbed thing.
I mean, even without that, you know, they've been playing for years. They've been playing trios for so long, and they're getting grabbed. It shouldn't be happening, but it is what it is. Everyone makes those mistakes. But SS1 coming in here, clutching it up at the end with that ultimate, going out into the zone in advance and using the transformation to reset the health bar, diving back in with that lightning spear. Very nicely done by SS1.
All right, well, here we go. And in fact, it is our newest character. It is the Inor coming through with the MVP. And what an MVP it was. That sustain, that transformation in the hands of Zwan, so impressive. SS1 deservedly taking this one home. And a relatively well-rounded game, honestly. Like, 18,000 damage is not the craziest metric you've seen, but that just speaks to the fact that SS1 was a cohesive unit in this game.
And also, to say that 11,000 out of that almost 18,000 damage is kind of nuts. That's a lot of damage from Enor. That's a lot of damage. Running the F2 V1. And I personally, right, earlier I mentioned how I wasn't too sure as to whether or not V1 or V2 was the superior, Enor ultimate for trios. But like originally I thought that V1 would be the best option because it gives you the AoE. There are multiple people in a trios team, so being able to potentially hit more than one of them and get more damage across the board gives it gives rise to the thought that this is probably the better option. But then again, V2 gives you that mobility. Your teammates can even pick up the spear and throw it for you. It's I don't know yet, to be honest with you. It's hard to say, but we shall see, as I reckon Enor is probably here to stay for the foreseeable future, unless something drastic happens in terms of balancing for this character, which even then we wouldn't see for another couple of weeks. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not we get more Enor, and if they finally come to a consensus on which one is better. But for the moment, we're going to be throwing over to a quick interview, and we'll be right back for our game number 6.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NBPL as we're moving into our final game of the day here for day number 2 of competition in trios for a second bi-weekly.
It's going to be an exciting game. Hopefully, we'll actually get to see even more oogliness when it comes to the comms. I'm Dunkin' Donuts, joined by NARAKA, and we are going to be bringing you this final game of the day. What do you reckon? Do you have any predictions for this final game of the day, or no?
You know, I gotta say, I really thought that JL would keep on their absolute tear throughout the first 4 games into game number 5, but they were eliminated early and they just wilted under the pressure. I do wonder if maybe their run has come to an end on the day and we're going to see full Bauta domination and welcome of the Bauta overlords, or if JL can bring it back here. It's between those two for me. I do think that right now, though, we're going to be looking at the same few teams who have been rising to the top time and time again, and SS1 just cemented themselves as one of those teams on the day. Let's see if they are the team to actually go back to back.
They could do so. Then again, JL, you know, I've always noted this tendency. They do pretty damn well for most of the day, but they usually have at least one game where things don't go their way, and it makes sense, you know. They're kind of insanely good, and they're kind of the goats. But then again, you know, they can't win everything. They can't win every game, and so makes sense. But as you said, could be a back-to-back for SS1. Could be a different team entirely. Perhaps we'll see a 5-1 finally come in and take in that MVP. Who knows? I certainly look forward to this game. But so far, no Taka. Not all that surprised, to be honest. But then again, I'm rather disappointed.
Yeah, there's a few characters that I would love to see show their stuff, even if, you know, they aren't well suited to it here in the trios environment. I'd love to see a Hottie, honestly. I would think a Hottie would be really funny.
Well, we've seen Hottie.
We have? We saw Hottie today?
We've seen like 6 of them. There's been a lot of Hottie.
Is my brain just broken? I do not remember a single Hottie in any of these games.
We've seen a lot of Hottie.
Oh my goodness gracious. Well, never mind then. Ignore me. I don't know how I missed it. None of them placed well. Let's put it that way. Next thing you're going to tell me the Hottie MVP.
No, I don't think we did. No, but we definitely seen a decent amount of Hottie. But yeah, no Taka so far. I think how many characters we haven't really seen too much of. We haven't seen. Not too sure. We've seen most of the cast of characters. I think Shiol, we haven't seen. We saw Lani. We've seen Liam. We haven't seen Shiol. I think we've seen every single character except Shiol, and Taka.
Taka, yeah.
No way. Really? I think so.
How does it feel with
forgetting
your favorite being in the bottom 2 then on the day for trios?
I mean, I'm used to it at this point. I'm used to it. You know, he gets reworked. He's like okay for a little while. Everyone complains, and then he gets nerfed into the ground.
I was going to say he just got reworked too. This is pretty brutal.
He gets reworked, and then it's like he's not even all that strong. Like solos, he doesn't get picked. He gets picked a couple times, and it doesn't do well. Trios, it gets picked a couple times, doesn't do very well. But it still gets nerfed, and now he's worse than he was before he got reworked. Anyway, moving on. Let's see it. Come on, give me a Taka game. It'd be nice. Would be nice to see, because if they're cooking up interesting compositions, I'd like to see what their take on a Taka comp could be. But I doubt it will be coming through. But if it's a game to do it on, Morrisile is usually the better option for Taka, I have to say. Not as much, you know, there's definitely a little bit more to work with. You know, there aren't any Fireflies, however, it's still probably his better map, I would say, out of the 3.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in seeing what comes out here. First round is going to be ASC, OUG, and WBG. Bauda, SS1, JL going to follow through. DRG, FPX, 521 are in the third round. And Wolves, BBE, and YZG will round us out for our final draft of the day.
Now, what are we going to see? I reckon phase 1 probably still going to be Tumult, Syra, Viper, I reckon. Maybe we see one team not go for it, or maybe we see a little bit of diversity and have Justina instead of Tumult. But other than that, I don't reckon we'll see another comp get picked first. Yep. OUG going to be going for it. WG, yep. ASE. Well, we know we're going to pick it anyway, guys. Come on, just lock it in.
Yeah.
Just lock it in. Moving along. The Justina
Justina, yeah. Justina, a little mix-up there at the end. I just think this is, like, not strictly worse, but contextually not quite as good as the Temi. And so I'm kind of surprised that we are going to see that selection here. But that will be the swap up. Moving into the second round. No more Viper, no more Temi, and no more Syra to be had. And it looks like we're going right back over to another Transformers composition.
Cannonball variant with Enor instead of Yushan. Oh, SS1 going for the new Transformers.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do we need to create a new name specifically for the Enor composition?
I mean, to be honest, I think it's probably best we don't, because I don't think this comp will necessarily stick around in its current state. It's very likely, it's very possible that it'll change a bunch, and then, you know, in a few weeks, we'll probably have a more, you know, solid idea of whether or not a comp, like whether or not, well, which Enor comp is best. Because
sometimes you just want to get ahead of it all, you know?
Yeah. I do think that this comp is actually pretty solid, though, I have to say. The Yoto, Tessa, Wuchen, it's solid. You know, it feels like it's lacking in one or two areas, but other than that, I think it's a pretty damn good comp. The other variants, though, where you have, I don't know, what was it that they picked? The Tessa, Wuchen, and then something else that's not Yoto. I don't know. Zai, I think it was. I don't know about that one. That one definitely seems sus to me. It's a little bit, meh, because Zai is the kind of character that just loses to so many different things nowadays. Like before, she was kind of a powerhouse, but now, due to just the shifts in the meta, the different characters that have been, you know, have their power improved or have found their place within certain comps, they just shut her down. But she does have potential, just needs the right comp. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't think this is it either. Yushan Karumi's Eye?
Yeah, it's an interesting call for sure. We saw a few Karumis coming there at the end. I am interested to see what Kurumi is bringing to the table these days. I just kind of feel that she has, in the majority of the compositions where she was picked, been outstripped or shifted away from. But she still has definitely some outplay potential. Some interesting things can definitely happen as we move towards these claustrophobic endgame fights. The question is, can these teams pilot them to success? That's the real question. Moving on into the final game of the day. Places are not necessarily locked. For a few teams, this will be their final game to decide whether or not they propel themselves far enough up the leaderboard to make it to the finals. So there's a lot on the line here. A lot of scoring opportunities still need to be made.
Yeah, absolutely. They may it's make or break time for some of these teams. For half of this lobby, they need to get in to that top 12, and they need to do so in such a way that they're not going to get knocked out on the next day of trios, where they don't get to fight back and protect their spot in that top 12. But as you said, we will see. It looks like Juan's like yelling down the mic, giving his team a motivational speech because he's just slamming his water bottle on the desk. We got this, guys! Let's go! Lock it in! You know,
to be,
yeah,
correct translation.
Yeah, it could have been spot on. You know, who knows? But I reckon that's probably what it was. Otherwise, why is he slamming a water bottle on the table? It doesn't make much sense.
He's like, there's no cup holder around here. What am I supposed to do?
Where's my juice?
All right, here we go. No more water bottle slamming to be had on our player cams as we dive on into our final game. Here we go, showing off the hero picks for each one of these teams. And I'm telling you, man, I just don't see the hotties. I think I just have a complete blind spot to that character having gotten selected in previous games.
Yeah, we definitely had some. So it happens. Oh yeah, but yeah, this Viper comp, I have to say, it's evident how good this is now. It's really strong. I think I was thinking about it before. I think there are a couple comps that could potentially deal with it, but I'm not too sure. I need to test something because Syra's ult stun could have different properties to Viper's ult stun. In how it CCs, because a simple answer would simply be Yushan V2 with the CC immunity. So it's just like you could use that, and then as long as you have something else that deals with a Viper ult, because if they stagger those ultimates, you still have an answer. But then you have something that can sort of stand alone and actually be effective and make up for the fact that you're using two ultimates to deal for defensive purposes. So it's hard to say, but I think I'm gonna try and come up with a comp that counters this. But we shall see. But taking a look at the drop zones, we have a few hot spots: OUG, Bowder, YZG, and then we have a WBG, FPX, and ASE. All pretty close to each other. 521 Wolves and DRG. All the Gs, all the gamings. JL going for a rather isolated spot. It's going to be an interesting one.
You know, to our conversation earlier, I do think that it's not necessarily the shortened names that are the issue. It is the shortened player names plus the initials for the teams that really throws me off. Speaking of which, we got DRG versus 521 in the middle of this tunnel. Let's see how this starts off. Pampy, I think, just going to try to run to the hills right now. DRG with solid lockdown, already getting Ivan low. They're going to try to heal up. Not a whole lot of resources. No berries already grabbed. Because that's the case, DRG is just looking for the way back in. They seem to have found a little bit of damage. As up top, we do have Wolves on the prowl. The potential for a third party, especially with the sound cues being so loud, could just mean that this fight will go sour for DRG and 521 as Pampy getting the low end of this one, and immediately that's going to be a kill off in favor of the Wolves as they now hop on in and they try to clean up everybody. Ivan is down. And while NiHQ is taking a little bit of damage in kind, unfortunately Kakashi is not able to stabilize DRG, and their worst nightmares come true. What an opening and start as Wolves will feast upon their enemies.
They certainly do, licking their lips, happy with that third party. Now heading over to a fight between a YZG and OUG. Looks as though the Ballista was in play. I think we have Bowder relatively close by as well. In fact, BBB over there he's lurking, he's waiting, but OUG are going to be able to finish off Zen 1 before VVV has the opportunity to resurrect XEM. OUG are going to come away victorious, keeping all of their teammates alive. VVV does get parried, but unfortunately no follow-up is going to come through. Gonna pop the ultimate, see if he can make something happen, potentially get a kill here, or potentially just kite this one out. Baby is getting taken down at very, very low. 1 HP in a dream. Wait a minute, no! Oh. He drops the armor for his teammate, and there you have it. Ooh. Close one coming through. He almost manages it. A valiant effort for VVB.
Well, OUG up to 6 kills already. This is the familiar story. 27 minutes left on the clock. And what can they make of this dominant early game advantage?
It's gonna be a good start for them, but I'm not sure if it necessarily means that they've won this game just yet. ASE is gonna get caught by this Tessa ultimate, trying to disengage, break away, and not get followed up upon. Wuchen ultimate is going to be coming through. They try and spot out the beam. They do so, and now going to be immediately trying to chase them down, but it's max distance. I'm not sure they have the grapples to chase this one down, unfortunately. But extra large U, unfortunately, doesn't really have an opportunity to escape. Perhaps he was simply left as a sacrifice for the team. Who knows?
An extra large sacrifice.
Exactly. Extra large meal deal. Very nice, tasty. With fries, please. Thank you very much. ASE, happy with that one.
Yeah, ASE off to another decent start for themselves here, picking up 2 kills. But that early game aggression that you noted on non-Firefly maps continues to hold true. Those 11,000 hours must be paying off here, because that's JL at 4 kills, trying to claw back from that deficit they find themselves in point-wise after game number 5. OUG, though, still leading the pack at 6. There's a smattering of 4s or 1s and 2s elsewhere. But I don't think we're quite done before the end of this time before first round with Yang either. I think we're going to get at least someone else picked up.
Oh, absolutely. I reckon we'll definitely see a couple of fights take place. Either Bowder or either a team that's on a recovery who've already died once will go down, having been caught out by a team hunting. Because one of the very common strategies here within Nbpl and just within competitive triggers is that once you get your off spawn sorted, either you've gone for a very isolated drop and simply looted up, and either you're looking for a Moonbane, you're trying to farm money and get the Moonbane early, or you will simply loot up and then look to try and position yourself on a typical recovery location. You know, somewhere where a team that has died will go to recover. You know, you deliberately try and go along this hunting path and see if you can find any teams on the recovery so that you can have some have an advantageous fight, as you'll be far more looted than they would be. Or you're looking for a Moonbane opportunity where you farmed up money and are now looking to try and snipe a team without using your ultimates and forcing the enemy team into a bad spot whilst keeping your ult for the Yang. But there's a lot of different strategies here. WBG on the very, very outside of the map, the southernmost point, likely not going to get found out just yet. YZG, it's as though, I'm not sure if they have I think they have a bounty. I'm not sure if it's, I'm pretty sure, yeah, this is a bounty that they have on a different team. So we might see them engage. Then again, Zen 1 not having a purple ultimate is kind of rough, not gonna lie.
Yeah, right now it just kind of feels like the loot is not paying dividends for some of these teams. And as we progress closer and closer towards Realm of Yang, that is going to become ever more pressing. Even going in with blue armor for first Realm of Yang can feel awkward in some situations, especially when you're up against teams that you know have been playing aggressive, have been picking up kills, and therefore have the lion's share of good loot to themselves. Wolves being one of them here, and actually purple armor on you to start things off, as well as ZK. They are well suited here to try to take this first fight.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But I have to say, considering their comp, it still might not be enough. The Yushan, I did note though that the Yushan here on this team is running V2, so he does have that CC immunity. If they get the fight against Syra Viper, they could potentially win. But again, if the Syra Viper staggers their stun ultimates, they could very easily get put in a very bad spot. And here, this is exactly what I was talking about. ASE on the hunt, on the outskirts, looking for a team that's recovering. And they find Bowder, who have 2 white armors and no significant weaponry. But unfortunately, ASE Mist is actually going to get taken down. DVV going to be able to make it count, as it were. But Mist is still going to get resurrected by the rest of his teammates, and they are going to be getting away with murder here at the very edge of the storm.
Yep, literal murder in this case. Actually able to kill a member of Bowda there. Yeah, before moving away. Literal murder in the metaphorical sense, or something along those lines. We got the red flashes bottom right side of the screen again. OUG, I think, is picking off Baby U. Excuse me, Baby U's getting picked off by 521. Rough place to be, as we are now going to send our cameras over to look at what JL is doing. This is a team, like I said, has kind of a burden upon them. Game number 5 didn't quite go so well after a stellar performance on the day, and they're looking to make sure they end this with a bang.
Yeah, they've managed to loot up pretty well. All 3 of them have all Jade slots unlocked, triple purple armor. If they don't win Yang with this comp right here, then this comp is not very good, I have to say. JL, with this good loot, if they lose this, then don't play this comp, ladies and gentlemen. But we shall see. They're going up against the YZG, who are... Wait, what? Okay. Yeah, no, if they lose this, it's definitely doo-doo. This is Takeda, Zai, Karumi. Very interesting to say the least. Z1 getting exploded right off the rip. Forced to use that Karumi and Takeda ultimate. THJ going to be jumping in, dropping down with those RMBs, with those vertical ground pound attacks, trying to knock these players out of the circle. The Farrier is going to be jumping into that mech, and now THJ going to be coming out of that ultimate relatively soon. 3, 2, 1. Does he get the slam? No, he does not. Unfortunately, the fire damage is not going to be enough to take him down either, and considering that he went into ult with armor, he is pretty healthy on the exit. The Matari ultimate to finish off the fight. That is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen, and JL are going to be coming away with a win.
Yeah, JL with a great setup here, and also just a superior composition. Struck their stuff and will come out with favorable setting to this mid-game. DRG going for the White Tiger's prowess, but I imagine that we are going to see JL go for over 1 million birds midas. Now, we move towards Wolves versus what I believe to be BBE. BBE trying to be more aggressive and show themselves. Unfortunately, have found themselves in an awkward situation after awkward situation, but this time around, they've divided and conquered. Good stuff. The problem is that Roy Hee now needs to try to get back to his feet to try to save Nanani. Can't quite get there in time. And then IHQ and ZK will both be up upon this member of the team, and that will be enough for the Vietnamese to be sent packing out of the Realm Gang, unfortunately. As now we will get back to the main map and look upon Han and company ulting to try to find a pick-off, and they will get one versus SS1.
But SS1 are going to be able to get this slam down. Unfortunately, it's not enough damage, though. Xiaowen is going to be able to get that reset. Justina is safe for now. Going to be diving back in and not going to get that immediate opening. SS1 still fighting to the last. Massive parry coming through. A gold pulse with this drop on the floor. Not sure if they were able to grab it. No, unfortunately, ASE able to pick it back on up. But the kills do come through. Yuan does pick up an elimination. Well, yeah, he's going to try to do something, but no, he is going to just go quietly. No need to extend the fight, as he does have that Vermilion Bird's Might, and he will be able to resurrect elsewhere. Now, ASE also in a similar position. I believe BBE may simply be able to fully cleanse off of these players and their willingness to go down, considering that they have that red buff.
Yeah, BBE with a chase down. Xiaowen in a lot of trouble here. ASE already pulled apart, having lost a member. That'll be another one gone. And BBE will find the cleanses. Maybe even a little bit more here. FPX continuing to duel. We have Bauda, we have YZG also trying to take fights all up on the sheer cliff face. And we're beginning to see the divide between the high and low ground. Kind of have two different wars going on right now. YZG, the form of Gen 1 at the very least, just going to hook shot up to the top of the tree here and try to find coverage. And now we look upon ZGE trying to force the fight versus Bauda, and will be able to pull the ultimate out of Zem.
FPX, can this be good for them? I think it will be. Bauda, tough position. They're trying to force this. 2 minutes left on the clock. VVV has white armor and it's gonna be going down there. You have it. XEM jumping in to try and save him, but he's not going to be able to get there in time, unfortunately. Now he is going to be coming out that ultimate with YZG hot on his heels. He does avoid the F2 from the side, but not going to be able to avoid the Takeda ultimate coming on through, being committed to take him down, cleansing yet another member of YZG of their Yang Depletion Affliction. 5T1 jumping in, trying their hand. Blue armors though. could be pretty rough for them, but they could find it. And Liam is going to be putting Yiran into the ball, but the ultimate that now is a combo breaker. V1 is going to save them. The Wu Chen ult in response, very nicely timed, not going to be getting stunned whatsoever, avoiding it entirely. Now happy jumps between WBG and JL.
Splitting away from this fight now. We do have DRG up on the top side. After a very rough early game, they've managed to claw to 2 kills. While they aren't feeling any immediate pressure, I am interested to see what their trajectory throughout the rest of this game is going to be. NiHQ trying to make the most of the dregs of this Yueshan ultimate to get away from the trailing members of WBG who are hot on his trail. He does have the superior movement ability. Unfortunately, WBG have hook shots, and NiHQ has found himself up on a wall with nowhere to go.
Well, that being said, I will say this is probably one of the best places he could be for the moment, considering that if you have a speedy weapon, you got decent scale rush on your weapon, you are going to be able to infinitely kite up, down, and play Ring Around the Rosie. But if you've got multiple teams chasing you down, it is not ideal. Not ideal in the slightest. Leave Yiran that does go down here in the kill feed. NHQ also going to be going down to TXJ. JL picking up 2 quick eliminations there, going up to 11. And there you have it. I think it was their usual 1-game falter, and now they're back on track to get a big point game. And it looks as though they might even be able to outdo OA with a single day's performance. 80 points on the board.
Whole lot racked up. Potential for more. We're now on to second Realm of Yang, and we're first looking upon JL versus ASE. To the air we go. Zhao Wen immediately going to get hookshotted back down to the ground. Freezes up. Burning that cooldown early could be a worrisome thing. Is right now.
Wait, it's V1 Syra.
It is V1 Syra, yeah.
The first V1 Syra we've seen all day, funnily enough.
And we're going to get the Viper ultimate on top of it all, dropping down on the low ground. Zhao Wen in a whole heck of trouble here, as it's going to be TXJ on top of them, bringing a Thunder, picking up the kill, as now JL is looking for a rough shot over the remaining. Cross around on the far side. Good target selection there by TXJ, swapping off to find Killing Blow versus Han, and now there was 1 left for ASE.
That is very rough for ASE. Not only were they at a loot disadvantage, but they're also up against JL on what seems to be pretty solid, I have to say. The Matari ult, able to immediately counter the Viper. I'm surprised though that wasn't Syra V2, because I think if it was, they had a much better chance of winning that one for sure. Because in that scenario, they simply held the Matari ultimate the entire time to make sure that they could just immediately use it to answer the Viper ultimate. And then I think that, I don't know, I think if the Syra V2 had also been in play there, they could have potentially come back in the fight and done a significant amount of damage, as they had nothing to deal with it, really.
All right. Well, the shadow's closing in. We got 13 minutes left on this final game of the day. That's plenty of time for these teams to make their mark. As it currently stands, though, we're in a little bit of a dead zone area and time period. We have a few members of these teams that have the Realm of Yang depletion, and that will be something to watch out for. SS1, JL, DRG all working, though, to de-push a lot of fights. People want to wait out these buffs. ASE and BBE, though, may not be able to afford that luxury. ASE, having lost that final Realm of Yang, still materially is in a good position. So let's watch what happened here for BBE, who came out with a loss versus SS1. Guoye going to match slows on the ultimate here for the Tianhai. Lier trying to find someone with the golden foot, hopping over to try to interfere with Slows, who had grabbed the Swan for the time being. And unfortunately, BBE just a little bit split in the priorities here. Slows just going to get sandwiched and pummeled. Meanwhile, NNE and Rahihi doing what they can. But while they were unable to pick up a kill in return, what is now happening is that they have been split apart and torn to shreds. NNE with 2 stuck on them, and SS 1 place between them.
Oh, beautifully there. That right there is why monk fights and being proficient is very, very important in this kind of environment. Because if you're not in tune, if your team's not on the same page, your monk will explode. Like we see it just then. He gets the grab, tries to jump away so that he can actually get the slam, and then his teammates aren't there to help him. Really, they're for some reason not able to do anything with this, this consolidation from the enemy team, and he can't do anything about it, unfortunately, in that scenario. I think he potentially could have deformed, but that's not ideal either, because you're deforming right up against the wall, right next to the monk and the zipping, that are just going to wait for you to get out of that ultimate. So definitely a blunder from BB. It's rough. It's rough. It's unfortunate, but they're so close. Like, I see it. Like, there's always one mistake that happens whenever we see them go into Yang, because they always go into Yang, almost always. But there's always one mistake, one blunder that happens where one of them is separate, one of them isn't where they're supposed to be, whatever it might be, and it just goes downhill immediately.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see. That being said, lease on life for several players is still very much possible here. 10 minutes left in this game. 5-2-1, we're trying to take a fight. TXJ has isolated Fat Milk in this one. 5-2-1 is still around. They have to try to scramble back, though. And JL are happy to just walk away off the D push, right? ASE is causing havoc. Meanwhile, with misfire on Viper ultimate, Slow's going to be forced to go into Golem form. And JL's job is kind of done. They wreak havoc, they look for weak openings, and then they decided, hey, we can preserve our resources while everybody else is duking it out. As now Zhao Wen has no armor and less than half health. And meanwhile, NNE is just getting chain staggered here by a member of BB or a member of ASE. And Slows once again feels like he just isn't able to do enough on Tianhai and ultimate.
Yeah, it's evident right here. We see the ultimate just going to waste essentially because the Kylan's not even alive. This team composition, it functions very, very well, but you kind of need everyone to be alive while the ults are actually happening. Otherwise, you just don't get any value, because what if you don't have someone to try and create stagger so that Monk can grab, and you're at a 2v3, you're just nothing that you can do. Kylan and Monk, the Kylan will get policed by something or other, and it just gets shut down, and then Kylan can't set up really for the Monk grabs. So you need to not lose one member immediately at the beginning of the fight, otherwise it's just over. Now that does sound rather simple, and yeah, like obviously dunking, of course we knew that, you stupid. But it's like, some compositions can still salvage a fight, regardless of having lost a player relatively early on, as long as they've used their ult, But if a zipping ults, and then dies immediately, because the ult is a healing over time effect, it just doesn't become useful. If Kylan gets all of his health taken down, or if he doesn't manage to do anything with his ultimate, what does he do after that? Nothing. He can't do anything really, and then he has to play full recovery, waste his entire ult, not being able to do anything at all. It's just, it needs to be very, very solid. You need to be able to not get blown up, because it is very easy. It can happen very, very easily, especially when you're playing against some of the best players in the world.
Got an interesting play there on that Spirit Well, where Bauda was able to kind of bully their way to buy space onto that one. JL actually walks out, leaves it to be dueled over by the Wolves and by Bauda. And what that means is that right now, JL are not going to find that initial push, I think, to the late game that they were really hoping for. They are still in an exceptionally strong position, don't get me wrong. 15 kills is an absurd number, but I thought that they were about to seal the deal right then and there, but it kind of felt as if they were in a place where, had to ult a little bit early, and with the Yuetian coming through to match it, ultimately Wolves were able to chase them away.
Interesting that they're not going for the flag here. I saw TXJ wander over to where it is, but looks as though he's going to be waiting. He's not going to immediately pick it up because, of course, as soon as you do pick up this flag, the entire lobby knows where you are. They know that you're going for the flag. They know where you're going to go and try and secure it. But and so unless there's some kind of like friendliness happening, getting the flag is very, very difficult. We do see OUG here trying to pull the trigger on this Yoto, looking to resurrect their teammate, but unfortunately, poor Yoto is not able to get it off in time before he gets found out. 5T1 on the run. SS1 are taking full advantage of this isolated Wuchen with no ultimate. Fat Milk has got nowhere to go into the zone. The zone damage is going to be enough to take him down. Juan is going to try and get the bloom. I'm not sure if he was able to pick it up there. But he is going to be surviving regardless. Dongxing does go down to an HQ here. Bowder and Wolves happy to consolidate onto one target, eliminating him from the lobby. Moonbane going to be coming through now as well, forcing all of these teams onto the outside. Looks as though JL still hasn't managed to cleanse their Yang depletion either, so unless they're planning on going for the flag right now, or if it hasn't already been done, they're going to have to make something happen sooner rather than later, because there's not too much more time left on the clock.
Being dead right now means that FPX find themselves in a very tough situation, and there's the elimination. Now we are down to just a few teams left. JL, still depletion on them, are also feeling the pressure now. We'll have to try to find a way forward. Junk standing center stage. We do have the Bane's Breath also being fired off, and this has been a repeating pattern as we see the circle get to this size. Creates a lot of chaos and these little hallways and pathways around the center of the map that people have to funnel into, which means that if somebody's weakened, there's an even higher potential for pickoffs to occur.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it looks as though SS1 are going to try and force their hand onto this Spirit Well, which JL desperately needs, by the way. So I imagine that JL and Bowder are both going to jump in and try and deny the Spirit Well from SS1. As we see, they're sitting on the edge right now. They're looking to try and find a way in. They're trying to see if there's any weakness. It looks as though they're not going to go for it. They recognize that Monk is too strong a force to be reckoned with for the moment. And instead, they're going to turn their attention to ASE and OUG, who's sitting at the very edge of the safe zone. Looks as though the flag is still up as well, by the way. It's just still sitting there, but unfortunately, I don't think they'd be able to go and capture it at this point. But with less than a minute left on the clock, there's no time. 40 seconds, they need to do it right now. And there you see it, TXJ pulling the trigger on the ultimate, going to be trying to engage onto ASE. Looks for the slam, doesn't find it, but gets the F. Is going to be able to link all of these players, can find the right click, but no, One Feng in the background gets jumped by OUG and gets taken down without anything that he can do. TXJ is just not there to help him out.
All right, well, TXJ going to lose out on their old form right here, right now, and they're going to have to force this the old-fashioned way. Down one. With very little time remaining, everybody going to try to scatter to the wings. TXJ negotiating for a deep fight on nunchucks right now. Looking for a knockdown. SS1 taking center stage. Meanwhile, just looking to fire off opportunistic grabs. Any pickoff here and now could be what tips the balance in their favor. 11 kills for them, 11 kills for ASE. OUG standing tall at 16 and JL are out of the picture.
That's sad to see. They had 15 limbs. They would have had a massive one. And unfortunately, it is not going to be enough to overtake OA's first day performance. 3 points off. But it is what it is after all. OUG now. We do see that Syra ultimate coming on through. The V2 is going to stun one of those players, but immediately turning and running the opposite direction as he is down a teammate. SS has been eliminated, I believe. ASE now going to be pulling the trigger on the Viper ultimate, seeing if they can find some stuns, but not all that much value. It looks like they do get one. ZK is going to be the one to pick up the kill, though. Wolves somehow still alive in this lobby with Yushan, Zai, and Karumi. This comp's actually performing considerably well, surprisingly. SS1, though, potentially going to be stopping them in their tracks. Beautiful parry coming out from Juan, but to knock these players into the zone. There you have it. Yu goes down. SS1 also going to be able to eliminate Mist, and it looks as though this might be just cleanup duty.
Yeah, SS1 doing a great job working once again as a team. That being said, Gem on a little bit of a hit and run backside, looking for the Flinky Splinky. And all this happens, IHQ will go down for the Wolves. SS1 still holding center stage, 2 members going low, but I don't think it's going to be enough to deter them from taking this one home. Bowden trying to do what they can. Lightning God form activated for Zem on the Xehanort, and they are looking for the one member of SS1 to have dropped their armor, but Luye is going to take center stage. And also, while this is happening, Yu is also incredibly low, and this create a lightning rod target. ZK in trouble, picked off. SS1 remain tall, and I think they're about to go back to back.
I think you might be right. Well, yeah, coming out of that ultimate, but Kylin has pulled the trigger on his. The car crash smashing through the windshield. They spot out ASE Han on the tree. Yeah, I see you over there, buddy. NY7 on Valda is going to be dashing up into the sky, trying to buy as much time as humanly possible. OUG, baby, you also in a similar position, but it looks as though he might be dropping down first. There it is. Into the blender you go. Literally. I couldn't have put it better. Baby, you going to pop the ultimate. Wait a second.
Wait a second. Get it.
Oh, he gets the ult up, but the Monk is going to be able to iframe and NY7, even though... Wait a minute. Who dies first? It's Baby U, and NY7 is going to be able to secure that second place finish. But SS1, ladies and gentlemen, with 20 eliminations, going to secure the first place finish and secure the MVP for game number 6.
Absolutely incredible showing from SS1, weathering the storm in a very dicey late game to come out on top with a fantastic team fight that really shows a testament to their ability to fight as a unified whole. These three, the only ones to go back-to-back first place for game number 5 and number 6, deserve their flowers here as they close out a fantastic day of true competition.
Very nicely done by them. That pep talk at the beginning, it's what did it.
The water bottle.
We got this!
What a sacrifice.
Slamming the water bottle. We got this, boys. They did it. They managed it. Oh, it's sad for these other teams as well who were able to put up big numbers on the board. I believe OUG has some pretty solid numbers. JL as well, doing very well to get 15 limbs there. I'm very impressed with Wolves, though, I have to say. Managing to get to that end game on Yushan Zai Karumi, surviving that long, as well as managing to pick up quite a few kills. You know, it wasn't 20, but it was definitely pretty good. So, man, perhaps I'm wrong here. Perhaps this comp does have some value to offer. We'll have to see whether or not it gets picked up in future games, in future bi-weeklies. But that is going to be our 6th and final game concluded. You're looking very feminine there, Yoko.
Yeah. Wish I could be as dapperly dressed as either of these two. But yes, fantastic time on the day and some great games overall. But right now, I do think that we're probably about to move over to an interview. And I'll be honest, right now, not exactly sure what's happening. I need my stats, man. What's happening?
But we'll be taking a look at the total scoreboard shortly, I imagine. But regardless, I think I think most of the teams certainly have secured a solid placement for the qualifications into the bi-weekly. I believe that a couple teams have still got their work cut out for them. For example, WBG, they did not have the best day so far. I remember them being on around 20 points, leading into the last couple games of the day. So definitely going to have to step it up moving forwards next week on Friday. But it's possible. They're a pretty solid team. Cookie being on the team, he was a very, he was a very high scoring player in the previous year when he was on EWG, I believe he was, and they did very, very well, leading all the way up to J-Cup. But then, unfortunately, J-Cup, they just couldn't find their footing. Maybe it was the pressure, whatever it was. They weren't able to do all that well there. And then since then, I believe Cookie's moved to different teams and stuff. So they've not really been able to do all that well. But there is potential, absolutely. But let's take a look at that scoreboard just for a second, if you're quick enough, But SS1, though, we're taking a look at the stats. A big damage coming out from the Monk. 7 kills, 29,000. 8 kills for Yuan, though. Hey, we're going to get a zipping MVP, Yaka. It's a rare occurrence.
Yeah, love myself some zipping. Love to see her at the top of the leaderboard. Don't know how she picked up all those kills, but, opportunities present themselves. But also, as surprised as I am for the kill stat on the Zip, I'm also shocked by the damage stat on the Monk. I really don't consider Monk as the damage dealer on a team like that, but here they are coming through as we are with the standings. 12th place still at that cutoff is DRG. Not the best showing on the day overall. 31.8 to make up for better their 25 score from the previous time. But you look at that in comparison to someone like Bowda, right? 75.8 day 1, 72.8 day 2, and SS1 having a banger of a day themselves, finishing off with 71.4 to go nicely along that flat 50. So we definitely are beginning to see the top of the tables stand tall and take shape. Bowda might just take this all the way as the number 1.
Oh yeah, I mean it depends on OA and JL on the next day, of course, because both of them are on the 80 plus. JL being on 85 and OA being on 88. Unless they have an absolute mare of a day, I reckon they'd probably manage it. But let's take a look at some of the highlights off the back of game number 6. MVP'd once again by SS1 and brought to us by China Unicorn.
Yep, starting off with JL versus ASE. JL finishing that on one off quickly, but we're gonna head right back over to ASE in time to make a highlight of their own. Viper Ning ultimate going to be used to cause a lot of chaos. NNE, unfortunately for BBE, just caught standing still coming out of that one. ASE gets a good clang, slows in a lot of trouble, tries to go on the retreat, but with Shadow closing in on one side and 3 members on the other, BBE gets knocked out then and there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then here in the final moments of the game, beautiful parry coming through from Xuan. Some people, they don't even know that Kylan can parry an ult, but yes, he can. Unfortunately, he doesn't get that much from it, but he does get a free empowered slash. So it's always pretty nice, Unfortunately, it was right on top of a Karumi circle, so not all that much damage to speak of. However, still very nice to say the least, securing 1 or 2 kills off of that. And then SS1 at the very end, holding it down. And with the last team with 3 men alive, three teammates still left standing. And there you have it, the zipping MVP, ladies and gentlemen. A rare occurrence, to say the least. And it's his second MVP of the day as well. 13,000 damage on the fan. Big numbers, essentially 20,000 damage in total, with 22,000 healing as well, 8 kills and 8 assists.
Yeah, you love to see it. Yuan being the Elmer's glue, holding SS1 together for these 2 back-to-back dubs and doing so in incredible fashion.
Yeah, for sure. But hey, that is only our second day, ladies and gentlemen. We still have another day and then the finals next week. So I'm very excited. Perhaps we'll see Taka then.
Yeah, maybe I'll finally see the hottie that apparently was supposed to be shown today that I didn't see at all, even in his 6 appearances.
Oh yeah, he definitely got played a few times.
Oh my God.
Hey, it happens. But Taka nowhere to be found. And I think the only other character that didn't get played today was Shio. Unless I'm just brain gone, just forgetting a character, I'm pretty sure every single one got played. We had Syra, Zai, we even had Lani, Liam, Matari, Karumi zipping to Mulk. Viper, Feria, Justina, Monk, Yushan, Yoto, Tessa, Wu Chen. Arcos!
Yeah.
Yes! That was the one! Okay,
All right.
I thought there was one. So 3 characters out of
I made up
all
for
of
me
them.
forgetting about Hottie. There we go.
Yeah. But no, and but now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be throwing over to an interview for real this time. We'll be back for closing statements after that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player Yu, and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，雨先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好。
你用麦说话，跟大家说一下你的那个战队名和 ID。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自狼队的雨一。
Welcome to the post-game interview。再次欢迎雨一来到我们的赛后采访。哇，也是雨一第一次上我们的采访，哇，我也是非常的激动。再次欢迎你。好的 ，So we know that 雨一 is new here to join in the Nbpl, and also today I find a very interesting thing is that as a man, but you're like a male, your keyboard is all in pink, so I would like to know why. 那我这边今天也发现一个非常有趣的现象。那我们知道，其实选手们大部分用的键盘，看上去都比较刚性，还是男性化。雨一能不能给我们镜头展示一下你的这个小键盘？对吧？我帮你一起拿好不好？我们当心一点。哇，这是一个非常可爱的粉色键盘，不知道大家看不看得清楚？给我们讲讲它的来历好不好？
我女朋友送我的。
So it's from my girlfriend. It's a present. 怎么会想着把女朋友的这个礼物带到了我们场上去 ？So why you just bring your present here on set？ 为什么带到场上来了呢？
因为感觉用着我女朋友送我的键盘，打起游戏比较有信心。
So actually I think this keyboard will bring me the power on set because it's from my girlfriend as a present. 那我这边也想问一下，就是也讲到了自己的对象嘛，平时跟对象会去打永劫无间吗？
会的。
他的分数现在怎么样？什么段位？
就无双修罗。
是你们俩一起打上来的，是不是？
是的。
So to be honest, we know that his girlfriend and him, they like to play ranking together, and now in the double status, they are really high, the highest status now in the game, very top in the ranking. 哇，太厉害了两位。好的，那接下来也让我们看一下今天我们的题目是什么，要给大家送出的福利。Okay, let's move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. So now we can see the question is, which hero did Wolves 雨 use in Game 6? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中，那么雨一用到的什么英雄？是不是有点难拿？要不我先帮你拿着。还是可以拿得稳。Okay, so let's talk about today's games. And we know that because you just joined in the Wolves, and I would like to know, so how's the feeling about the Wolves right now? 那我们先问一下，因为我们知道雨一其实也是在这个双周刚刚加入到我们的狼队。能不能给我们讲讲怎么样一个契机加入到狼队，以及目前感觉在狼队整个磨合下到一个怎么样的状态呢？
加入狼队是因为之前第一双周打完，然后狼队刘江新退役了嘛，然后狼队的经理联系的我们教练，然后我们的教练让我来试训一下，然后打了2天，感觉打得还可以，然后就加入狼队了。
就是也是看中了你的个人能力，最终决定加入狼队。So to be honest, because our teammate TK just equipped Nbpl, and that's why their coach, Wolves coach, just find me and want me to join in the Nbpl, join in the Wolves, and also we training together and play the games together for 2 days. And after that, they think I have the ability to join in the Nbpl. That's why I'm here now. 也是非常有趣的经历，也是再次欢迎来到我们的 Nbpl。那么我觉得应该已经准备就绪给我们大家发出福利了。那接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时，用英文数一下数好吗？ Let's count in the number.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有没有记住刚才的答案是哪个？
C.
Yes, the correct answer is C, and congratulations! Well, congratulations again. Because we are going to have the grand final next week, and till now you already done the 2 days matches. So I would like to know, so for you, can you maybe foresee the line of the biweekly final for us? 那我们这边也想问一下，其实我们知道狼队2天的这个常规赛已经比完了，下周就要进入到我们一个周决当中。哇，进入到这个周决，你觉得周决大概这一周的这个及格线大概怎么样？
大概在90分。
So I think the qualifying line maybe is nearly 90. So as the new player here, the first time to qualify for the biweekly finals. So how's your feeling? 因为作为新选手嘛，第一次要进入到我们这个周决当中，感觉怎么样？紧张吗？会？
有一点紧张，因为周决强队比较多嘛。
那就接下来就要努力，我们就期待你的表现。To be honest, I'm a little bit nervous because in the biweekly final, all the strongest team they are all there, and I would like to say cheer up for you, and we're looking forward to your status. 那我们就一起期待你接下来的表现。好的，再次感谢雨衣来到我们的赛后采访，再次感谢你，非常开心今天可以认识你和包括你的这个小键盘和你的女朋友，再次感谢。那我们接下来就要结束我们今天的赛后采访了，把画面交还给解说席。Okay, now we are going to finish the interview today. And we will get back to our casters.
All right, friends. Well, that brings us to the end of the day here for the NBPL. It has been a treat casting the second day of the second bi-weekly final of our trios division. That is a lot of numbers, and we've had a lot of crazy plays to remember it by. But Duncan, as we close out, any last thoughts on the day?
I have to say, Wolves, he handled that very well. His girlfriend's gonna be very happy about that interview.
I like the death grip he had on it when Jaeger was trying to take it from him.
It was very funny. I was at first I was like, this is crazy, and then he just responds with that. I was like, based. He's any arguments, if he was in the doghouse, he's not in there anymore. It's a good one for sure. The luck, give him the power. I respect that. But, hey, solid showing from them, from all of them today. But Wolves, they were up there, but he is new to the scene, of course, as they were saying. So it's definitely an adjustment. But based on their performance, it's pretty solid. So a lot of potential, I'd say there.
Yeah, absolutely. Wolves definitely were one of those teams they had to keep an eye out for. Early game fights were often going in their favor. They took the late game quite nicely. And from that, they're making a mark on the ranking. But here we go. One last time. Let's look at the standings moving out of this day. DRG setting the bar there at the number 12 spot. Both of their days already played out. And so if you want any shot at qualifying for bi-weekly, you need to be able to get over the mark that they have set. But speaking of Wolves, there they are at 98.8, closing out their bi-weekly. Now, not quite as good of a showing as we've seen out of SS1 and Bauda on the day. 72.8 and 71.4, showing how dominant they have been. JL, though, actually champions full on out, 85 for what they showed out today, with placings in the high part of the bracket in 5 out of the 6 games. They're ones to watch to see if they can actually take down the very top of that standings.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we're taking a look at the schedule for the upcoming weeks, the upcoming bi-weeklies. And it looks as though we are going to be starting on the Thursday next week, once again with solos, then trios on the 12th, and then the bi-weekly finals that weekend. And we're going to be kicking off solos here with our map schedule with Padoria Midnight, then triple daytime with Holoroth Sunny, Morris Midday, and Padoria Morning Dew, and then ending off the day with Holoroth Dusk, Morris Isle Night with those fireflies to end it off. Very exciting, very exciting. I want to see Eno make his appearance in solos, because I think there is something there. The F cooldown on F2 is absurdly short, and I remember when I first read how long it was. Is this real? No, this is real. Wait a second. It's like 17 seconds. I can't remember exactly how long it is, but it's very, very short. Less than 20-second cooldown on a combo starter such as that, which also offers mobility and damage. It's very, very strong. So definitely has potential in solos, but of course solos combo breakers on F are key for the majority of cases. So who knows whether or not that's a sufficient deterrent, or whether or not the ultimate is just simply too easy to kite out within a solo environment. We'll have to wait and see. But I'd certainly look. It'd be a good look to see Eno pop up in solos as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, for all that we're talking about here, this just shows how much more NARAKA Blade Point action we have here in the NBPL. Make sure that you're checking back here on the Twitch channel and following us on all of the socials so you can keep up with the latest in both solos and trios action. But that is it for us today, I believe, Dunking. It has been an honor casting with you finally after so long. But that will be it for us. We'll see you guys soon on the other side here in the NBPL.